Kinda. Kinda. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. There it is. I was waiting. It's daylight savings time, so I'm waiting for Victor. He might be here in a little bit. I don't know. But in the meantime, some kind of music. What if I like hide my webcam right now? What if I keep my webcam, but I don't unmute my mic? Is that something? Or is that just nothing as well? Is it all nothing? Yo, daylight savings time is the worst. I forgot my notebook. Doesn't really matter too much. Dude, I can't get my chair to move. What's up, Kyle TV? As I look kind of insane right now. I'm waiting for Victor a little bit because of daylight savings time. For him right now, it's like 10. But for me, it's 11. Ugh. Man, sometimes I'm drinking stuff like coffee. Just, I'm like, ooh. Okay. You know what? I totally pressed the wrong button here. Let me go where? I need to go. I should have a source, like a Unity source or something. Maybe. What's this button? Oh, my Unity's not high enough. Look at that. Let's go up there. Oh, I see. I can never make it high enough because it's a weird resolution. I'm going to be like, at if you're joining. All right, I sent Victor a message. It's actually just an error. It's just there's this error window. See, like if you zoom out, and it's just kind of like there all the time. See, just sort of there. There's some HUD stuff. I don't know what the heck this is. There's some miscellaneous things. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. And then it gets like disabled, right? So this error message here. What's this mission pop-up window model? Why is this here? It shouldn't be here. Oh, I guess it should be. It says right here, this object must start enabled. It will not be disabled. Oh, okay. Okay, now I know. So clicking on things in Unity is sometimes a real pain in the butt, by the way. If they're stacked like this. Here it is. Here. And then I assume at some point it probably gets disabled. I assume that it's probably what happens. So, cool. Open scene. One day there's going to be a weird thing in here, man. Splash scene. Save. There's a new build on earlier access, by the way. 556. 0.1.56. With some sort of patch. With some sort of fixes in it. Man, I need someone here like Victor, you know? Need glasses. Blech. What says 10 MB? Where'd you see that? Is that the memory somewhere? This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. So I think what I might do... Oh, the patch, I don't know how big it is. I don't know. But it should be 56. You should see 56 in the corner, and the patch note should say, like, I was on vacation in Florida, blah, 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 blah. There's just bug fixes, though. I don't know how it works, to be honest, because, like, what we do is I just upload the whole patch to Steam, like, the whole, like, everything, all the files. And then Steam does whatever it does. Steam automatically determines what has changed, and then it only gives you like the new files have changed. And I don't really know how all that works. I noticed that some games, like specifically Dead by Daylight, takes forever to patch, and I wonder if there's something about how they handle their files that just makes it harder. Oh, you know what? I think Victor made a bunch of art or something. Let me find it. I don't think we showed this on stream before. I'm trying to think of what they are, though. Where are they? New models? Oh, no. Maybe we've already seen all this. It just wasn't in the game yet. All right. I'm just going to play. Did he change these? Or am I just a crazy person? I think he did change these, though. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm not doing this tutorial. I don't need this. Skip this. Okay, okay. Hello. Unlock. You. What's happening with my thing? I think I'm just, like, misclicking. I think I was misclicking. Weird. Okay, I'm just going to go 3. What do you need, like, ice? Like, what is that? Does it say broken core? That's really good. That's worth, like, so much money, too. $20,000. A mysterious relic there, also worth a lot of money. Do I even need ice? Not really. Not really. But I'll still get it anyway. I'll still get ice. I don't care. And I need a research station. So, research station. Let me make this not so ugly too. Like that. And then I need to research some stuff like basic power. I wish I could queue things. I wish I could just like I don't know, like right click this and right click this and right click this, and it would just sort of queue it up. What could I use? Also, this is pipes could be okay, and maybe a waste recycler. I don't know what I want. I do need ice, Mike. I need ice. I'm waiting for Victor. Victor lives in Sweden. Daylight savings time hasn't hit him yet, so he's an hour back. Items. Oh, look. Items in my order were delivered. I'm getting an iPhone today, an iPhone SE. And apparently it was delivered. I've never used an iPhone. I'm kind of nervous. I'm worried about my apps. I'm worried about my photos. I'm not good with my phone. I don't understand it. And I don't know how to get my stuff back. Let me unlock some of this stuff. This, no, yes. Yes, this. Yes to this. Yes to this. Sure. I could take bullets and some lunch boxes. Dude, Starmancer barely works on PC, bro. Think you can make this work on this? What's a Steam Deck? I feel like I should know what that is, but I don't really know what it is. I feel like Starmancer might be okay on the Steam Deck. I don't know how much RAM it has, though. Because like right now I'm using 4 gigs of RAM. Usually when I play standalone, I think I use like 8 gigabytes of RAM, something like that. No colonist. Does he love Space Pilot by any chance? Because that would be convenient. He's neutral towards it. Right, like I know it's a port. I know like the gist of what it is, but I don't know like the specifics, like if the performance is bad or if it's good. I don't know if it is. Like I looked at the specs when it came out, and I was like, oh, that's what it is, cool, and then I just kind of like glossed over it. And I never thought like, oh, we could put like Starmancer could go well on it. I just like thought like, oh, that's interesting for my own purposes. I'm like, oh, I could play like Rocket League. Like that's what I thought. I never once thought like, oh, I could like, would that work for Starmancer? That's weird. What's Proton? I mean, Starmancer's built. Like, it has a Linux build, but I never play on it. Like, I have a Linux machine. I develop on a Linux machine, but I never play. That's interesting. So maybe we could set it up on the Steam Deck somewhat easy. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good Steam Deck game. The Starmancer is. And I assume it's one of those things where, like, any game you can play on the Steam Deck. It probably doesn't, like, the devs probably don't have to do something. Right. Every time I try to play Starmancer on my Linux computer, I can't get my graphics card to correctly use it. And I get, like, 15 frames. And then I look at the graphics card it's using. It's always using the integrated one. And I couldn't figure it out. And I'm like, I don't care that much about figuring this out. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, there's no controller compatibility. Yeah, like maybe one day. It's not like something we don't want to do. It's just all the UIs would have to be adjusted to make that work, you know? Like this, for example. You'd have to do what? Like press left bumper and right bumper or something? Would you you move the cursor? Like see the you can see my cursor. And like you'd move it with like the joystick just slowly. Then you'd press A or something. And then you'd press left bumper or right bumper. But then how do you access this? I don't even know. We could do like the things that games do where like you just have a cursor everywhere. So you just have to use a cursor. Object maintenance. I don't know though. Looking for something. If Victor does get here, he'll be here, I would say, 10 to 30 minutes. A first-person mode would be so fun, to be honest with you. I would very much like. We should do like VR support. Victor and I were talking about VR last week on stream. We should do like a VR. That'd be fun. I don't know what it would be, and it would in no way help the current game. That could be good then. Like I said, I haven't looked into Steam Deck. Because I looked at the Steam Deck and I saw that it had like this sort of square, sort of rectangle space, and I was just wondering if that was for like a cursor or something. Because I thought like, well, if you're using the Steam Deck, maybe some of your games weren't designed with a controller in mind, right? So. Growing these dudes. Growing. I don't know what Starmancer's performance will be though. Because like the performance isn't great. And I think a lot of it is the art assets. But maybe it'll be better. But I never use a Steam controller. Every time I think about it, all I can think of is that meme. The Portal meme with Gabe Newell and his the portals, and they go right to his nips. And when you rub them, you're rubbing his nips, like the South Park episode, the Cable episode. That's what I think every time I think Steam controller. So I don't know what they can do about that, but that's how I felt about it. What can we do? We could do random events, maybe. That could be fun. Try some random events out. So I don't have a plan. I don't know what I want to do. Like I have I got the Xbox Elite controller like years ago, and then I really liked it because if you remember the original Xbox One controller wasn't like that great, and but then the new Xbox controller is like even better than that. I haven't used the PS5 yet. I don't know if that controller is good, but I really like the new Xbox controllers. I don't play that seriously anymore though either, right? I just want to play sort of for fun. I want it to just kind of work. It's sort of weird how like I don't know, like how bad the original Xbox, like the Xbox One, but I hate their names. It's like Xbox 360, then Xbox One, then Xbox Series X. I think it's Series X. I don't even know what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's Series X. But it's kind of weird how like the default vanilla Xbox One controller was kind of not great. The joysticks specifically, there was something weird about them. Because if you used a PS4 controller back in the day versus an Xbox One controller, it was like the PS4's was just so much better. And it's like it's a staple. It's like that's like the one thing that needs to be really good. And maybe you just couldn't get the price down or something. I don't know, because controllers are kind of expensive. They're like $60 or something, whatever they cost. And maybe they just couldn't get the price down to as low as they wanted. You're such a little dick right now. You're such a little. Look at him. He's not carrying the box correctly. I hate the access. I hate the crates so goddamn much. Is it just the water? Is it the other ones? So I'm annoyed. See, look at this guy. He's supposed to be carrying ice. He's not carrying any water. And I want to know if it's just water that's bugged out. No, I can't see. It's not. It's that too. That's never good. That's never a good thing. Maximize. Let me go here. Scene. 2D. What if it's just me? Colonist. Now I gotta go to the cost model real quick. And I gotta see, like, what's his deal? Why is he carrying this stuff? Because maybe he is carrying it, but something is messed up. Maybe something's disabled. That didn't change anything. I don't think so. So we'll go here. Carry slot. Carrying nothing. Is there a chance? Is there a chance? It can't be the carry slot, can it? See? It's first person, dude. It's easy. It's so easy. You just gotta go like this, and then maybe turn off all these gizmos. See? We'll turn off these gizmos. We'll turn off that skybox. You don't need to see it. Oops, Space BG, rather. I mean, and it's like Delver or something. Was that the right name of the game? There's some game. It's like this. It'll be like a Doom or something. It'll be some old game. See? And you just kind of, you know, wander around aimlessly. There's that guy who looks kind of like a giant from this perspective. I think this is his height. Let's be colonist height. So if his head's here, and then you can just wander, and you can go outside too. You can be like, let's go outside. Let me go through the airlocks. And then you go into the airlocks. You can see what the colonists see, which is apparently this black box of death. And then they go through. And it really is a black box of death because there's like a 1% chance that they die when they go through here. Or they bug out. I wish it was just black. Is there a way to do that? To change the skybox color in Unity? It's not something that I would ever do. Because, like, why would you change the skybox camera with the scene view? It doesn't know why would you do that. Because then it could be all black out here. Tools, what's that mean? I don't know what that means. Where's the ship? How long is that? That's going to be back soon? 0 hours, so we can watch the ship. We got to remember about those axis positions, too. But the ship should be back anytime. Is that the ship? What is that up there? What the hell is that? Is that the UI? I think that's the UI up there. What is that up there? See, the thing is, like, it's out of focus, so I can't see what that is. Oh, that's what it is. It's a UI. It's the HUD. I'm like, what is that in the distance? What do I see up there? It's the HUD. I think it says the HUD backwards, though. See? It's the HUD. See? And my station's down there somewhere. Where's my station? Over here? Over here? There it is. There's that little station. All right. Ah! Press F. It'll, like, focus in on things and, like, adjust the scale, like how fast your camera moves when you zoom in and stuff like that. Okay. This is 0 hours, and I just want to watch this thing fly in, so it's not too much to ask for, I feel like. Let me recenter again. And don't you do it. There we go. Okay. I think it flies in from the top. So I think that, like, what was that? What does 1x mean? I think it flies in from the top, though. I think so. So any second now. Any second. There, see? Whoa! And this hatch should open. There's all these little details you might never notice, right? Then the hatch opens, and then there's the little dude. It looks like he's going out again. He's like, I got my stuff. I'm good to go. And he's zipping away. Right. It'd be kind of fun. And the art style works really well for it, too, right? Like, I mean, obviously, it doesn't all work, but I mean, more of just the low poly stuff sort of works. And I feel like the sprites work pretty okay. You know? Like, you can look at this window and see space. See a little airlock over there, which corresponds to, is that? Wait, where? It's sort of fun. I need to look at something for real. This is serious business. Is it on the sleeve entity? The only thing about like having a first person mode, or one of the things about it, is like all the art would have to be like swapped, since many of the pretty much every single model. So for example, this wall, you know, it just looks weird. Sort of everything just is off, and it's all just weird. It's not sized correctly for first person. You know, everything's sized, assuming you're gonna look at it like this. You know, from up top. So. And then look at something like the airlock. You know, we could I guess we could adjust the model so they also work in first person, but the performance would be even worse, I'm guessing. And like if you look at this airlock, right, there's nothing in here because you can't see in here. See, you can't see in here, so there's nothing in here. So, of course, you could warp through it or something. You could like press A on this and then it just teleport you to the other side. Maybe like it could do that. I mean, possibly. All right, what am I looking for though? Colonist sleeve. And close all this. Looking for the carry slot, which is probably under inventory or container. Yeah, there probably is a lot of new text, to be honest with you. I don't like what's this? What the hell is this? What the F is this? What's this? What's this? What are all these components? What do they all do? I don't know. Alright, this thing is bugged out. Right around here gets bugged out sometimes. I don't know why. Always open selected file. Removes all items when sleeve is removed. No, okay. What about this one? Nope. What about... Oh, that says visible. No. Okay. What about specific? Also, I want to save right quick, too. And I'm guessing... It's this guy right here. Wasn't there a thing like debug crates or something? Is that a thing? I'm in the code. Isn't... Oh my gosh, my rider window is so tiny. Oh, right, because I was doing like a picture-in-picture sort of thing at some point. I'm pretty sure is what was happening, right? At some point I was like, oh, can you even read this? Maybe. Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, I don't know if you can even read this text. I mean, maybe. I feel like Victor's going to be here any second, and it's going to totally distract me from whatever I was doing. Now, I'm pretty sure none of this stuff changed. Right? So, what did change? Let me go back here. Very boring. Let me show you this instead. Whoa, and this image. Here's some mock-up images. Much more interesting. And then I'm going to put Ryder back in the pit. Now I remember why I did this. Because Ryder's kind of boring, you know? Let's do that. That way it's like, oh, I'm doing Ryder stuff. But you can still sort of see some other art while I wait and see if Victor... Okay, nothing here. What's this? Maybe. What the hell is this component? What the inventory crate displayer? God, what the hell is this? Crate transform display. You understand the thing about the crates is that I did not make all the stuff for the crates, item crates and stuff. It's made by Evan. And so some of it, a bit archaic to me. Or like, just, I didn't do it, you know what I mean? It always takes me slightly longer to go through it and be like, what's happening here? What is this? Why is it set up like this? Because you look at someone else's code, it's kind of like, oh, what was their mindset? Like, what's, like, because they set it up in a way that makes sense to them. And so I'm going through this. I'm like, oh, okay. This is over here. This is over here. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try this little punk right here. I'm going to go up here. I doubt it. I'm just thinking when this would have broken. Debug. Crates. Debug crates. This will give me a message in the console window when the columns do stuff. So for example, here it should say destroying crates, but it might not actually. But okay. Transporting. Why is this crate removed? Oh, I see. I see now. I go through this columnist real quick. Go back to his inventory components. See why it's not creating this. I don't know why. I don't know why it's not. I don't think I changed the code. Create transform display component. Inventory crate created component. Creatable. Let's do this one. Inventory crate created component, which I know I was using before. But there's two separate components that I handle creating crates for some reason. And they're very similar, but slightly different. And literally, I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay. Oh, I wasn't showing Unity. That's my bad. Oops. Let's put Unity back up. On item positive. That's what I debug message. Git is not installed. Oh, okay. So okay, but look at this. And here. And here. And here. This is going to be very easy to test. Oh my god. Please, IntelliSense, you are killing me right now. You can't see this maybe because it's so tiny, but on my screen. Oh god, Ryder, you're killing me. You're killing me right now, Ryder. There we go, finally. What do you mean on crate created? It's right there. Oh, I see. I put a D there. On crate created plus on dot what? What the fuck is this so just stupid for? What is so dumb about this? It's I just hate it. I hate it so much. So there's like this item. I just hate it. Every time I go in here, it makes me so annoyed. So look here, what's passed in this item crate? Not the item type. The item type isn't passed. All it's passed is the item agent. And then the amount. It's very strange. Why is it like that? And then you're going to have to re-get the attributes later. Or is the idea just that, oh, you know what I bet it was? I bet it was bad. I bet it was, yeah, okay. I bet it wasn't implemented in a good way in the first place. And then passing item agents was like the only way to fix it. See, you have to get the attributes from the item. So you have to take the item, get the attributes. It's a weird way to do it. It's kind of like, why'd you do that? So I don't know. We'll find out in a second. I don't think it's here. Is it? I don't think it's here. There, we'll go back to this. This size. Something like that. That size. That's a decent enough size. The carryable item slot. Create transform display component. On crate created. That doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Now, possibly it tries to. It just simply can't because it can't find the correct slot for it. That would be quite funny, wouldn't it? fucking. I literally hate these. I hate going in this right now. I'm like in a bad mood. I'm like, oh, I hate this stuff. Okay, all item crates. Our crate display transforms. So are Colin supposed to have one? Did it get removed? Is that what happened? Because that would be quite annoying. It's right here. It's right here. All items not allowed. None. None. Should be everything. Right? So that should be good as well. So we'll see this in a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart the station. But I'm going to start from like a special scene. And then I'm going to place an item. I'm going to make Colin pick it up and see what happens. Then it's hi, hey. I can close Rider. Required. What are we doing? This. Open up this scene. And then press play. Don't worry, I feel the same way, Mitch. Especially if it's someone else's code. Like in this case, it's Evan's code, and I'm like, uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Punky Brewster, what's going on? And I'm looking... All right. Looking at the files that were changed real quick. This should be a complete non-issue. You're just gonna see like nothing right now. I know for a second. What if it was like just that one column that's bugged out and like it just in general works? It just doesn't want to work this time. That'd be annoying, wouldn't it? Here's the easy way to test though. Use the add metal, right? And then put here. And here, store metal. Why not? I don't know if this is enough. Actually, because I don't know. Okay, it is enough. See, it is valid. It is valid. See, that's weird. But so what's happening? What if I type in metal? Nothing. I see. I see. I see. So we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. We don't need this. That don't matter anymore. Goodbye. Also, the event that creates the crates is not the same sort of. It's not the same way that the crates are removed. It's very dumb. It's so annoying. It's just. It's such a stupid way to do it. Okay, all new crates. Create all crates. How the F are crates created? Create all crates. Create crates for item. Create crates for item. Get crate to use. Is crate valid equals false? I got to go through all these different edge cases and be like, why is this not working right now? My guess? Oh, don't you dare tell me that happened. What if he messed up the item crates? What if someone messed up the item crates? I mean, that would be really annoying. There's a chance that that's what happened, actually. So I'll see in a second. So I'm going to do item agent. And check the crate, and then we're gonna do is crate valid. Cool. Okay, what the hell are you bitching about? Oh, I see. There's a random one. That's what you don't like. Or do I need the other component? This is why I fucking hate everything about this. There's the inventory crate creator component. Do I need that component? Or am I supposed to go to crate transform display component? What is this? I hate it. Is it this one? Oh, I see. The crates are already supposed to have been found somehow in some earlier component. Okay. So then I gotta go sleeve. Make sure it has it. Wouldn't it be funny if it didn't? Because I need to make sure it's got an inventory crate. Is it the creator? I think so. What's the displayer? What does that do? What's the display component do? Why is it a separate thing? I don't understand. It looks like... not this one, but this one. See what's really stupid about this? What's really stupid about it? Is it's hard to see a little bit, but there's this event, see? On item deposited. When an item's deposited, it attempts to create a crate. No problem, creates a crate. That's great. How come this component doesn't also subscribe to like on item withdrawn, right? Shouldn't this component be responsible for removing the crates that it created? But it's not. Do you know who's responsible for destroying the crates? I don't even know. I literally don't know who's responsible for destroying the crates. It's not this guy. Who stores the crates? Is it this guy? It says it's been deprecated. It must not be this guy. Is it this? Nope. Is it... So am I mad? I'm being pedantic a little bit, but it is annoying because you're trying to go through here and be like, where... what? Who destroys the crates? You're like, I don't know. Somebody. Is it inventory crate creator component, perhaps? See, again, it's so goddamn confusing because there's the inventory crate creator and there's a crate transform display component. Does he do it? He does. I hate this so much. I hate this so goddamn much. Oh my god. So this guy, in on item withdrawn, he removes the crates. Why? Why? Why, you might ask? I suspect it's because because the crates are created here, but this component doesn't store what crates it did create. It just kind of fires and forgets. It says, hey, an item was deposited. You probably want to make a crate for this, so you should try to make a crate. And then someone else says, thanks for telling me, buddy. I will try to make a crate. And then he does, see? So. And then he actually stores it. But sort of weird. Maybe the intention at the time was that there'd be a difference. That we're like, well, maybe we'll have some objects that create item crates in some other way. Not when they're deposited. And so really the part that creates the crates, well, that can be its own thing. And someone else can talk about crate crates. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. All I know that I specifically hate is that items crates are created here, but they're not destroyed here. And I hate it so much. Because it's just weird. It's very weird. Okay. Again, just me hooting and hollering. I don't even know what Git is, what this is doing. I don't want Git. I mean, I do want Git, but I feel like if I download and install, it won't work. Oh, you couldn't see that. There's a message keeps popping up. It says Git is not installed. Click here to install it. And then I feel like I'm going to install it, and it's not going to like work. That's what always happens. Every time I try to do these things, we're like, hey, install the command line. And you do it, and it doesn't work right away, and then you gotta like tweak it a little bit until it finally works. Oh, but now it says Git has been installed. Honestly, if Git has been installed, I'd be kind of happy, to be honest with you. So let me show history. Can you guys see the history here? Oh, that's really fun. You can. So see, this hasn't changed. Fixed an out of bounds exception. Wouldn't it be funny if I broke it when I did that? Wouldn't it be really funny? That was over a month ago, though. That would have been in the newest build, right? I'm just going to assume that... Let's see what's happening first. I wonder if the required objects are bad. When I merge this pull crust, I don't have to unmerge it. I don't want to do that. This is what it is to make games. Sometimes you're like, God damn it. Why did this stop working? I didn't do anything. But But it's like this ecosystem where it's set up in. Like there's the code, but then like the models and stuff have to be set up correctly, and then like the editor, like the inspector stuff has to be set up correctly. Like probably most of our bugs do not come from the code. Almost most of our bugs come from these things not being set up correctly, or from someone changing them and not knowing sort of what they do, including me. I don't mean just Victor. I mean like even me. Like you might change something and be like, oh, I didn't know I had to do that. What's this? What's this? You know, it'd be funny. It'd be really funny, actually, if I just need to rebuild the crate lookup. That would be quite funny. If I just need to rebuild the library, because I haven't, and maybe Victor changed something when he committed, because I saw he committed. And when he committed, he had to commit the required objects. And I wonder if I just need to rebuild. That'd be funny if I rebuild and it works just fine, and I've just wasted 30 minutes of my life and your life trying to fix this. So. So rebuilding. It must be cold today because my heater just turned on and I have it set to like, I don't know, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, we'll see if Victor's going to be here in like 15 minutes. Because again, 15 minutes is, for him, the normal start time for this stream. Okay. Nope. Waiting. 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 So this is, I'm not even ready to do it yet. There we go. Imagine. Imagine if it just works right now. I won't be mad, but I'll be like, ah, oh, darn it. I should have remembered to do that. Oh, man. Like, I wonder the, I wonder if in 56, if the crates are bugged. Because if it's just an editor thing, that's, you know, no, really not a big deal. Well, it's less of a big deal, at least. Loading. Pick this up. You son of a bitch. Metal. Well, it wasn't this. Now I have to go through back here and look through right quick and be like, why is this being stupid? And it is valid, right? It's valid. Of course it is. Again, don't need this. Just need this. And what does he do? Get all crates for item. And the other one was never displayed or something. Crates. Crates. Okay. Created crates is going to be uncrated. You don't know, like when you're programming, how annoying it is, and like things just keep popping up. You're like, close this. Could you stop popping this up? And here as well, probably. And then I probably should debug that stuff. The fuck even is this? I see. I think I broke this. I think it was me. But how long has this been broken for? How long has this been broken for? Show history. Fixed many crashes. Was it there? Oh, I see. It was me. I did it. I broke it 10 days ago. Guys, I broke it 10 days ago. So in 56, which is on earlier access right now. There are no crates. And if anybody asks, this never happened. And if you're watching the VOD right now, fuck you. Okay? Okay, I think it's fixed now. I think it's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. Run me later. Everything is fine. Everything's here. You try to fix one crash. You try to fix a crash. You try to be a nice guy, you know? You try to be a good dude, you know? You try to fix people's bugs. Try to fix exceptions. No one ever says, Tyler, thanks for fixing that. What was in the patch notes? I don't remember what it was. I'm being dramatic, obviously. I'm not like mad or nothing. But gosh, you know, I fixed some sort of infinite loop, some sort of stack overflow that would happen sometimes, maybe, or an exception. I don't know what it was. The exception doesn't happen anymore. The thing is, the colonists also don't display crates, so I don't know what's more important to you. I think it should be fixed now, though. Let me check this real quick. Hopefully it is. There's a small fix. And then I'm going to go back and I have to undo all the code. And I'll do it in my Git client, though. It'll be fast. Dude, all the waiting, I tell you, it's going to kill me. It's going to be a death of me. All right, there it is. All right, I'm going to load this bad boy, place a guy, and I swear to God that if he doesn't display a crate, I'm going to be a little defeated inside, to be honest with you. Just a little bit. Do it. See? Easy. I broke it, but I fixed it. Oh, again, in my defense, it was a typo. It was a typo that screwed it here. So it was 100% my fault. But the code that controls it is so kind of convoluted that you're like, what? Okay. So all I need. Also, I'm waiting for Victor to show up so I can show you guys something. All right, this, and this can all go away. Discard 3 files. Discarding. There. There. Why even do that? Nah, whatever. It's cool. I'm going to push this right quick, and then I'm going to make a pull request as well. So, push. Fixed a bug where item crates weren't displayed. Start pull request. Again, I know this is boring for you people. I'm sorry. But I'm trying to, like, you know, I'm trying to, just fix this real quick. Okay, it's fixed. It's fixed. It's good. Back to whatever we're doing. There's actually some new objects that I could show you. I wanted to Victor to get here, though. And they're not in 56, by the way. Back to splash scene. Is that right? Chrome. There, much better. Splash scene. What's something interesting we could do if Victor's not here? What else? I could play Dead by Daylight again. That's pretty fun for me, at least. I could stage a battle royale fight to the death with a bunch of colonists. I could do random events. That might be okay. I should load an older save with a bigger station. I feel like that's the play. Is making sure there's enough stuff. It's too cold tonight. I can't breathe. What do we got here? If we go to load, maximize, blank name. Goodbye. This one. How is this 5 days old? What day is it right now? Friday? Was I doing something on a Sunday? Is it a file? Oh, okay. Who knows? Oh, it's my playtime. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I was like, oh, it's my play. Okay. Did we even make a station? 18, 11. We did not. So let's do this one. Naughty floor. 18 days in. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully it loads correctly. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's stress test this station. We're going to do a random event. I don't know which one yet. I also should look into this things. Also, if you want to go in first person mode now, it's probably much more interesting. And frames too, by the way. So see like the frame count right now if I pause. So if I pause the game, it's still doing some code stuff, but not that much code stuff. And then if I press play, it should be doing more. You know, it's doing more code stuff. And if I go away, see now I'm getting 200 frames per second. Or let's say rather it's taking about 5 milliseconds maybe. Then as I look at all this stuff, see now it goes down, 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 down quite fast. So if you do like a first person mode, it would have even worse performance probably. Well, actually, this would probably actually a first person would probably have better performance because all the stuff would be blocked, you know. But anyway, so look at like this art. Like we couldn't just do a first person. I know it's kind of like a fun thing. Maybe you didn't mean it literally, but or like the bedroll, for example, just looks kind of weird, you know, as you walk over it. But there's the coolest things too. Like you can stick the columns to these windows, you know. You can see like that arcade machine right there, that other side bedroom. You just put cuddlers in here, I'm pretty sure. You can like see what it looks like to be in the little bedroom. So, I don't know. Will you not frame lock the game? Oh, for some reason I thought you were a person already here. You can frame lock it. If you go to options and then you turn on VSync, you can frame lock it. And then you can select ping your refresh rate. So it's kind of frame locked. But in the editor it's not. So, I mean, that's assuming that the VSync works correctly. Yeah, I don't know if it works correctly on UWP. All right, we're going to do like events or something. Cheetah. What's this one? A rainbow mushroom. But where is it? But where? But where? Where is the rainbow mushroom? Somewhere on my station, there's a rainbow mushroom that will hurt colonists if they walk near it. But I don't know where it is. Where is it? Is it over here? Also, I changed the... we rebalanced the oh, this is bad. I just turned off all these cheats. I don't even know what's going to happen here. Oh, God. I'm going to have to redo this. I have all these cheats on. I don't even know what will happen if you load the game with the cheats on. Something weird. Like, for example, is atmosphere force livable is true? So then when you load the game, I don't even know if it gives things atmosphere. It might not. And we have all these cheats because when we're testing things or just adding new features, it's a real pain in the butt if every time I'd have to like make a room and then give it an oxygen emitter and all that stuff that's associated with it. It's too annoying. I don't want to do that. Also, you cannot believe how cold it gets in this basement. And I don't understand it. For a long time, there was a plastic. Where I'm in the basement, and I put plastic, like Dexter Kill Room style, all around. Like I made a tent down here, and I put a heater, like one of the vents from the heater. And you can't see this, but I even have a blanket on my legs. Like I have polio, and my legs are too emaciated, and I'm embarrassed if people see them. I gotta fix this real quick. Just, you can't tell. It's just, I'm fixing my blanket, okay? On my pants. I'll even move the mic out of the way. I gotta wrap myself up like I'm a hot dog. Or maybe like a burrito. I'm like a burrito. Little burrito legs. There. Is this better? Is that better? Is that better? Okay. Okay. And we're back. Going to naughty floor. There it is. Maximizing. Maximizing naughty floor. And then doing something. Okay, there we go. All right, now we're gonna cheat again. I don't know what just happened. I'm pretty sure I didn't click in here, and something terrible happened. So, cheater. Okay, random event. Space rip. There it is. Right there. It's a pizza portal. Little pizza portal. See? From Steel Soldier. See? The abyss stares back at you, Steel Soldier. So tiny, though. I'm guessing them zombies are coming for my dudes. This guy should blast it in a second, I think. I've got one Jenny, which is... Whoa, why do I have 10? Oh, it's because of this battery. I'm like, why do I have like 10? I'm like, why do I have 100,000 power? But it's because this thing generates like 1,000 power all the time. Cool. Nice. Nice. Okay, well that one didn't do much, so we're gonna, my god. Dude, I'm just misclicking everywhere today. I don't know what it is. Okay, random event. A strange probe has appeared. There you go, a strange probe. Did that thing just annihilate? Must have. It must have. Help. What is he doing? Oh, there's no one in here. I thought there was for a second. It was kind of spooking me out. So this probe won't hurt anybody. For what it's worth. But he's got a crystal. How much money do I have? I have 90k. And an upgrade module. Kind of nervous. I don't want people to die. Sort of a weird thing to care about, right? Also, I could lock. You could lock him in here too. I could like lock these doors, and then he can't get out. You want me to punch him? 'Cause I can punch him. He has a lot of fancy cosmetics. Just a floor. Everything's gonna be fancy now. We're gonna become a fancy station. Can you do the outside too? What does this do? What would that do? That's not supposed to happen. Because like you could do this, but it would, what would it do? Yeah, weird. That's also weird. There's new floors, by the way. I want to show them to you. I'm waiting to see if Victor's going to show up. He's going to say, I forgot to. It's saving time. Be like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's fine. I don't care. I'm just guessing. That's what I'll say. I'm not berating him for saying it. I'm just saying I'm guessing that Victor would be like, oh yeah, I totally forgot. So it's savings time, huh? Oh, fancy panel. We'll do fancy purple. I just love purple so much. I can't help it. Purple, purple, purple. Fancy, 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 fancy. I totally forgot to make those wooden. There. Let's see. These colliders are messed up if you had a weird camera angle. These colliders are bad. Which is a known bug, by the way. But I think it's something with our camera clipping planes, perhaps. Who knows? Okay. This needs to become fancy. 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 I can see here that I've missed a fancy. Did I get it all? Fancy, 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 fancy. See? Now it's fancy. I like vaguely recall that at some point I was going to move these kitchens and these chairs and it was so long ago. There's so many chairs here. I do not need all these chairs. Oh my god. Just kill them. Just get rid of these chairs, dude. I got 9 dudes. I got pizza. Where'd the pizza come from? Oh no. My colonist got turned into pizza. It was a funny. Dawn something. He's pizza now, but I think the turret's gonna blast him into smithereens.
We blast him after he's been turned into pizza.
Well, he was a shambler technically. The pizza's still there though. Can I retrieve the head without dying? That's the real question. Can I? Where are you taking those items, bozo? Why was the guy even going to the generator in the first place? Was he doing object maintenance? Because it could have been object maintenance. Can I pick up a guy? Pick up a colonist, move him somewhere else. He just won't let you? That's cute. Just so you know, there's a bug in 56 where no crates are displayed. I fixed it on stream. With much annoyance, I fixed it.
What you said? Crates were not displayed?
Yeah.
Like anywhere?
I don't know, anywhere. Columnist, at least. In any case, it's fixed now. Place head in jar. Oh, and now I can show the new stuff, too, since you're here. I was waiting for you to get here.
No, cool.
Why does my personal have... Oh, I see. I picked up the colonist, and then I told them... I just put them outside and had them pick up the head. And I'm like, why are they taking damage? I'm like, oh, yeah. I took them from inside out to the space area without having to put a helmet on. And now she's sad. But her morale's good again. Why was her morale... What happened?
There's so much going on in the station.
Yeah, this is like... This was one of the stations that we played on first stream. Why... Is it your beauty? What level are you? Oh. Is that what it is? Is it just a beauty in the air? But I thought beauty doesn't negatively affect things. So what is impacting her morale? See, now it's a +4. Why is it a +4 now? It's got to be the space you're in. Must be noise. Germs. Beauty. That's somewhat confusing, isn't it? So beauty never negatively impacts, or ugliness rather, never negatively impacts the morale. But it's kind of weird because then once you go back to like a baseline, it feels like the morale is going down, but it's not. Maybe in the morale UI we should add a section for like atmosphere contributions or floor contributions. So things like beauty, you know, we should add a section for beauty and noise maybe. Like, oh, well, this, you know, the colonist is around a lot of ugly things, so he's a little sadder, or he's around a lot of pretty things, so he's really happy. And then as a player, you can sort of see like, oh, if I make my place prettier, they'll be happier. And then the meta is to place enough posters to counteract the ugliness of poopy. I keep getting articles that Fortnite has added a no building mode, and I'm actually I kind of want to try it out because I hate the building aspect of Fortnite. Or rather, what I hate about it is it's too much for me, man. It's like I can't do it. I love shooters, but the building is like it's just another thing to do, and I just don't want to like learn it, and it's just so much. And also, like building isn't that intuitive in the game, where it's like the people who are really good at building. They just want to... I want to play it too, Mitch. In fact, maybe we could play it on, like, Xbox or something. Or maybe... Because I always felt like Fortnite was really fun. Again, just building was so hard. And, like... And the control... It's not really designed to be built. Or for building to be fast and anything in the game, you know? Oh, my God. Did everyone get it? Is everyone getting pizzaed?
Yes, I know, Drew.
The hell, man? Pizzaed. Like, everyone in my base is going to get pizzaed soon, dude. And there's shamblers everywhere. There's heads everywhere. There's space rock. There's this freaking guy. You know what I could do? Here's what I'm going to do. Here's how you fix the issues, Victor. I'm showing you right now. I'm giving everyone the secrets. Equip helmet. Right-click. Attack the strange probe. Just once, though. Did I hit him? I have to do damage. He has to take damage, though. If the strange probe takes damage, he will become aggro. And he has now. Next, I pick up. Drop here. Lock door. Lock door, and then the probe will take care of the rest, I do believe. So shut this down. All right. Here we go, dude. Here's some sick probe on Shambler action. Live in the flesh. Friday, March 25th, 2022. One Shambler. Hang on. One probe. Two Shamblers. Who will win? It's the probe, by the way. It's not even going to be close. He's going to literally one-shot them. See? He's so strong. He's so strong. He just works them all. Oh man, it's sort of fun. I don't know if it's fun for me. I don't care if it's fun for you guys. So I'm just gonna do space. I'm gonna do a couple space zombies with a cute little green particle effect. Now I don't know how new that is. Is that new?
Yeah.
It's weird, like the little
literally
things.
like the attack effect from
right.
the probe.
Oh, I see, Mitch. The zoomers are raging in a bad way. For some reason, I thought, right, because they're good at building. But, I mean, that is the core gameplay is building. But, like, does it have to be? You know? Like, does it have to be building? But then if you watch, like, if you watch, like, Ninja play or something, like, he'll be in like, a fight, and, like, it's like a tower just sort of manifests around him, like he's a wizard or something. And then you try to do it in game. You're like, what is this? What is going on? All right, this strange probe is literally just going to murder everybody. So this is good. This is what we want. There's 5 people left alive in my station. Something's broken somewhere. That's never good. Should turn that off before people start to die. No
Yes,
colonists
it's,
assigned
the
object
heater.
maintenance. How is no one assigned object maintenance? Does he hate this task? Why is it grayed out? What does that even mean?
What do you say? It has like 99999 available electricity.
Yeah, why was object maintenance grayed out for that person? It's because of the pizza portal. The pizza portal has 99,
Oh, right.
comma 999 power. That's why. Why is object maintenance grayed out for this person? I don't understand. Why is it literally an X? Why is it an X? Is there a way you? Is there? What is that? Is there some situation in which? Because it doesn't say refuse. It's an X. It's like just there's an X there. It's like disabled with an X. Why is that? I don't know. Very weird, right? Just for one guy, though.
No.
Whatever. Low oxygen. Where? Where is this low oxygen? In this room? Nah, it should come. It should spread in here pretty fast. Oh. I should probably turn on this oxygen emitter. Then it would turn on pretty fast. But anyway, Fortnite without building could actually be really fun because I love the gameplay. I love the cosmetics. I love like the skins and the feel. I love how the game changes all the time. Like there's a lot of things I like about the game. And building to me was one of those things I'm like, oh, it's such a hurdle. It's such a hurdle. But the whole gameplay, the gameplay loop kind of revolves around what? Getting into fights, but also scavenging for resources and stealing enemies' resources and managing your resources, not running out. So I don't, there's a whole meta obviously around it. So I don't know.
I remember being hyped about Fortnite when it wasn't even a battle royale. It was just like you built forts, and then zombies would come like at night or something.
It was called like Survive the Storm or something like that, right? Whatever it was called, whatever the original Fortnite was called. The mode, rather. The mode. It had like a single player mode before it was ever a battle royale. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I was like, oh, this might kind of have like an H1Z1 type feel to it. I thought at the time, like, oh, this is kind of cool. Kind of like you go into like a town, collect resources, kind of cartoony, and it's sort of cool.
Yeah.
Or is it like Save the World? Is that what it's called? Maybe I don't know, but
yeah, I don't remember.
But the battle royale mode is just so much better. Like the multiplayer mode is just so much better.
Do they still have the original?
I think so. I don't know. I don't play it. But I think so.
I've never ever seen anyone like play it. Am I like on a stream or?
Right. No one talks about it. I mean, I doubt. Do they?
Yeah.
Do they still update it? I don't even know how that works. I don't know. They've got like the same sort of crew that like Google has for like their calendar, maybe, where it's like, no one's. It's like a support role or something, probably. They're not adding new stuff, unless Google does add new stuff to the calendar. Do they? I feel like the Google Calendar hasn't changed in like 10 years, but I could be wrong.
I recently saw something yesterday. Like I added like an event for like this archery, like try archery thing, and then like the banner on it, like changed to like a picture of like archery.
That's kind of cool.
I was like, oh, cool. They probably have that for like all sports.
All right,
also noticed like way back to have the same for like if you add like a dentist appointment, it will show like some kind of dentist image.
I think he's gone. Just a massacre at my train station. Low temp too, huh? That's no good. I'm going to get my mail real quick because my phone. I got a new phone. I got an iPhone SE, and it's in the mail. Oh no, what?
iPhone.
Oh right, yeah. It's because the camera on my phone doesn't work, and everyone's like, "Dude, you should try an iPhone." I'm like, "I've never tried one." I'm like, "Okay." The iPhone SE is like $400, something like that. It's not very expensive. I don't care about the performance. I mean, so in terms of price, I'm pretty sure my
I just care about price. Yeah.
I think my current phone is a Pixel 4a. Retailed probably between 300 and 400, something like that. That to me is more important. Although like I'm mildly concerned about like my like things like my contacts, my phone, my photos. I'm not good at like I don't really use phones. Like I'm such a normie. You know how like normies use their computers and they don't even know how to change like the desktop wallpaper. They just accept it. They just like whatever. It's just the way it is. I don't know. That's how I am with my phone. Like I don't understand how to do stuff on it. I just don't care. I'm like I use my phone for the internet, like browsing the internet, and then I use it for texting a little bit, and that's it. That's about it. I don't like use any apps. I have like a metronome app. I have like a guitar tuner app that I use sometimes. I'm sure there's like the map. I obviously use the maps. You know, I use like Spotify in the car. You know, but I'm not like using, I'm not like on my phone a lot. I don't know. Like I still don't really know what Instagram is, and I'm dead serious. I don't really understand what it is. I think that I get it confused with Snapchat all the time. I don't know the difference. Like I think one of them you get a notification if you save photos. That's Snapchat, correct? So Instagram is like Facebook but just for pictures. Is that how my boomer brain can process it? But so it's Snapchat, or Snapchat more like
Snapchat just like
texting
stuff that sort of times out.
So what's the other one? So Snapchat is like texting, but kind of you're texting with photos or something. I don't really get it. I don't understand it. I don't know.
Like, you can regular text, but it's like focused on making videos, like sending videos, and then they sort of time out.
Okay, now this is gonna be a stupid question, but what the hell was Vine? That was like a 4-second video platform. What's the new one that they say is like made by a Chinese company, so you shouldn't install it? Is that TikTok? So TikTok is like also short videos, though, right?
Not necessarily, I think.
So then, what's YouTube for now? That's the thing. I don't understand the new ecosystem. I'm like lost. I'm stuck in the past. I don't get it. So
I think TikTok is just like sort of streamlined in the way it just presents you with like an endless stream of content. It's scroll.
Like I get that. Like okay, for example, like I understand that. Like okay, like I know Reddit. I use Reddit, so I'm like okay, of course you could post a picture in Reddit, but your friends aren't going to see it, you know. And also, it's not really made just for pictures, and so it's better to put it in a thing where there's lots of pictures.
Yeah.
TikTok generates very little money. Do you mean like for TikTok, like the TikTok company?
Maybe for users.
Or do you mean for the users? So a lot of the vids divert people to YouTube, I think. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And also it's good for it's like a commercial. It's like TikTok really just trailers for your content, advertisements, you know? Is that what it is basically?
I mean, there's something about the format as well, like the video format, because it's, you know, vertical rather. YouTube is more, it's like supposed to be viewed on a TV or a monitor, like a landscape.
I don't know, but I probably watch, and I'm a boomer. I think I watch far more YouTube on my phone than anywhere else. But I don't watch that much YouTube either. But
do you turn your phone sideways?
Yes.
Oh yeah, because TikTok is basically like everything
is up and down.
Scroll. Yeah.
So like, what's that? That's portrait. Is portrait correct? Is it portrait mode? Is it vertical? Is it whatever it is? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, Brickard. That like Picard. You're like he's like John Luke Picard, but he's like a brick creature, like he's a Rick and Morty. Imagine a Rick and Morty style brick person who is like the captain of a starship. He's Brickard. He's Brick. I'm sorry. Okay. He's a creator. I know he's used TikTok to bring people to the YouTube and Twitch. So that's what I'm thinking too. It's like just advertising. Like, hey, I have an OnlyFans, you know. All right, check out my YouTube.
About like how you can just endlessly scroll.
Yeah,
it's like,
of course, I love that. Yeah, it's like it's addicting though, not in a good way. I don't think either. I think it's like abusing something that people. Yo, what I like to do is my friend is recently-ish single. I like to go on his Tinder and just swipe for him, but I only swipe girls that I'm actually like, oh, I'm interested in this girl. Like I don't just swipe, uggos, right? Girls that I find unattractive at least. And it's weird how like in half the profiles it'll be like, here's my Snapchat, and I'm like, what is? No, I don't like. Or here's my Instagram. And then occasionally it'll be like, here's my OnlyFans. I'm like, what's going on right now? Are you just advertising your OnlyFans on Tinder? I don't know.
I guess it's easier for someone to add someone on, Instagram. Because,
yeah, but I don't like that. Like, wouldn't you? Because again, I don't know how Instagram works really, but isn't it more personal?
Yeah.
Because like they'll have
you
like in their
bypass
bios though.
the entire like matching thing on.
But like
Tinder.
they'll have it in their bio. Like, here's my Instagram is like,
Yeah.
blonde girl, 17 or something.
I mean, for sure, there are people who just want more.
Like, do they just want more followers? You think? They don't give a shit. They just want the. Because I remember
for sure,
back in the day when I was early high school, whenever Facebook and MySpace were coming out, that it was like, oh, how many friends do you have? Oh man, I only got like 13 friends. I'm a nerd. Like, I remember those. So they're probably just living in those days a little bit. They're just doing the same stuff we used to do, but just in their new medium. You ever use TikTok, Victor?
Probably, like once.
It's weird, man.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but it's like, it's kind of like Omegle a little bit. If you ever use Omegle, you know what Omegle is? It's the cam website where you get random strangers and everyone just showing their penises, basically.
Like chat roulette.
Yeah, it's just chat roulette, yeah. And the thing that happens is like, it's addicting to scroll because if you want to get the girl, like, you're like, I want to see boobs. You'd be like, in high school, whenever it came, I think like that stuff got really popular, like 2009, 10, something like that. But it reminds me of that feeling of you never know what's gonna come next. You know what I mean? You never know.
Yeah.
Because there's like a reality to it. Like, the stakes are higher when it's a male. Oh my god, I hate people who take photos of their fucking food. I hate that. Okay. What I hate is when I'm having a nice, enjoyable evening with somebody, hanging out with friends, with like a group or something like that. And then out of nowhere, they bust out their fucking phones and start taking pictures of the shit we're fucking doing. And it kills the mood every time. It literally kills the vibe. We're not having fun anymore because this bitch is just taking... It's always a girl, by the way, in my experience. Just taking a picture. And it's like, geez, sometimes dudes, but it's always the worst dudes. Perhaps the worst girls, too. But it's so annoying. It's like, what are you doing right now? No one gives a shit what you had for dinner. That's not how you make friends. You're making friends right now in real life.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be taking pictures of your food so that in real life you can have fun. And people be like, look how fun you are. You had spaghetti. It was so good with the meatballs. But they don't do that, man. Instead they just take these photos like, it's not good enough. My group of friends I want the better group of friends. That's what somehow they think I need more. Because my real life is my TikTok and my internet. Even though, and again, we're having fun and hanging out. And they gotta take the photos. Oh my god.
What I don't understand is when the food doesn't even look that.
I hate that. I see that so much.
Mess. It looks like brown, dry. Maybe. I mean, it tastes good, but it just looks like boring shit.
And by all means, if there is something that you genuinely find, picture worthy, I don't care if you take a picture of it. My thing is, these are not picture worthy things. You're taking it for. Yeah, I know. Okay, I know that if you genuinely saw something that was cool, like if you saw like a 3-legged dog, you should take a picture of that, send it to your friends. I get that. I understand texting pictures to your friends, funny things. I'm a cool guy. I get that. What I don't understand is the other part, which is you're taking pictures of mundane shit, or you're taking pictures of you hanging out with your friends. Then you can post them later on Facebook or whatever. Again, all I know is Facebook, but I assume Insta, whatever. I don't know. Maybe they use different stuff now. Then you post that and be like, look how much fun this person has. Wow, their life is so exciting. Meanwhile, everyone that's in person doesn't even like the punk that keeps taking selfies all the time because like, what's going on? Oh my god. Or if you're doing something and someone takes your picture, I hate that. Oh my god. Or you're just hanging out and all of a sudden like group photo, and you can just be like, oh, this is going on a Tinder somewhere. Like, okay, great. Also, it's so funny when people have on their Tinder pictures where like it's a group photo and you can't really tell who is who. Also, you'll be swiping on Tinder and like these people, there'll be a girl, and you're like, well, maybe she looks all right, and then all of a sudden it's like they become a different person as you keep scrolling through their photos. They just keep degrading into like just a real terrifying, disgusting, scary looking person, and you're like, whoa, which you am I gonna get if I, which person do I get? Or you'll have people that'll say like their age is 20, but they're clearly like 35. Like, why are you doing this?
Like Tinder has this thing where it will like switch your photos like automatically based on like how people like react. It's
weird.
Some kind of machine learning thing, I guess. Based on an algorithm, like the data.
Right.
So probably what you're seeing is like the best photo first, and then like successively.
Oh, that's so funny. That's actually so funny if that's the case. It's like the algorithm has, because it's almost always the case. You go all the way to the last photo, and that's where they're their fattest. That's when you're like, oh yuck, you're so big now. And again, these are not normal. Okay, here's the thing you need to understand. If you're not from America, this is not European fat we're talking about. This is American fat. Okay, the average person in America, average is basically fat for us. It's dead serious. And if you look at like the average 30-year-old, they're fat. Like, and they're big. They're much too big. What is happening with this power situation right now? I guess I'm not generating enough power anymore.
Whoa.
Oh, you know what it was? It's because I had the pizza portal for so long.
Yeah.
And it was just like good. And my poor generator's trying to, but it can't keep up with production. So my power keeps flicking on and off. Okay, someone needs to go to this treadmill right quick and just start running on this dude. Oh, that should be good now. Okay, we have a surplus. We have a wait. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. No, we don't.
So
if we can get to 4. Victor, I can't get to 4. It's stuck. It's stuck. Victor, it's staying at 3. I think we've reached neutrality. Like we've balanced it. We're not oh wait, it just went off for a second, so I'm pretty sure we're not there yet. Let's do this. I was gonna get my phone, but then I just got distracted with talking.
What if you could give like a colonist an energy drink, and they become like super fast? You put them on the treadmill. Like.
I would like that very much, actually. That would be a good idea. You actually could do that right now. How do you? What's the recipe?
I think it's fuel and something.
Dude, you really
should
Victor,
have fuel because
you cannot. Yeah, I should have enough fuel because I have the Jenny. But you can't understand how big Americans are. I mean, until you really you really can't. Because the thing is, on TV shows they don't show you. Okay, so the actors and stuff you see in movies and television shows, those are like the prettiest, right? Those are just the people who are in shape, pretty people. There is a level of disgust. Okay. Let me preface this by saying I live in the Midwest. I live in Michigan. Most people, maybe, so that's just my experience. Maybe if you go to like Florida, they're prettier people because they go outside more. I don't know. But where I live, in Michigan, in Bay City, Michigan, it is nasty. Once I hit about 30, it is disgusting. They tend to get gross. And if you just find like I'm almost being completely serious. If you can just find a non-fat, like 30-plus-year-old woman, she tends to be like, oh, this is pretty. This is like, that's what it's become. It's like, oh, okay. Regardless of everything else about her, you're like, oh, cool. I could stomach this. Also, my friend said that he hooked up. My friend's like 28, 27. And he said that he hooked up with this like 39-year-old woman. And when he first told me about it, he was like, and I was like, oh, was it cool? Was it good? He's like, yeah, it was good. I'm like, oh, cool. Because sometimes older women, they know what they're doing because they've gotten all them reps in, you know, like they have so much experience doing it, you know, especially married women or men. They get so many reps, you know. Oh, perfect. Yeah, super close then. Yeah. Ope is funny. You don't understand. You know what? So Victor, what do you do at a store if like you and another person are like kind of run into each other in the aisle, like you're turning a corner, you know?
No.
What do you say? If you're from the Midwest, you go, oh, you go, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. You can say, oh, my bad. Oh, sorry. That's why when Ricard said ope, it was funny to me. Like a little thing we said, ope. Oh, sorry. It's so stupid. Ope.
So it's like oops without the S.
Yeah, ope. It's but it's like oh, it's like ope. Like hope. Hope without the H. Ope, sorry. But seriously though, girls or older women, I'm 29 by the way. I'm going to be 30 in like 2 weeks. I'm basically 30 years old, right? And the older I get, as long as you just simply maintain, as long as you just don't get worse and more disgusting, your level of attractiveness just keeps going up. My level of attractiveness just keeps going up and up in my age group because I simply am maintaining. You know what I mean? I'm not becoming disgusting. But then everyone else around you is so kind of really quite heavy. I mean, it's really disturbing how people just normalize being so massively overweight.
Yeah.
Oh, the door's locked. They're never going to get there in time. And
it's also weird because if you're overweight, you can like hide it in images by like.
Oh my God, the face.
Different angles.
All that face. If you see someone with too much face,
Huh?
If you see nothing but face, I'm saying in pictures, they're probably fat. Like, show me the body, please.
And it's like from above as well.
Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choked. He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. Nope, he won't have it. He knows it's all back to these ropes. It don't matter. He's broke. He's so scared, but he knows when he goes back to his mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, it don't matter. He better go back to this moment and hope you don't. You better lose yourself. Something like that.
Like
I hope you don't. You better lose yourself.
Michigan thing.
First of all, right now, we take an enormous amount of pride in Marshall Mathers, okay? He is a world famous MC, okay? And he comes from our neck of the woods. And to us, that's pretty goddamn cool. Because if you're from Michigan, not a lot of cool shit comes out of here. You know what you know about Michigan? Flint, motherfucker. You're like Flint water and M&M, okay? And maybe Kellogg cereal. That's all we got. And the Detroit, of course you know about Detroit, but nothing good. And it's not like M&M's good. Like, I mean, he still is good. But I mean, he's not like Mother Teresa or nothing. But he's all we got. Okay, man. Just let us have him. Just let us have M&M, Victor.
Yeah.
All right. It's all we have, man. He gives us hope. They're like, oh, we can do stuff too. How dare you?
Yeah.
He opened a spaghetti shop called Mom's Spaghetti,
Oh yeah.
which serves spaghetti.
Yeah.
Also spaghetti with meatballs. Also a spaghetti sub, which is just like rolls and then like a spaghetti in the middle. And that's why my mom has diabetes now. Well, actually, she got diabetes from drinking beer and soda all day, every day for like 50 years. You know a real story? I used to think my mom, I didn't realize until I was like 22 that my mom's breath, the reason it had the smell it was just beer. I didn't know that. Because it was, my mom would drink so much.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't know that that's what that smell was. Because you're a kid. You're just like, oh, that's just the smell, right? You don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put a generator in the rec room. And if anyone tries to stop that, I don't care. If they try to, if the colonists try to unionize and stop this generator from being put in literally the room of recreation, it's too big anyway. The room's too big, so fuck off.
Oh yeah, what if beauty like matters more sort of in a rec room? Or like, oh, the rec room is ugly and they get like a negative memory.
It could. Yeah, it definitely could. You'd have to mark it though as a rec room ahead of time because otherwise it's just a regular room. Maybe more broadly, it could just be that if they're doing like a fun thing, like playing an arcade machine, something, you know what I mean? Maybe then beauty affects that. Maybe it could be something like that, you know?
Well, also if you don't mark it, then maybe you don't get like beauty. Like, oh, we have a nice rec room.
Also, a bed maybe. Bed could somehow affect beauty. I don't know if I like that or not, but I'm just saying it could somehow.
Yeah.
But I was saying, but the thing is, like, why if you're just in the rec room, who cares? What if you're like, what I mean is like, is it necessary to say make rec room and then like the beauty matters, or is it more like if he's just doing because they're doing stuff in the rec room, maybe that's more important. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It's just that the intention becomes so clear. Like, if someone marks something as a rec room, because then it's sort of like,
come on, baby.
Because you could put like an arcade machine in like the generator room, and you know the player might have a reason for that. He might think like, oh, when they're on a break, like the mechanics or something, they can play a bit.
Oh my god, dude! The treadmills use, or the crypto miners use 1 power per second, which is kind of a lot. I think that these guys are good. By the way, if anyone's watching this, I removed the upgrade from crypto miners where they wouldn't require power anymore. It's because it's kind of broken. So I hope that hope that you guys can learn to understand that you can no longer generate free money forever, and you have to work for your money now. I'm my dad now. Well, son, you can't have free money forever. Okay, what the heck is using up all of my power? This is what happens when you rebalance power, How do you make fuel? Like, all of my guys are dead. So many of my people have died. No, I've used up all my fuel, perhaps, because I think I wasn't making any more fuel.
Oh, did you just have, like, the starting fuel?
What happens if I do this? No, I have a fuel infrastructure up and running, but a bunch of my dudes got murdered. So, you know how it is.
I see a broken object. What is that?
It's a heater.
Yeah. No
colonists assigned cooking. Shouldn't the oven have that warning as well? Yeah. You should write that down somewhere. Does it though? As and make a bug thing for it that the oven does not display no chef. Mark Mann, you can be my chef. He had the highest success chance. 50 plus competence is 15%. He's the most competent. And what was I making? An energy drink? Larva husks.
Oh shit.
Larva husk, motherfucker. I ain't got no goddamn larva husk, dude. I ain't got no larva husks. The fuck you even get larva husks from? Who's my botanist?
Be like super powerful for recurring, larva husks.
Who is my botanist? Motherfucker. I ain't got no botanist. They're all dead. They all died. They all are dead, Victor. How do I solve this? Okay. Here's what I could do. No, I can't do that. Distribution booth, perhaps, with a mental stabilizer could cure somebody.
A bunch of crops if they farm it, they should reach.
Do I have... That's a good point, actually. Let me do that. This person
what
can
level was required for harvesting?
0. I'm gonna pick him up and place him here.
For getting the larva husk.
Oh, 1. My bad. I thought you meant for harvesting the crops. Yeah. So just level 1. 10. Yeah.
Especially if someone is,
Also, if they're tier 3, he's autonomous. That's okay.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, they get more XP.
He's already level 1. So. Yeah, they do actually.
And
like 50% more or something for every level. So I could think like the level 3 elites they get, or supreme, they get 3 times. Oh, dude! Thanks, Kyle, by the way, for translating. Victor, have you seen the Halo TV show? Mitch, have you seen the Halo? Guys, has anyone here watched the Halo TV show yet? It's on Paramount Plus. I watched it last night. Has no one seen it? Someone out there has seen the Halo TV show, because I want to talk about it. No spoilers. Well, I mean, it's whatever. It's like the Halo thing. You can't really be spoiled that well.
When did it come out?
Yesterday. The first episode aired yesterday on Paramount Plus. And I would say that it's while it is a little bit cheesy.
Paramount Plus, what is?
I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know what all these things. There's so many streaming services now. I don't know what it is. All I know is I was on Prime Video and it said Halo show came out today. I'm like, oh, let me check this out. And I was like, you need to start your 7-day free trial at Paramount Plus. And I'm like, okay. And I did that, and now I'm watching the show. That's all I know, dude. Okay. We're going to try to get some larva husks up in here real quick. Oh my god, you need engineering as well? Jesus Christ. What is his engineering skill? What's like the best way to improve engineering skill? Who is my best engineer? Because that's actually the better thing. See, if all my people hadn't died, I could probably do something here. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make the engineer into a farmer. This person seems sad. So what we should do is give them mental stabilizers. Which sounds a lot like my parents when I was a kid. That's a joke. I was never on anything. He just sounds too serious the way I said it, but I didn't mean it to sound weird. Task. Farming, space pilot, and you're going to be back to farming. This is why in some sense it'd be kind of nice to have just one colonist. Like a single player type game, you know? They're here. Yeah, what else could we mean, Kyle TV? I don't understand. The text, when it said, a colonist has been pizzaed, what else could it mean? Oh, you can't see because the webcam's in the way a little bit. I'll disable in a second. So, it was pizzaed. Will it even be here? It was too long because this bitch keeps getting upset. God, Navarice, shut up! I don't care that you're upset, Navarice. I don't give a shit. I almost want to drop her out of this into space right now. Anyway, yeah, you got turned to pizza. What about it? You want to fight about it, Kyle TV? That people can turn to pizza sometimes with a pizza portal that generates 99999 power? What the hell's wrong with you, man? They got pizzaed. And yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, they just got pizza. There's like... oh, also, you know what's the cool... Okay, you might not know this, Kyle TV. This is very cool. I think you'll find this fun. I find this hilarious. Did you change the vision? No, you did not. Who am I looking for? No seed available. Okay, you know what I'm going to do real quick? Because I... What do you mean no seed available? What happened to all the seeds? Oh. It has to get offloaded, I see. Okay. It will eventually. If you put pizza in the incinerator, it will generate a portal. So, just a little Easter egg for you. You can do that, so for fun. So, who is this person looking for food? I do not understand why they are using this table before they're using this table. And maybe it's because there's a minimum threshold. Okay, this guy's transporting items. See, I'm trying to wait. I want to get my guy to level up his farming before I generate a pizza portal, because he's going to die. Or there's a chance, because you don't have any control where the pizza portal goes. And so it could just go on top of him, and he'll get turned to pizza. And I need him. He can't become pizza right now. He has to go get a larva husk. Also, the text, like the translated text, some of it gets added before the stuff is necessarily in the game. So it's like a little, so some of the stuff doesn't stay. So if we just add like placeholder text, like for example, for all the pizza stuff, the pizza portals and stuff, all the placeholder text is or all the text is called placeholder. There'll be like event descriptions. They'll say like, a mysterious friend has arrived. What should you do? You know. That's like, those are kind of in the game. Actually, I don't know if they're in. I think they must be just the editor, to be honest with you. I don't think you can play them in 56. But maybe you can. Yeah, basically if you look at the text, you can get like a sneak peek of probably a lot of things. And then we're doing
not so much of old stuff that's
right. Yeah. Yeah. Because it happens internally. Wait, is he doing the mission? Okay, I'll be honest. Stream, let me be honest with you. I wasn't entirely sure if it would work that a person could in fact go to an infestation, because I haven't done it in a long time. So I'm pretty happy to know that it does actually work. And actually, I think it's kind of a fun loop, to be honest with you, Victor, where I had to make sure my guy was level 5 engineering and also level 1 botanist. I thought that was kind of interesting because of a fun thing to do. Okay, so Mango is a bot. There's a wounded bot event that we made on stream, and someone named him Mango. Probably Steel Soldier. I don't remember who it was specifically. I'm sorry that I don't remember specifically who it was. I don't think it was Steel Soldier though. I bet it was that other person. What is their name?
It should just be like Mango and like an evil Mango.
Yeah, he talked about that too. Also using an E or something like that as well, or something like that to make it more. Yeah. I like Mango because it's like the fruit mango. It's like the name that a robot would give himself. I feel like, oh, my name's Mango. You know, like he's trying to be friendly to humans. He's like, oh, like my name's Mango. I'm a good guy. It's a mango. That's why I like the name Mango, because it's to me it adds to the depth of the character Mango. That he's trying to be a good guy. You know, he just arrives at your station. It's me, Mango. Help me out. Now sometimes when you fix him, he goes into a murderous rage and murders and kills everybody. Well, he just becomes aggressive. And you have to kill him. Other times, I think he drops something for you. Again, once I get this thing, I'll show you. Actually, I can do it now. So what I'll do is I'm going to find a person. They might get mildly sad, but everyone gets mildly sad sometimes. And then I think he'll die. What he'll do is he'll die if you don't fix him. But if you try to fix him, sometimes it'll fail. So I'm going to take all this pizza. There's a lot of pizza, by the way. So I'm going to take some pizza. Now, in this game, there's some sort of pizza gods or something. I suppose that's what the lore must be. There's some sort of god. You must make a sacrifice to him. And the sacrifice is a pizza. So you give him a pizza. Place item. We're going to walk over here because I really want to build the tension. So we're going to walk over here first. Okay, now you ready? See that pizza in there? Pretty cute, right? Sort of a cute little thing. And I assume Victor put that access position, that crate position there. So thank Victor for that, right? Little thing. That's a little thing that you guys might not appreciate, but you should appreciate it. And then generates a pizza portal, which is in the bedroom, and it literally murdered someone in her sleep. So, okay, Leah Moon. Leah Moon, who was my miner, I remember, because her name was Moon. I thought that was cool. She's gone now. She's dead. She has become a shambler. But look at all that power, though. In the meantime, you get free power, and I think there's something fun about that, too. So now I get some free power. This guy can finally get off the... I'm pretty sure he's been on the treadmill for, like, a day straight. Does it drain from the batteries first? Or does it drain from this thing first? I don't know. And there's something else we're going to show. Oh, yeah, the bot. Okay. Nope. There it is. Broken bot. So no art yet, but here's the broken bot. Here's Mango. I'm not sure if we can trust him. There's a few why is his liver damage? Huh. He's probably a drinker or something, huh? What are his memories? Probably at some point. Maybe he got punched or something. Who knows? Right. So yeah, so it's fun. So I want to show it to you because it's fun for you. So you have attack. You can just murder him. You can repair him, but you have to have an engineer level 3. You can also dismantle him. I don't remember what the difference is between attack and dismantle. I just felt like this. I just wanted a different one. I felt like dismantle was somehow darker. I don't know. I just felt like it made more sense because you can attack him. You can attack anything. You know. You can bash him to death. He won't even attack you. He's broken. You know. I think he dies after 24 hours. And if you heal him, does anyone have level 3? I can cheat and give it to him, but this guy will come back soon. Mark Mann started fighting. Oh, a cuddler probably. That's not good. Here's the cuddler nest. He just punched that dude right in the face, but I'm pretty sure he's infected now. Look at the cuddler nest. Pretty cool, too. Again, these aren't really in the game yet, but here's sort of the prototype of the art. You have to pour bleach to destroy it. Can I make bleach? I can. Just somebody make some fucking... I don't care who. Just someone make bleach, please. I'll make a couple bleaches. I'll kill this guy.
Bleach just... Yeah, glory.
Well, it's just that also some colonists can't fight, so some are pacifists. So if you have a pacifist colonist, he can still dismantle the bot, because apparently to pacifists, robot lives don't matter. At least that's what in Starmancer we're saying that. And we mean that as a statement, as a political statement. Bot lives don't matter. Say it with me. Bot lives don't matter. Bot lives don't matter. I don't care if you're pacifist. They're not real. They don't have feelings. They don't have souls. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you bludgeon them to death. It doesn't matter that Cambridge Station looking for help. It doesn't matter that he looks like some sort of inflatable car sales situation inflatable dude. It does. None of it matters.
Flailing arms, inflatable human.
Yeah, all I had was car salesman. And I'm like, he's not a car salesman. He doesn't sell cars. He's a balloon. Tyler, balloons can't sell cars. You'd be right. I could just wall off this. I'm just going to wall off this little nest for a second. Just kind of... let them move this light slightly, like to here maybe. Look at this like dark corner too. There. What is this? This hollow display can go kill itself. It can go over here so it can go die. I don't care. Over here somewhere. Or here. Or here. Like, are we just the boomers now, Victor? Like, talking about stuff that the young generation doesn't care about at all? Like, to us, what's like, what to me is funny is like, oh, I'm just going to put a wall between me and this. Oh, yeah, I can't build because there's a window here. Isn't it embarrassing sometimes when you don't know your own game? You're like, oh, yeah, that's why it won't work. Oh, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
No, I need some cleaning solution. Okay, I'm just going to have someone make me some cleaning solution right this second. You... Okay, who can? Can anybody craft cleaning solution? Because it requires a minimum level probably of level 1. I need a level 1 chemist. But my chef died. Why does everyone have to die? I did watch the first episode. Did you watch it, Mitch? There actually is a plan for a colonist mod station. I don't know when we'll do it, though. So you can customize the look of the colony. Again, we don't know when we'll do it. There's so much stuff to do, right? But, and then, yeah, sure, why not? You could change their head and all that stuff. And also gear soon. Pretty soon. Somewhat soon. Ish. Which will add more to the customization as well. And maybe that's just enough on its own. And that's why, like, so like we'll do the mod station much later. And then like we're going to be adding gear soon-ish. And then you can sort of see. But dude, yeah, I love the Halo show. It was a bit cheesy at times, Mitch. But once you embrace it, it's basically, I would describe it as an anime that has some real live actors in it. That's basically what the show is. So think of it like that, you know? Because I think sometimes when a show has real actors in it, it's off-putting when it's a bit cheesy. But also, Victor, like half the, like all the elites, the Spartans, like half the show is CGI. And it's not really like good. It's not like Marvel MCU quality CGI. You know, it's like TV show CGI. And also, none of the real live actors, nothing has the correct weight to it. Also, the show is very gory, just so you know. It's pretty brutal, actually. And but man, it's a wild ride. It's a wild ride, so it's pretty good. I don't think it can. I don't know how well it can stand on its own. They definitely no. They had to have taken their own CGI. They must have modeled like the assault rifle after the game, for example, but they must have done it on their own because there's no way the game model sort of had the right sort of stuff, and like the elites were like weirdly big and stuff. I could be wrong though. Maybe they did just take away from the game, and maybe that's why they look weird. I don't know. But there's no weight to things. So for example, there's a scene where an elite stabs a guy with a sword, with the energy sword, and when he stabs him, he doesn't really move at all. Like his body is just completely stationary when he gets stabbed, which is weird, isn't it? So you just notice that when the real live actors are interacting with the CGI stuff, there's really no weight to it because there wasn't anything on the day they were shooting. So it's just like there's like that weirdness to it. But again, just think of it as an anime that happens to have human characters occasionally, and then the cheesiness is like sort of okay, like, oh, this makes sense. All right, I was gonna make some cleaning solution. I want to ask something. If I could give us some kind of inner walls, same thickness of the door, so inside the station is cleaner. What do you want? Like, you want thinner walls? Is that what that means? Right, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you're talking about now. So the walls would be like this. I'm going to turn on cheat mode right quick. And I think I know what you mean. So let me do this solid here. Instant build. Boom. Yeah, because you can tell. Like, I would say at the Halo visuals, it looked to me like whoever did it, didn't have a lot of experience, like, shooting this type of stuff. Maybe it was one of their first times doing it or something, because the CGI didn't mix quite seamlessly. But maybe it's also because we're just used to, like, the best in the biz, you know? Like, we're just used to, like, the best CGI stuff, and then it's hard for us to understand how much work goes into it. Where did I even get this cleaning solution from? Did I literally get it from...
Didn't you set a bunch?
Are you joking me right now? I got it. So I got the cleaning solution from the station. That's all he comes back with? How could you not come back with any larva husks? Isn't your botany level high enough? Also, Nava Rice. I don't know who you are. But, oh my god. Who are you? Where are you? Oh my god. She got infected? Well, I'm never going to be able to do this. Yeah, it was like Fox, CBS sort of style of, or quality of CGI is what I would say, you know? All right, but back to this. That little son of a gun. Just infected with something. So you'd have the walls, they'd be about this size, right? Because the normal walls are C2, so you want like a half wall, and then maybe you could have like a little room that was made. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could do that. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't. But maybe some things like painting or something might get weird.
I think you could use like the cupboard as an example for how wide they would be.
Well, for the right height, at least. Yeah. Because I just used the garden benches because they were the correct size, not the right height though. Yeah, so you use like cupboards. You'd make like, oh, here's a little room, sort of doodad. I don't know, maybe could be fun just for the variety too. You know, sort of like these little walls. They'd be smaller. There's certain things though, like being able to place like posters on walls. So like you mouse over the poster, there's the wall. And see, it's so big, right? So it couldn't go on the side. So does that matter? Not really. But there's like those little things, you know, that you have to do. And yeah, it would be a lot more space. Because then the walls would use up half of the space that they're currently using, you know, which is kind of a lot considering that the walls are everywhere. Oh my god, I'm still eating everything willy-nilly. Like, I'm just not... I just don't even know what I'm deleting anymore. I disconnected power to something. He's out of fuel. He's dead. He's going to start murdering people. He doesn't care, though. He's going back. The lunatic is going back, Victor. He's going back for more. Oh, my God. How old is this perk? Something went terribly wrong. This perk is from the Xeno Harvester. If there's a chance, if competence is low, that if they fail the Xeno Harvester, they'll become crazy instead. And also their skin will turn apparently blue. Because they're crazy. And also you can get it from the missions, too, so... So they've turned crazy, but, you know, that's fine. And we got some cleaning solutions somewhere, too. Okay. It's very rude.
This could spawn larva husks.
What'd you say?
It, like, spawns the color nest.
Oh, that's maybe not a bad idea. Right.
Or maybe
also,
could, like,
cuddlers. Maybe cuddlers could just spawn with larva husks, too.
Yeah. Maybe
that's an okay way to do it. Because otherwise, the larva husk just gets, like, emitted somewhere. You know, like, it's got, like, does it, right?
Yeah.
Unless there's an inventory.
Or,
maybe, like, a beehive.
Yeah.
Could be, like, a beehive situation.
Color nest could spawn larvae, and they'll, like, sort of move around. And you can, like, kill them to get the husks.
Oh, I see.
If you don't kill them in time, like, they become colors.
Yeah. It gets confusing sometimes because now you're talking about, like, adding a new thing. I'm trying to follow. I'm like, oh, okay, now you're okay, I see. Now you're saying add a new larva husk, like add a larva husk, like a worm creature.
Yeah, like a larva.
Right, yeah. Which would look like there's probably concept art for something that already works here. So there is this guy right here. There's already concept art for something that looks like just like a larva husk. Probably be green or red. They should be color or something. But so there's like that association, like, oh, he came from this other thing.
Yeah.
And again, these are just mock-ups, so they're not the final. So for example, there's the electro jellyfish or whatever it's called, and looks much better. And the final thing looks much better, of course. For the mock-ups, Victor, isn't spending a tremendous amount of time on them because they're mock-ups,
Yeah, like there with the larva husk is that they move around and they turn into this sort of cocoon hatches.
All right, check this out. All right, maybe once I come right back, we'll show the new stuff. So I'll tease it. And then I have to pee so bad. I had to get my phone. I said I was going to do it like 30 minutes ago. Then I got talking about Tinder or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. Dude, my cord is like wrapped through. Chair. Ah! I just dropped my headphones. They're so expensive. All right, I'm back. Is the stream still live? Did something terrible happen? Oh, man. I live. I'll tell you what. You know what happened? You here, Victor? Victor's not here. Where's Victor? Oh, he's here. Thing is, I went to go pee. Turns out I had to poop. So, you know how it goes. You know how it goes sometimes. You're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we going to do? We're going to show off something.
You got that larva husk?
I did?
Yeah.
Look at that. I sure did. It doesn't matter. This whole station's everyone's going to be dead soon. Okay. What was the new stuff that you added? Let's get some more lights in here too.
Well, the Zentech, everything.
Here? All right, here we go, people.
Probably search
this is exciting.
Then
I can find it. So first, these new floors. See? These Zentech floors, kind of cool. And also they're recolorable as well. So you can color them. And then we have something. Maybe if I just do it, that's fine here. Go back to purple though. And then also this bulky floor. Right there. So a little different floor. And what else? I have never seen the Zentech panel, so we got to see this. So panel, see? And it must be palette swappable somehow. It is. I think it's okay. Like the texture kind of repeats. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. I think it's fine. What else? Okay, I still don't understand the purpose of test panel, dude. If you're in the stream right now and you like test panel, say something. And if you don't, I guess you can say that as well. Yeah, also the window. So there's a few new types of windows too. This is not in 56. This is not live in 56, but probably the patch after. Try to put in a place where there's more lights.
Yeah.
Let me find this guy and lock him in here. There. What just happened? He literally died. He literally died the moment after I put him in here.
He was infected, right?
He was infected. That's right. Yeah, you haven't seen those in the text file because they were when I made the newest build, they weren't in. I didn't merge them yet. It was only after I made the newest build that all this stuff went into the game. You got these types of windows. These bulky windows for all your bulky pleasure. And then there's the metal windows, which I guess are technically different. They are technically different, Victor. You're right. They're technically different than the bulky windows. I mean, technically, you know. This is bulky, you know. And
they match the floor. You need like the metal, the complete metal set.
You're right. They do match the floor perfectly, actually. Like so. See? Lines right up. And then there's a fancy, which I find very cool. So there's the fancy windows. Sort of hard to see, but... And what else we got here? The Zentech Door, which is pretty cool, actually. So let's find that. And the Zentech Door. Is that it? I thought there was something else, but maybe I'm just thinking of the mesh door. The windows could crack it would be interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you actually take the Zentech floor and you put it like underneath the door so it connects, it actually looks kind of seamless. Which is pretty cool.
Oh, I see. It's got to be bigger than what I put, probably. It probably needs the pattern to... But also, maybe it wasn't set up correctly.
You need to place it like under the door.
Ah, okay. Like so. I see. You can actually set up the door so that a tile set connects with tile set.
Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah.
That way the user doesn't have to.
Yeah.
To do that, if that's something that you want to do, if that's something you think like, oh, it should happen, you know.
Yeah.
There's a few objects that do that, not many. I mean, one example that's not for floors but for wires is every powered object does it. You know, so every single powered object, the wires connect, even though, you know, visually connects. Yeah. There may be some objects that do it. Certainly the external floors and the hangers do it. I know that. Mm-hmm. What else? Is that it? This music has not been on for like 3 hours, probably.
Yeah, I think the bunk beds. I guess.
Oh, yep, bunk beds. Standard and mesh bunk beds. That's right. So here's the beds. And now they have... So you already had this one, wooden. But now there's this one. And there's this one for all your bunk bed activities. It looks... there's a chance that the access positions for them are as bad, by the way. It looks like they don't have any on the side. Oh, then maybe the access positions for this is bad as well.
Yeah, because I just copied it.
Or maybe not. Maybe it's just something with the angle that the things are set up at. To be honest, maybe, oh wait, hang on. Yeah, maybe it's just the angle. Because the access position is clearly right here. Because when I deleted that window, or that door, the table, if I could speak, it's gone. So. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Yeah. Oh, there's another color nest. Look at that. Some tomatar seeds. Tarmartar. Cool. Is this... Yeah, my daylight savings time really is just so annoying, isn't it? It's really the most annoying thing imaginable.
When does it change for us? Is this next week or is this Sunday? Oh, sweet.
This is
Sunday.
This is the second week. I think it was always 2 weeks. It's kind of nice for me because then, like, you guys don't sort of show up until like 10 o'clock my time, which gives me an extra hour, which is kind of nice. But also part of it sucks because it's like, then basically from 9, I can kind of do some stuff from like 9 to 9:30, 9 to 9:45 maybe. But then, you know, at 10, I have a meeting, and so it's kind of hard to like get in the middle of something. Cool. Is this it? We anything exciting? Is there anything exciting to share with the people? I know I just came back from the bathroom and I was gone for a long time. And when I was there, I was like, you know, I should just end the stream so I could do this. The thing is, here's the thing, guys. I have celiac disease, okay? Sometimes my poop doesn't have the consistency I would like it to have, okay? Sometimes, it might take me a little bit longer. An enormous amount of my day is spent on the toilet, to be quite frank with you. I probably spend a minimum of 40 minutes a day pooping. Something like that.
You should get one of those like tables to have in hospitals with wheels.
Mm-hmm.
You can just roll that like underneath the toilet and then put your laptop in.
I have before brought a laptop into the toilet with me so I could keep working. Because it gets annoying because you're like, listen, I feel fine. I just need to poop and I know it's going to take a while. And I just want it to I just want to do something.
Yeah. The worst thing is when like you feel so fucked up that you can't even focus on anything and you just sit there like you take off your sweater like and you just feel like so crappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The important thing is I brought my iPhone inside. I haven't opened it or anything like that.
Every time someone like hands me their iPhone, expect me to like do something on it.
I don't know how to do anything on it at all. I don't understand what it does. But the thing is, it's not like my other thing works that well either. To be honest, to be quite frank with you. So I don't know.
No. Yeah, I hate when I was switching between Android phones and like my old one. I could like shake it to activate the light, And now when I can't do that.
I don't know. Yeah, can I do that? Like I see some people. The thing, like I said, I'm a boomer. I don't understand on the phone stuff.
Try shaking it like really quickly.
Okay. Okay. I'm shaking. It's not doing anything. See.
You need to do it like intensely, like not like constantly.
Let me tell you something right now. I have a hard time doing the Friends clap, right? So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Check it. It's hard for me. I can do a little bit. When I do the Friends clap, this is what it feels like. It feels like I'm trying to run in a nightmare. You know, you're trying to run a nightmare. You're like, just fucking do it, but you can't do it. That's how I feel when I do the Friends clap. It's like I know it's gotta be faster. My rhythm is so bad. It's a real problem because I'm trying to learn the guitar, and it's so my rhythm is I don't have it. I don't have natural rhythm.
Yeah, I guess that's where women try to like dance or something.
Okay, so shake it, but a little bit. See? Okay. Oh, I understand. Shake it like it's a baby that won't shut up. Stop crying! Ah! Just shut up! I just want to sleep. It doesn't do anything. I don't think I have the setting on, Victor.
It should be like either you have it or you don't. Things.
Let me tell you right now. Before I was a parent, I always thought like, how would you shake? Of course, these billboards are stupid because you see billboards that say, "Don't shake your baby. It's bad for the baby." You know, walk away.
Yeah.
And before I had a kid, I was just like, "Oh well, just walk away. You guys are crazy. You guys are like physically abusive." But once you have a kid, you're like, I understand why people hit their kids. You're like, I get it. Like, I can understand the frustration. You're tired, and the baby is, because it's loud. The baby, when they're like, you know, like young, like a couple months old, it is so loud, and you're so tired, and you just finally go to sleep, and then they wake up and start screaming, and they're just screaming, and you're changing a diaper, and they're just screaming in your face, and screaming, like at the top of their lungs, and you're like, ugh. I could see how it could happen. There were many times I put my hand over my son's mouth while I was changing his diaper, simply because I'm like, please, it's so loud, man. You're being so loud right now. Just stop. And by the way, that never made it stop. It always made it much worse. I found if you put your hand on the mouth of a crying baby, they just cry louder. It's kind of a life hack if you want them to cry louder. Basically, everything you do makes them cry more.
I don't understand, like, doesn't it hurt their ears?
Like
their own ears?
Well, you know when you get really mad, and like maybe you haven't done it in a while because you're an adult, but like if you get really mad and just start yelling or screaming, just going, oh, you know what I mean, like that, like like fuck, you know, like that, yelling.
Yeah.
And you're yelling loud, but it doesn't really hurt your ears, or maybe it does afterwards. I think it's like that. They just lose themselves in the moment, and they're just so overcome.
But it's not like as consistent as like a baby can cry for like.
Right, they're going, but they're doing it much louder. I'm trying to, for the sake of your ears, I'm not doing it as loud as they would do it. But they're going, they couldn't do it for an hour straight. But then again, they're not supposed to be alone either. Also, I feel bad for kids because they have to sleep in their own beds, like their own bedrooms, and it is not how people do not evolve to sleep alone, especially children. That's how you get eaten. That's why they're scared of the dark. That's why they don't like living in the room. That's why they need lights and stuff. I think in part that's why they have stuffed animals, because it keeps them sane, because they're like so scared they need something to talk to. Your daughter has had an ear infection or has one right now, because that's just the worst when they have them. When the kid's puking, that's kind of awful too. Especially once they're older, like now that Graham's old enough to be like and Violet is too, I guess, because Graham's like 3.5, Violet's like 2 and a month, you know.
But it's so weird because, like, one of the most effective ways to break down a person is like sleep deprivation, super loud noises.
Right.
It's like
right.
What they do, like,
and that's
the CIA does to
right. That's what happens when you're a parent. And the thing is, like, I feel like you're not supposed to raise. I feel like, first of all, not monogamy specific, well, monogamy too, but living sort of in your own house in complete isolation from your family that's not how people are supposed to be either. Like, you're supposed to have a kid, and then everyone sort of helps you raise it, and then you can get sleep, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be this hard. It's not supposed to be this thing where you literally have to do everything. It's not supposed to be. We didn't evolve for it to be that way, and some people have crappy parents, grandparents, or who don't want to help, or whatever. So you don't have the option, right? But But if you do, don't sleep on it. If you're, if your parents want, if the grandparents want to watch the kids, it'll help. You should let them help because it'll make your life a lot easier. Yeah. Trust me, it's a lot easier than sitting and.
Isn't there like some kind of saying like it takes like a village?
Right, there is that English saying something like it takes a village to raise a kid or something. It's something like that. Yeah. But I mean, especially when they're little babies. I mean, when they're new, brand new, they're pretty easy because they just sleep all day. You don't realize that at the time. Mitch will see. Mitch, when you have your second baby, you'll see that because probably what will happen is, you'll have the new baby, and then when Michelle's at the hospital, I assume someone's gonna watch your current baby because, why not? Yeah, if someone wants to take the baby, like I'll be like, yeah, have them, and then they'll be like, look at this cute thing they're doing. I'm like, I've seen it before. Can I just like keep drinking my Coca-Cola or something? Like I don't need to. I've seen my baby do it. It's my baby. Like I've seen them clap before. I know they can clap. I don't care. It's not that impressive. I can clap too. It doesn't matter. You tell me when Graham gets a first place in Mario Kart, I'm excited about that. That gets me hyped. I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Dude, he got second place in the circuit the other day. In the circuit, so in all four. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? It was 50cc, but he's 3.5, so I think that's fair.
Did you see, like, to get that replay, at the end?
He doesn't click on that. He doesn't click on that stuff.
Oh.
At least I don't think so. He also doesn't like when people watch him play.
Oh.
He, like, gets embarrassed. Oh. He likes, he likes to just. I don't like people watch me do stuff either. He just likes to just. He'll be like, "Go away, Daddy." I'm like, "Okay." I'll be like, "Stop watching." I'm like, "Okay." That's no problem. I think he doesn't like messing up. That's the thing,
Yeah.
Then he'll come in and be like, "Look, second place." I'm like, "Cool." Or first place usually. He'll be like, "Daddy, I won." I'm like, "Cool, woohoo!" He's excited. But also, I mean,
show him that it's okay to mess up.
Right, I do tell him, but it's like it's good luck getting that to a kid. It's like I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. It's just a game. It's just for fun. Who cares? I mess up all the time. Who cares? But 3.5-year-old isn't thinking that. 3.5-year-old's thinking, I gotta be the man.
It's weird because like, even though the things you say, like, if they sort of, if you act like a certain way when they do something good, they'll be like, well, he says, it's okay to mess up, but
right. But I can see he's not
like,
right. He's much more excited. Right, Dad's much more excited when I get first place. When I get fifth place, Dad's like, oh, that's cool, buddy. But when I get first place, Dad's like, fuck yeah! Sarah, come here! Come here! First fucking place on Rainbow Road! Rainbow Road! That's what happens when they get first place. Right. So he knows. Yeah. He knows that you aren't as proud. Because you're not as proud. You're not as proud for fifth place. Stop lying.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah. So he knows just because you say, and it shouldn't matter, but instead of the lesson is like, listen, of course it's better to win. Yes, it is better to win, but it's okay if you don't win is the lesson I get. Like, you should try to win. Yeah. You should try to win. You shouldn't try to get fifth place, but at the same time, it's just a game. You should be playing it for fun, right? So it's all weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, like, you shouldn't get as much praise for getting fifth place as for getting first place. Because first place is the goal of the game. Like, if you play a game for fun, like if you just play Tetris and just play some game for fun, and again, you're just playing for fun, you should not get any praise for just doing a thing. Like, I did it, like, okay. Like, if you roll the dice or the die in Monopoly, like, you shouldn't get any praise. Because, like, oh, I rolled, like, who cares? Who gives a shit?
Well, I guess what you should get praise from is, losing and then sort of, like, trying again, or losing without getting, like...
Right. Be like, right. Like, I'm proud of you, man. I'm really proud of you for just playing again, because I know it sucks and then it sucks to lose, but you're just getting right back out there, and that's awesome. That's, like, the best thing you can do. Like, I'm so proud that you're that mature now. I'm so happy that you're like that, And you can say that, and I think that would make them feel good. I think being genuine with people, too, not just kids, adults, too. I think being genuine with people is really important.
Yeah.
And the same way that kids can know when you're fucking, just because you say a thing, they know that you don't mean it. Adults are much better at that, and sometimes we think that people can't tell when we're mad at them or hate them or something. We think that we're so clever. No, there's no way he could know. No, because I told him. No, because I told him I liked the painting. There's no way that he knew I didn't like the painting. Like... Yeah, they still know. They still feel, and they harbor the resentments.
Grandparents like, oh, that's nice there.
Right. I hate that so much. Like, you tell someone something's important to you, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I made this painting. It looks just like this Bob Ross painting. It took me 6 months. And they'll be like, oh, that's cool. Did you know that your little cousin Donnie, was in the art fair in the 6th grade. Like, that's what they'll redirect to that. I'm like, this isn't the same thing, motherfucker. This is different. Don't fucking talk to me like, I mean, I've never had a grandparent, so I don't know how to talk to you, but I'd imagine that's how I talk to you. Technically, I mean, in terms of like my heritage, like my bloodline or something, of course I have grandparents. Of course my parents had parents, like, duh. Yeah. But my dad's dad died before I was born, and then my relatives lived really far away, like 13 hours away, I think, were like the closest relatives, you know. So like I'd see them like once a year, something like that, but not very often. And only up until I was like in the 7th grade or something, and I think my mom and her mom got into a fight. I don't know what the deal is, but my mom's kind of a drama queen, so I assumed that something, you know, she doesn't really apologize, and she's kind of a bitch, and so is her mom, and so I suspect that something happened. Anyway, so I never got like birthday presents, I don't think, from any family members. Maybe like a check for like $10, which seems like a crazy thing to write a check for, right? Like $10. As an adult, whenever I give like money for birthdays to like my younger relatives, what's really Sarah's, but younger relatives, I give them way more than $10. Like I remember like her cousins from like the 5th grade. I'm like, here's $60 for a video game, kid.
Nice. Yeah,
because I thought like, that's like nice. Like I remember like, because the way I grew up, like, we didn't get money for shit, dude. Like we didn't, like we would ask for things, no one gave a shit. Because we didn't have any family, so it's just all in the. Wouldn't get. So I also think that parents don't really understand video games. You know, they were just like, "What is this? Don't you already have a video game? Like, why do you need another one? You know, like, don't you have enough? You've got like 30 video games. Why do you need more video games, dude? You know." But anyway, for me, like I remember I would collect like all my birthday money for years. Yeah. I remember I collected it all for years. I bought a Game Boy Advance for like $100, and I played it like once. So, but for a long time, what's that?
What do you play?
I played it like once, my Game Boy Advance, when I finally got it. Because I've been saving up for so long, I finally got it in like the 6th grade. It was like a Game Boy Advance. It was white. I thought, cool. And then I played it. I'm like, this is fine. But I literally went back to playing like Xbox and stuff. Because Xbox is more fun than Game Boy is like for like young children, I feel like. Primarily. You know, it's for like, you know, under 8 or something. 8 and under, you know? Yeah. And then eventually it's like, because, you know, like you could play Game Boy right now. You don't, because it's not as fun. Like you don't want, you know, you don't, because it's not as fun. So, but anyway, I saved money for so long, and I went to a GameStop in the mall, Port Huron Mall. I went to the GameStop, bought a white Game Boy. It actually might have been the one in the Bay City. I don't remember how old I was at the time. It was either 6th or 7th grade, but I'm just gonna say it's Port Huron Mall because it's a better story. And it was actually EB. It was Electronics Boutique. It wasn't even GameStop. And I remember being on the bus, and this kid, he was like 2 years older than me. And you know, I was talking about PC games. So I'm like, yeah, I can't find PC games. He's like, you got to go to EB, brother, in the mall. You got to go to the Birchwood Mall. That's right, man. Yeah. He's like, yeah, you got to go to the Electronics Boutique at the mall. That's where all the games are. And I was like, oh, shit, what's that? You know? Because, you know, as a kid, you know, we would just go like Walmart, basically. Well, we'd go to the equivalent of Walmart. So I'm just going to say Walmart. So we go to Walmart. And, you know, they have like the regular games there, you know. They don't have like the niche PC games, you know, so you go, oh yeah, oh yes, oh yes. Like I'm pretty sure, you know, games like Red Alert, maybe even Black and White, I would have gotten at that. Man, where do you get games? I don't even remember where I got half my games as kids that I was playing as a kid. Like who bought me Roller Coaster Tycoon? I don't even know. Somebody did, like.
Oh yeah, I remember those games with like the big boxes, like they weren't like the DVD boxes.
Yeah. It was much more exciting. I miss those days. Now everything's so tiny. Like they don't have manuals.
Box, sort of.
Yeah, it's like like a Hamburger Helper type box. That's a Midwest fucking reference. It's like a Hamburger Helper box, is what it is. Mitch just says Christmas. Mitch, what does that mean? I think he got
the games.
Oh, at Christmas time. Okay. I forgot what I had said. I heard all I saw was says Christmas, like Christmas presents. What do you mean, like getting games at Christmas? There's I'm a twin, so like I have a twin brother, so that was always nice for presents. I felt like, because you get basically double video game presents, which is nice. Who doesn't want that, you know? No. And we have the same interests, so it's sort of a perfect situation for us. The only thing that sucks is if your brother starts to be a dick. And is like, oh, you can't play my GoldenEye's my game. You can't play it. It's, you know, and you're like, shut it. Fucking brother shit, you know, like, oh.
You're gonna wear it out.
Right. Just to be a dick, you know? But it's like you're a 10-year-old, so I guess you're just being a shitty 10-year-old. But it's like, come on, man. I mean, I'm sure I did that shit too. Everyone does that shit to their siblings, I assume. But the thing is, like, I don't remember myself being, like, mean as a kid. Like, I don't remember myself being, like, in my head, I remember myself being, sort of nice enough, you know? Like if it's your turn, I'd be like, okay, it's your turn, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I get it. You can play my stuff. You're not hurting anything. But I mean, I could just be misremembering it because I think people misremember things, you know? Like, I remember we'd have to share the computer, and I used to wake up, like, at 6 in the morning on the weekends to play Rome Total War. And because once my mom would wake up, she would just take the computer all day. She would wake up, my mom would open her door, and I would just get off the computer. She wouldn't even say anything. I would just get, because I knew I had to get off, you know?
Yeah.
Every day. And then anyway, so my siblings would tend to play in the evenings, and they would have like 30-minute turns. But here's what my sister would do. You ready for it? She would play for like 25 minutes, okay, or more, like forever. Doesn't matter. Then what she would do is she'd get off the computer for 1 minute. She'd go to the bathroom. She would come back, right? She'd get on the computer. And I would say, "Hey, it's my turn. You've been on all day." She said, I just got on." She would do that all the fucking time. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? You did not just get on. And she was 3 years older than me. It's like, listen, I'm in the 7th grade. You're in the 10th grade, motherfucker. You're a goddamn adult. You're 15. You'd be married if you were in Saudi Arabia right now. This is fucking stupid. You can't act like this. Ugh.
I remember I used to like pirate games when I was a kid. It was like so much easier to get access to games like that.
Yeah, once I learned about that, I did that a lot. But our computer sucked.
Yeah.
I remember pirating Oblivion when it came out, and I remember playing at the lowest settings possible, and it was like the lowest. It was the lowest settings possible, dude. It was real dog shit. But I still played a little bit. That's the thing about kids, man. Is like they want to play so bad.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think about that with like Starmancer. Is, you know, I'm not, you know, obviously we're not in Oblivion, we're not like that popular, but then I still think like, man, but to kids it matters more, you know? Like, it doesn't matter to us, but to kids that shit matters. Like, they care about that stuff. It's important to them, and, you know, I don't know. Yeah. I just feel a little bit bad because I'm like, man, I remember being that kid. I remember being a kid in, shoot, man, it must have been the 2nd or 3rd grade. We were at Walmart, you know, and my parents were like, hey, y'all could buy a game. And I'm like, oh shit, dude. So you know what I did? I bought Frogger, little Frogger game, dude. It was dope as shit. I was so excited to get home. I was looking at it, reading the manual. Frogger. Then, you know what happened? I come home, try to install it on my computer, and guess what? My computer's not good enough to run it. Frogger, yeah. Because this was back in, I was in like the 2nd grade, man. But like, I didn't have a good, like, I mean, I didn't have a good computer. My parents just had like a Dell computer, you know, not like an HP, whatever it was, like just some regular. That wasn't a gaming computer, just a regular sort of thing, you know. Yeah, I remember being quite sad. I remember going to my room and crying. I remember that. I remember just crying, being like, and crying, because like, you know that, and like, you know, the parents expect you to stop crying. Like, when you're a kid, you're sad. Like, you can't just stop crying. It'd be like if like your dad died, or your mom died, and then someone said, "Stop crying, Victor." You'd be like, "I can't. I'm sad. Like, let me be sad. So can I just be sad right now?" Yeah. So you should remember that with kids, man, because that's just important to them. You know, to them, it's like their dad just died. You know, it's real to them. They haven't felt these feelings. They don't feel these feelings. They're new to them. They don't know them. And then as they get used to these feelings of not having what you want, you realize, oh, it's not that bad. It doesn't hurt. You know, you get used to it. You felt the feelings before. But to the kid, that's the first time they ever felt it. And so it just sucks for them, you know? Yeah. And then I remember my dad saying, like, oh, we can't return it because we already opened it. It's like, that's such bullshit, Dad, looking back on it. Like, fuck you, you fucking pussy. Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah. Seriously, fuck you for being such a little bitch. Like, you could have returned it. Yeah. Could have got me another game. I'm still a little bitter about it. I was like, fuck it, I was 8. I'm 29 now, almost 30. Yeah. But you still remember those things. It was 12 years ago, you know? But I still remember it. Like, what the heck, man? And I thought, oh, you just can't return it. It's been open. I'm like, oh, well, that double sucks. It's too bad I opened it, you know? Yeah. So anyway, but it's one of those things that, and I don't know if it's still a thing because I feel like computers are pretty good these days, you know. But maybe for like the best games, like the top of the line games. This is just Frogger, man.
Yeah.
My wife had a similar story with The Sims. You know, because you want to play The Sims on a computer, but you can't run it. Might have been The Sims 2, could have been The Sims 1. Same thing though. It's like it sucks. Because like you go to a friend's house, I'll have a game. Like, oh, this is cool. Can we get this game, Mom and Dad? And they'd be like, no problem. What is it? $30? That's fine. You really want it? I don't care. $30, whatever. Then you come home, you can't play, and they don't know what computers. They don't understand it. They just know like, oh, there's a computer. Computers are computers. That's what they just think, you know.
Yeah. I remember like buying some game and it was like super weird. Like the physical format was weird. It was like, you know, the like, what are they called? Like diskette? No, what the fuck is the English word? Like the save icon thing. Oh, what's it called?
Floppy disk.
Oh yeah, floppy disk. Yeah, it was like a floppy disk, but it was like bigger and like thinner, like a really weird, like older format. And I was like, what the hell is this? I can't even put it in computer.
It sucks. And you're a kid, and you're like, what? And then I remember being a kid, man, and like you get those like a floppy disk, and you would think like, okay, the data is in here somehow. So if I could just like maybe like trim the edges of the floppy disk a little bit, it'll fit in mine, and then it'll just work. Like you would think shit like that because you're a kid. You don't know how it works, you know. You just think,
actually,
like, oh, okay.
Kind of funny because my dad, when I was a kid, like got me a Sega Mega Drive.
Yeah.
When I was sick with like measles or something like that, because I had to be home for like 2 weeks or something like that, and there was some kind of like region protection, but it was like physical.
Yeah.
It was like, but you could modify like the cartridge by just like nipping off like a thing, and then all of a sudden it would fit into the.
Is that what you did or your dad did?
Yeah, my dad did. I think it was on the console or something. It was like some extra plastic, and you could just like.
Just cut it off. That's cool.
Yeah.
Man, sometimes I think of like, because Graham's old, he's 3.5 now. He's probably forming permanent memories now. And sometimes I think like I think back to like the memories I had as a kid and things that were exciting to me and the memories I remember, and I think objectively, probably most of my family doesn't remember those things. The things I remember probably weren't a big deal to them, but they were to me as a kid for whatever reason. Like even my siblings probably don't remember it. Just for some reason, certain things they just stick in your mind. Like you remember, like, oh, my dad got me this thing, and it was really cool. And you probably never, well, maybe you did, but kids and humans in general, they don't tell you when like they really love the present you got them. They don't tell you that. Most people don't tell you that. Most people don't tell you how excited they are and how much they love it and how thankful they are. And so, you might get a toy, and it goes in your room, and your dad never gets to see how much you actually love it. Because your dad's probably not going to watch you play with your toys, especially once you're older. I mean, was he a weirdo? He might watch it a little bit, Or like from a parent's perspective, I know in my case, like Graham will come home. I say come home, like cool. But when Graham gets home, I make him stop playing video games at 7 p.m. By the way, because I feel like it's not good to play video games all day. I feel like it's an addicting thing, and he doesn't know what he doesn't know that what he's doing is addicting. It's like when your single friends go on Tinder. You're like, dude, you don't know what this is bad for your mental health. You should get off this. You should limit yourself to like 30 minutes of Tinder a day or something. You should get off this right now. It's bad. Run away as fast as you can. Yeah. And it's the same thing with video games. And but anyway, typically he's playing when I'm like making dinner or something, or just doing other stuff, And he's in the other room playing, and to me, I barely notice that he's playing because I'm doing my own stuff. I'm making dinner, I'm doing chores, whatever. And then, he comes, eats dinner, he plays outside, does kid stuff. And the point is, to him, he probably really looks forward to playing every day. He's probably really excited. He probably loves it. But it's if you're not paying attention to your kids, I think it's very easy to miss that, to not understand that, oh, this is like a big deal to your kid. Like, this is fun. And to recognize, like, that this means something to them. And that it's hard. And if you don't... So many people are I feel like I didn't have the best parents, so like maybe I'm just sensitive to it. But I also feel like I do my best to sort of be a nice, understanding person. It's just sometimes I'm not, but like I try. And like I said, I don't know if it's because I had shitty parents, from my perspective, they're shitty, or if like that's just who I am innately. I don't know, but I just can't stand people who just like don't know. I don't know, who are just so passive with their kids. Just let their kids do stuff and aren't trying to make them into better people, into adults. I don't even really like it when friends don't try to make their friends better people. Holding themselves a little accountable, I think, is important, especially with your friends. I mean, you need to let them know, like, hey, man, you can't act like this. Like, you know, like for example, you romantically have had a change now, and let's just say that you were moping around all day. Yeah, I don't, you know, but let's just say that you just, you know, had, you know, and then you're going to cope in some way with it. And if it's an unhealthy coping mechanism, you need to have people in your life that can say, dude, you can't act like this, man. Like, I know that you're sad, but let's go like do something. Let's go do something else, you know? You gotta come over to my house. There's no problem, you know, but don't just do what you're doing. Because there are unhealthy coping mechanisms. And people just say, oh, I'm sad this time. Gets like, no, it's not okay, though. It's not okay. Like, if your boss yells at you at work, it's not okay to start crying and, like, go into the bathroom for an hour. Like, that's not okay. But, like, if your mom just died, then it is okay. Also, while you're at work, right? You know? Or if, like, you're worried about your house getting repossessed, then you're not crying because your boss yelled, you're crying because of other shit. But then it's like, listen, you need to fix your stuff, man. You need to figure out, like, what it is. And then you won't be so stressed all the time. Because when you're just crying about the things that happen to you, when you're just emotionally feeling what happens to you all the time, you're not really being a person. You're like an animal. You're just reacting to what happens in your environment.
Yeah.
And you're not in control of your actions. What are you then? You're just an animal. And I know we're just animals, but we can try to be better. You know, we can try to be rational actors. And you can't be like that if you don't understand the patterns, the cause and effect. You don't understand why you're doing the things you're doing. If you can't see it, you know? Yeah. Like maybe you're irritable because you don't get enough sleep and you can't see it. You can't see why you feel this way. And learning to control yourself is like the ultimate mastery for people. So.
Yeah. I feel like just in general, like cleaning, like if you feel like shit, you know, if you just go clean, you organize stuff, you know, clean everything up, do like a bunch of chores that you've been putting off. Like,
yeah.
It feels way better than just
and
you know, playing a game.
And in that exact same sort of vein, there would be many times where I'm at home and I don't want to do anything all day. Like I'm like, my friends like, you want to hang out? I'm like, I don't really want to hang out. In my mind, I'm like, I just want to just sit around all day and just watch TV. It's like I just want to be at home. Even if I'm not watching, I just want to be at home all day. Yeah. And then I'll shower and like get dressed, and then I want to go out. And then I'm like, oh, I see. I just didn't want to shower. You know, it's not that I don't want to go out. I just want to do all the other work that's associated with it. You know.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you ask your friends like, hey, you want to go out to get dinner, they might say no, but really it's like they just don't want to pay because maybe they can't afford it, you know?
Yeah.
And if they could just be honest like with you.
The traveling as well, like if you have to take like a bus and, you know, subway. And
right, yeah, there's that like too. Right, in that case, it's kind of more of like, is it worth it? Does it justify it, you know? Yeah. In the case of showering, it's like, well, you probably should shower. Like you should probably get dressed anyway. Like you should probably... get dressed. But I would still say, even if the bus is the only thing holding you back, it's like, just get on the fucking bus, man. You know, if it's the only way you can hang out with your friends,
like,
you know.
Yeah, but it can be like, you know, 40 minutes bus ride, you know, 10 minutes, you know, on the subway, something like that.
Like an hour. Yeah, because for me, if I go to do something, it might be like a 30 minute drive, where it's like whatever. That's just the way it is. Yeah. Like, okay, because where I live in such a rural area, it's like whatever. You know, like my friend lives like 20 minutes away. I agree with I agree with you 100%. That there's no strangers. You listen to music, do whatever you want to do. Podcast, listen to nothing. You're in your own space. You're zoning out. You feel safe. No one can hurt you. Because I get that 100%. There's no walking. There's no times. You don't have to stress like, when's the bus gonna get here? Better to leave now. I missed the thing.
The waiting or like the time in between. If you can get to like on a bus like right outside your house and it takes you directly to the place you're going. Like even if it takes like 20 minutes extra, like.
What about Uber? You probably could use things like Uber now, I guess.
Yeah, but it costs.
I don't know what the price is.
Way more.
It's probably expensive. I don't know. I don't have Uber here because like I live in a rural. There's no one around.
It's like $30 for Uber, and it's like $3 for the bus. So.
Right. I would just take the bus. Yeah. Do you find working on computers ruins video games? Maybe a little bit, to be honest with you. I think a little bit because I'll play, especially I can't really enjoy indie games now, like at all. It's harder because when you play AAA games, they're usually AAA games. Honestly, they're pretty polished. To be honest with you, even when they suck, they're still pretty good. Like the new Battlefield, for example. I didn't play it, but I played the demo or something. But it's still a pretty good game. The new Battlefield, in terms of all games that have ever existed, you know, it's pretty good. Oh my God! Naked HD Online Strips is back. Thanks, Pixel Hamster. Wait, is that a real person who said that, or was there a bot who made that, or is Pixel? Now I'm confused. Pixel Hamster, are you a person?
Bot.
Or is Pixel Hamster responding to a bot that I can't see? Because all he said was, "OMG, Naked HD online strips is back. It's like, is that a bot saying that, or is that a person who's like, oh my god, the bot named Naked HD? see, Pixel's real. See what I'm saying? He's a real person. I was about to ban him. I was like, I think
probably like a bot on YouTube or something.
Right, that I can't see, and maybe that bot got auto banned or something. Even like I can't see the message because I have like my chat up in like this different thing. See, but I'm like, well, their name's Pixel Hamster. Like that's like a person's. That's like a human's name, and they have like a you know, like an image that a person would have. Yeah, I'm sure the new Battlefield. I mean, the new Battlefield. I'm not playing it because like it's not like it's not a good Battlefield. But I'm saying in terms of like being a video game, it's like it's not bad. But you know, like if you play like any game, like you play like the new Halo, and you're like, man, how come the devs didn't do this? And you really only have a few of those instances where you're like, man, I wish the devs would have done this instead of that, this instead of this. Oh, thanks, Pixel Hamster. But then with indie games, yeah, I know no one is playing it. It's objectively bad, I know. But I'm just saying as bad as the game, because games can be so. It's like when you say like a movie's bad. Like, what's a movie that people think isn't very good? Like the first Suicide Squad movie, maybe?
No.
The first Suicide Squad movie was still a good movie. Like, it was, you know, like 5 out of 10 or something. But my point is, there's a lot of 1 out of 10 content out there. And anyway, so you play indie games, you're like, wow, why did they do it this way? I would have done it this way. Why did they do this way? They should have done it this way. They should have done it this way. They should have done it that way, you know? Like, what's that one game you played? Like, Industries of Titan, which was a fine game. But when you're playing it, you're like, why did they do it this way? Huh. Because it's like, the more accessible the game looks, the more that you feel like you can influence the mechanics or something, you know? Like, you think like, oh, I could change this and make it better. Yeah. Kind of like watching a Twitch streamer play a game or something. And also because you look at what they're doing, you're like, oh, we should do that, we should do that, or we should do that, or why did they do that? Like, I don't know. You're like, it's hard to be a total like gamer to like just sit and turn your brain off and enjoy the experience. For me, for indie games, for AAA games, it's usually pretty okay. Sometimes though, like you'll be playing a AAA game and you're like, oh my god, this is a fucking tutorial right now, you know? Like and then you're like, oh no, I'm doing a tutorial, aren't I? And they didn't say it was a tutorial. And you're like, oh, this is a tutorial. or like you'll be playing like Ocarina of Time, you'd be like, oh, interesting. So I can't get to the temple until I get the item that I need to beat the temple. Oh, that's a cool way to balance it. Like so you'll be playing in like those. Sometimes that wall will kind of be dropped, you know, and it removes you from the immersion a little bit. But for me, it's almost all mechanic based. I don't really care about the art for games. Like if I look at an indie game, I rarely think, well, sometimes, but I rarely think like, oh, this looks bad, or how they do that. Like I'm never thinking, wow, how they do that visual effect. Usually for me, it's like mechanic based. I'm like, oh, that's a really interesting way to balance that. Clever. Like I'm thinking those sorts of things, or I'm thinking like, oh, I don't know. Although if games have bad UIs, I really don't like it. I really hate that. When indie games have like laziness to them, that's what I hate honestly the most. Is when it just feels like lazy. It's like, could you try? Like we're giving you money. Could you just put forth effort on your homework assignment for a second, please, and do your best? I'm telling you, there is a lot of bad indie games out there, like really bad. There's a lot of really, 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 really just I think made by like kids, 18-year-olds, you know, who just make their first game and they think that just because they put time into it that anybody cares, and that's not how it works. It doesn't matter how, like it literally doesn't matter how long you spend developing a game. It doesn't. It's just it's whatever it is at the end of the day. It's fun or it's not fun. No one cares that you spent 5 years on a game. Is it good or not? Now, if it's an epic game, like if it's Star Citizen, and like, oh, you're working on it for 12 years, and then that adds to it. But it's for your indie game, it's not the case, right? For Trailer Park Sim, it's not the case. They're like, oh yeah, we've been making Trailer Park Sim for 7 years, and you're like, why? Why? Why have you been making it for 7 years? Like if you played Roller Coaster Tycoon and Chris Sawyer was like, yeah, I've been working on it for 7 years, you'd be like, why? Why'd you do that? It's like, I mean, I guess if it's successful, it's like, okay, I guess that's fair. It's like you made so much money, but typically that's how it is. Also, most things are bad at the start. Most games are bad in their first pass. Most movies and TV shows. You know, like, I've been listening to. I know you never really watched The Office, but you know who Kevin is on The Office? The fat man. It's kind of like a fat dumb accountant.
He who drops like a
chili. That is correct. He is the man, the chili man. He has a podcast in which he interviews a lot of the figures that were responsible for making The Office. A lot of them, like even like executives who worked at like NBC, you know, creative show, whatever. The show creator, he made like 16 or 17 cuts of the pilot episode. And what I mean is he had to show cuts 16 times to the executives. And 16 times, they're like, you got it. It's not quite there yet. 16 times. And again, it could have been 17, 16, whatever. But the point was, it was in the teens. That's how many times he had to go back and be like, oh, okay, let me try to make it better. Try to make it better. I think it's just a thing with content creators. People who make art in any form is like, you have an idea in your head, and then what's it going to be on the day? Like with acting or with TV shows, it's going to be the case, of course. But with all things, it's like, you have an idea for what it's going to be, and then you do it. You're like, oh, this isn't quite how we thought it would be. How do we salvage this now? How do we fix this? How can we pivot? I think is the important thing, and the ability to just pivot forever. Because if Greg Daniels hadn't did the grind, if he just gave up, The Office would have been, would never been anywhere, right? Like if people just looked at the first cut and if he just thought, you know what, you're right, I fucked up, I give up, right? And if everyone else was like, yeah, you're terrible, we get, you can't do it. But they're in the industry, they know like, oh, this is just how it is. You just have to take these things take time. But if he gave up, you wouldn't have one of the most successful TV shows of all time. Of course, often people do need to give up eventually, right? There's like those times, but my point is that just because it's just because the thing's bad doesn't mean you should give up. A lot of the times is you got to grind that crap even when it fucking sucks, and have a commitment to making it better, and it'll get better eventually. And of course, in their case, there's more constraints because they have to. I did not know Kevin was the highest. That's my brother Mosin too. I did not know Kevin was the highest ranked person on camera, but that makes sense. He has also a great podcast voice. It's like the best podcast voice. He's like, but very interesting. Because I watched a little bit of Office Ladies, and it's okay, but it's just, I don't know. It's too formulaic or something. I've also been listening to the Always Sunny podcast. I think it's kind of fun. And they go through like an episode recap. But the thing is, they don't really talk about the episodes a lot, which I don't like as much. Like, I wish they'd talk about the episodes more because I want to, it's fun. And also, Rob McElhenney is, I wouldn't say he's woke, but he tries to be insensitive, basically. Or tries to be sensitive, rather, right?
Who is that?
The Mac.
Oh, I see.
Rob McElhenney, yeah. And sometimes it's like, come on, man, like, what are you doing? Because it's obvious that, like, he doesn't it's like obvious that he doesn't agree with what he's saying, but he just says it to say, and everyone's like, what are you doing, right? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Because, again, it's not about what you say, it's about what you actually believe. We can see what you believe, dude. You can't just say the words and then think that matters. It doesn't matter. We can see through it.
Yeah.
And if you think that something about it is illogical, don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, for example, the other day, it was like 2 episodes ago, and their producer, like the person who handles like the mics and all that stuff and recording and interacting, is a female, and she said, hey, I think that one of the reasons that I have a theory for why women like sort of creative men who do things like play the guitar or sing or dance. And she said it's because most men, they have a hard time expressing their emotions. So it's really attractive when a man is emotional and attracts their emotions. And then Dennis said, you know what? I think you're absolutely correct about that. To which Max says, he literally says, you're mansplaining. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? I was agreeing with her, like, what are you doing? He's like, well, a man can't tell a woman that she's right about. And I think what he was trying to get at, but here's the thing. Here's what I think he was trying to get at. Okay. Imagine if you're a man, as you are, and you were talking to a group of females, and they were just talking about, I don't know, girls who say daddy or something like that, right? Like, why do guys like it when girls say daddy? And the girl's like, I don't know, it's so stupid, isn't it? Like, what do you think, you're your daughter? And then I say, well, no, it's not about daddy. Yeah, okay, I think, Ben, you're completely right. I mean, he has so much he's concerned about, trying to keep his Apple contract alive. I think you're absolutely right, and I'm not blaming him, right? Because what I'm saying is, I think he feels like he has to do this to avoid blowbacks. Is my point. Is I think he feels like is that he doesn't, that he believes it necessarily, but he thinks that. But I think in part he is trying his best to be a better person. I think we should all do that, right? Like, I think that if you say something insensitive out of ignorance, it's different than if you say it because you're sort of believe it, Yeah. And I think that if you say something out of ignorance, you should be like, hey, buddy, you can't say like that. And then you just gotta be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. And then I think most people will be like, okay, cool, that's totally fine, Yeah. And I think most people hate the crazy woke people. All people hate most people dislike the crazy woke people, left or right. It's just that if you're on the right, you might think that everyone on the left is a crazy woke person. That's not the case. We all make fun of we all think those people are nuts. Just like we all think that the crazy right-wing conspiracy theorists are nuts. Like we think they're nuts too, you know? Yeah. We're not all like that, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, I get his perspective though, because if you were talking to girls and you said, hey, well, the reason we like it when they say daddy is because, you know, we want to feel sort of like we're in control, like they're being maybe submissive to us, or they're going to do what we say. Again, this sounds creepy, but not like, you know what I mean? It's just something nice about someone being like, daddy. Like if a Latina woman says, oi, papi, daddy, whatever. I can't see the voice, but they'll be like, anyway. And then the girls say, Victor, you know what? I think you're absolutely right. And then what you would say is, it doesn't matter what the hell you think. You have no opinion in this matter. I'm a man. Like you can't be like, I talk to men all the time. Like I know what men want more than you do, right? I don't need your validation that I'm right or wrong. I simply am right or wrong, you know? And I think that's the truth that Mac was trying to get to. But here's the thing. Just because you can be a man and still understand what women like and don't like. Because first of all, every woman doesn't like the same things, right? Just because you're a woman, it doesn't mean that you're the final arbiter on what women like. Just like if you're a man, doesn't mean you're the final arbiter on what a man likes. And so the way you're a man, the way you find out what men like is by interacting and talking to other men. So I think you're a man and you can talk to lots of women and find out what women find attractive. So I actually think it's totally valid for Dennis to say, yo, I think you're 100% correct about that. Because just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you're the final sub. And I think in there is some element of not racism, of sexism, where on Mac's part, where he's like, well, the woman is infallible. She must be right about women's issues, you know, because she's a woman, you know? Yeah. And I hate it. Like if a woman has an opinion on tampons, it's like her opinion, maybe you should listen to it more, but it's not necessarily correct. Just like if a man has an opinion on what's a man's issue? Like the pain of getting hit in the testicles, you know, the scrotum. And like and a woman could be like, well, actually, you know, getting burned by acid is more painful. Whatever. She could be like, well, it's about this painful. We've measured it, you know, and the man's like, you know, you're like, well, it is though. It is. It is. And my point is that just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean you can't understand it. And I think that the idea that you can't understand things you've never experienced is, I think you can understand things better once you have experienced them. I think you can understand people's emotions better once you've gone through it. I think that's for sure a thing. But like I never had two dads, right? But I can still understand a little bit. And if you share your stories with me, I can understand it better. Like if you honestly share your emotions, I can understand them better, you know, and I can understand why, you know, you feel this way. But I can understand if you have two dads, I can imagine, you know, people teasing you when you're in high school or middle school or what have you, you know. I can understand that. Even though I never experienced it, I can still understand, oh, that's probably a sore spot for you. And it might make you uncomfortable if I bring up that you have two dads, or it might be, or maybe it doesn't. Or maybe it makes you uncomfortable if whatever, something. And I'm like, oh, I can understand that completely. And I might say something that hurts your feelings. And if you tell me, I won't do it again, but I'm not going to. But my point is, I think people can understand things even if they don't experience them, you know. I don't know. Like just because you never felt it doesn't mean you can't understand it. Like I think that, for example, a white person can be taught to understand what it's like to be like a black person in a primarily white area, like a school, for example. Like I imagine that it's probably weird if you're I like using black. I don't like saying African American. I think it's stupid, if I'm being honest with you. I think African American is just a stupid thing to say because it's. What if they're not from Africa? What if not from America? Like, it's just so stupid. It's just such a dumb thing. I don't think that black's offensive. I just don't. And most people don't think black's offensive. Because white's not offensive. Because saying Caucasian is a mouthful, right? It's too much to say. It's like, no one say Caucasian, just say white. It's like African American's too much to say. Like I might say Latin because it's like, well, that's not too hard to say. Latin's easy to say. It's two syllable Latin. Or even Hispanic is sort of easy. Caucasian is like so much effort. Ugh, an African American. Plus, it's stupid. It's like. So, for example, if you were talking about an ethnic group or a skin color, or whatever you want to call it, right, that lives in London, you wouldn't say, oh, the African Americans who live in London have, you know, you'd be like, oh, like the what? You call them something, right? You wouldn't say African Americans because they're not from America. That's why I hate the term so much. It's stupid.
Would you call them African English?
I think just call them, if you're going to call them anything, I would almost just say like, I don't even know, like, Like, what do you say? African looking? Like, what do you say? You know, you say Asian looking. Could you just say Asian for an Asian person? You know, the Asian community. Can't you say the African community? Why can't you just say African? Why can't you?
Because maybe they've lived in.
Maybe the Asian person has lived in England their whole life. Sure, same with an Asian person though. Like you still say, oh, he's Asian. Like, oh, like, but I mean, you won't say like, oh, but you say like, oh, the Asian community. Like you're a part of the Asian community because you're Asian, right? Like you're. That's like even if you've been there for several generations. Like Andrew Yang was born in America, but you still say he's Asian. You wouldn't say like he's, or rather, it's not insensitive to say he's Asian. I guess is my point. Did you say he's Asian? Asians, yeah, are racist as fuck. I mean, white people are racist towards each other too, though. You know, like city white people judge the shit out of rural white people. Be like, oh, they're hillbillies, and then rural white people judge the crap out of city white people. Be like, oh yeah, they're awful. I also think that like we judge Florida people, right?
Like, what's it called? Like classism.
Yeah, right. Like ask white people what they think about Floridians, dude. I'm saying all people do it. It's like it's just what people do. It's racist for us to think that like they must all like each other, right? Like, oh, how can they dislike other groups? The South Koreans must like the Japanese. Why don't they? They're the same. Don't they understand they're the same thing? They're so silly. That's what we think, right? They're so silly. They're the same. They're all Asians. Don't you understand you're all Asians? How can you hate each other? That's what we think. It's sort of the way, it's sort of this, this thing, right? Like, we're like, well, actually, it's like, it's more complicated than that. We don't really care.
Yeah.
And in terms of whole countries, it's like, and also, yeah, like when I was in Afghanistan, those people are real racist. Yeah, and not towards, but towards their own people. I mean, so like for instance, you have like the Pashtuns, then you have like the man, I can't remember the different ethnic groups now. The ones who speak Dari and Tajik. Are they Tajiks, perhaps? I can't remember. But there's several different ethnic groups in Afghanistan, like 3. There's like 3 big ones, maybe 4 big ones, something like that. There's like the Asian ones. There's, because they're kind of like, just have an Asian-ish look about them. Because Afghanistan's in a weird spot where it's like really this mix. It's like this intersection of like Asia and Russia and Europe and kind of Africa. And because, you know, it's had such a tumultuous history, and anyway, so there's a lot of different ethnic groups, and they have they honestly race. That's real racism. I mean, not that we don't have real racism in America, but that's like oh, it's like out loud. It's like they believe it. You're like, what? Yeah, it's like it's sort of nuts. And we would encounter it a little bit because, like, you know, one of our interpreters was more of a was Pashtun, and then one of them was, God, is Tajik the right word? He spoke Farsi. He spoke Farsi and / Dari. Maybe Dari is what they called it. Which is probably Farsi, but it's pronounced incorrectly or differently. Fari, Darcy. That sounds similar, right? Dari and Farsi. It sounds like Dari Farsi. It sounds like Dar and Far are very, Fa and Da are very similar sounds. Far and Dar. Say it, Far Dar. It's very similar. Far. Anyway, because you see that a lot in pronunciation of things, that how people swap things. There's like a standardization to those things. Then what's the point? I don't know what the point is. The point is that Charlize Theron is more African American than 95% of people, which is true. But that's why I think African American is a stupid term. It doesn't cover what it is. So Charlize Theron, I assume, is a white lady. I think I know of her. I don't know like what she looks like, but she's technically African American. But her experience is nothing like someone who has black skin, which is again why I think that the term is sort of weird. It's like, but like, what if you just said African looking? Isn't that weird? You're like, oh, it's an Asian looking person, African looking person. You know, like that's weird too. It's all too, like, that sounds yeah, it sounds like dismissive, doesn't it? Yeah. Like, oh, that's an African, like you're disgusting. Oh, that's an African looking person over there. He's a real, like, it's like he's not African, but he looks African, and that's enough to be bad. You know, that's what it sounds like, doesn't it? Like, oh yeah, he's an African looking person. Ugh. But that's what we mean when we say it, though. Is we mean, oh, you look. If I looked at you, I would think, oh, you're black. That's what we mean, and we just don't want to say it. But that's what we mean. It's like, oh, if someone looks at you and they think you're black, then that's a different experience that you have. Like I hated when the media was parroting and the DNC was parroting. Who's the vice president? I literally can't remember. That's how I literally can't. That's how no one cares about her. I don't even know her name. I forgot who she is. Yeah.
Well, people were like hyped, and then she turned out to be like an asshole.
Well, first of all, there was no reason for people to be hyped. First of all, there was no reason for people to be hyped. We knew what she was the whole time. Everyone knew. The DNC just pumped her up, but what I hated specifically was that everyone's like, "Oh, she's an Asian American," and I'm like, technically, yes, technically she's an Asian American, but I felt like to say she's an Asian American and it represents Asians, I'm like, I don't know. I don't get that sense. To me, she's not. She's Indian. And she's somehow African, maybe Jamaican or something. But yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah, Kamala Harris. I said Kamala Harrison. I literally don't remember her name. So she doesn't do anything. No one likes her. Her approval is terrible. She's so unlikable. At least in media appearances. Maybe in person she's nice because maybe people act different. But in media appearances, she's so unlikable. But anyway, I just hated that. I was like, I totally accept. Like, yeah, first African American, totally. But she doesn't look in any way Asian. Like, you don't look at her and think, oh, that's Asian. Like, so her life experiences was not the life experience that any Asian American would have in terms of being stereotyped for being Asian, you know? And I felt like no little Asian kid is looking at her and thinking, oh, she looks like me. That's cool. Role model, you know? Like, you have to be told that she's technically Asian by a technicality, you know? Again, I just feel like I feel like Indians, there's enough people in India for them to be their own group, just called Indians, in my opinion. There's more than enough, right? Why would we group them together? Why would we group Chinese and Indians into just Asians when they represent enough people to be their own category, don't they?
Yeah.
Just Indian, like, oh, she's Indian. So you can say she's Indian American, and I say, oh, that's fine. Yeah, she is the first Indian vice president. That's fine. That's totally. I would have. When you say first Asian, because that was about the time. Because you remember after the election, there was all these news reports about like anti-Asian hate crimes and stuff. Primarily committed by African Americans, by the way. I'm not saying that as like a negative. What I'm saying is like, it's like, well, yeah, it wasn't, because usually with racism, it's always like white people doing it. It's like, well, it wasn't white people doing it this time. I mean, maybe normally it is, but I'm saying it wasn't always. It's not all. I'm saying racism is not a white person problem. It's a people problem. And also, I don't think that they're actually like, okay, I don't know. Are people actually racist towards Asians? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe white people aren't. I don't know. In my life experience, I've never encountered another person that's said disparaging things towards an Asian person, but I have encountered several people who might say disparaging things about black people. I'm just saying, for my life experiences, but I've never had any white person, like, we don't talk about black people either, but like, we never talk about Asian people, because you'll hear like old relatives, like old white relatives will like say things like, oh, that's hella racist, what you just said, and it'll be about black people, but like, it'll never be. And I think that I should be able to say this, by the way. We should be able to have these conversations. We should be able to talk and say, oh yeah, the way that they talk is not okay. You should be able to do that, right? There's nothing. I'm not. Elizabeth Warren. Oh yeah, Elizabeth Warren. Here's the thing. I believe that Elizabeth Warren believed and was told that she was a Native American, because she doubled down. She took a test. You wouldn't take a DNA test unless you believed it. So I think that she believed it. I think maybe her parents lied to her, or it was a situation in which, just the way that the genetics worked out, she just didn't get as much Native American blood in her. But I think that someone maybe lied to her, or maybe like a relative lied or something, because she took the test. You wouldn't take the test. You would just ignore it. You know what I mean? She took the test for some reason. She decided, I'm going to do it, and and it proved conclusively that she was not Native American. But why would you take the test? You would just ignore it, right? If you knew you were lying, you would just drop it. You would let it go, because the news cycle is going to forget about it.
But didn't she have like a relative like way back,
Again, I don't know all the specifics, but I'm just saying at a high level. If you go and get a DNA test, I feel like you believe what you're saying.
Yeah, because maybe like there was proof that she was actually related to someone.
Oh, right. Yeah, but my point is that you wouldn't take a DNA test, I think, unless you genuinely believe that it was going to prove you correct. That you're like, oh, it's definitely 100% going to be. That's why I said when she was wrong, but I don't think she was trying to lie. I don't think she was being malicious. I also suspect that, okay, you would know this, right? Okay, so a lot of the marketing that happens for like Starmancer, for example, it's not really us making these decisions. It is sometimes, but it's like, it's just people talking on our behalf, basically, Yeah. And so I wonder with like these candidates, okay, So first of all, Elizabeth Warren is for sure not running her own Twitter. She's for sure not handling news press briefings. She's for sure not doing any of that. She has a team of people who decide like, oh, she's Native American. Let's run with that. That might be a pro. And it's probably not even Elizabeth Warren who is bragging about being Native American. It's just the people, her marketing people are bragging about it. And her marketing people are tell her, hey, listen, you should talk about this. I think it'll help you get elected. And she's like, you think so? Because I don't really want to. And they're like, trust me, you have to talk about this. I'll help you get elected. And I think that's what happens a lot with these candidates. Is they're like, oh, just trust me on this. And like, okay, I'll trust you. Like, okay, you've gotten me this far. And they're like, trust me, we're good. You know, I worked on like Obama's campaign. Like this will help. Trust me. And they say, okay, okay, sure, okay. And again, that's what I think happens with these candidates. I tend to believe. I tend to see the best. I tend to think that if someone does something in error, that it's an accident. That like they didn't mean to do it, you know, or that they're good people. Sometimes people are bad people. Like I kind of, Trump was funny, and he called her Pocahontas. Like that's funny. Like that's objectively hilarious because it's like he's like the class clown or something. Like it's funny. I didn't think he was going to get elected. I remember talking to Victor, and I said, "There's no way he's going to get elected, but it's funny. Let's just enjoy it while it's here. There's no chance, but it's funny." It's just all the other candidates were so terrible. Even Hillary Clinton was terrible. Like it was all just awful. But he was so fun, and it was so refreshing. And I think there's a sentiment in America that all of our politics are fake anyway. It's all just made up. And if you just have a person who calls her Pocahontas, it's funny. It's just finally, it's like, oh, thank you. Thank you for doing a tongue-in-cheek. It's like a parody. It's like like when Austin Powers came out, it was so funny because it was parodying all the ridiculousness of James Bond. That's what was funny about it. And that's what's funny about him. Is he's a parody of what's wrong with politics. He's a fucking parody of all this stuff. Is he just calls her Pocahontas and gets more popular. It's funny. Because you people don't understand, and all your politicians are doing it. Joseph Biden does it too. All you motherfuckers saying you love Joseph Biden. Don't just say you like Joseph Biden because you hate Trump more. Ugh. But anyway, Biden seems like an okay dude too, by the way.
Because Biden is more like, I feel like it's not as driving as Trump would be.
As what?
He pretty much just does what,
what the DNC wants him to do? Yeah, fuck that. That's terrible. The DNC it's terrible. Screw the Republicans too, but like, it's like.
Well, usually more people, like if you have more people making decisions.
We've had that team of people making decisions for America for a long time. How long has the DNC been in power? For a long time. And tell me what the state of America is. Is it getting better, would you say? I mean, probably it is. Objectively, it's probably getting better. But my point is, we've given them a chance for a long time. Like, let's put someone else in charge. You've had your shot. You've had more than enough time. How much more time do you need? 1 more year? 1 more election? 4 more years? 4 more years? 4 more years? It doesn't work. It's not working. Nothing's getting better. And then we just say, well, let's go back. At least we have the DNC again. People like you say that, man. I hate it. It makes me mad. I'm not actually mad. I'm just doing a bit. But, like, it makes me mad because it's like these people have been in power. Let's do something better. We don't have to just keep going to the bottom of the barrel. We don't have to keep going back to our midnight booty calls every time. And I get hot about it. And that's a deep state. That's a deep state that Trump talks about a little bit too, by the way. It is. I believe it's real, the deep state. Now, maybe not like in a conspiratorial sense but in a pragmatic sense. You have presidents who come every 4 to 8 years. You need people who are more permanent that understand how these things work. Same with any politician. I mean, there's no chance they'll get reelected. You need people who understand how things work. So, like some guy who works at the FBI, who is appointed by politicians, is going to stay there. He's going to last longer than politicians. He's the person who makes probably all the decisions and isn't consulting the people. Most likely, right?
No.
Like, here's an example. When Biden became president, or Trump, any president becomes president, what are the odds that he knows a damn thing about agriculture? Like 0%, right? So instead, there's some person who is in charge of agriculture in the United States. They're a bureaucrat. They're probably very good at their job, right? But they're the person who's really making all the agricultural decisions for the United States. It's not the president. It's just, and that's a deep state, I think, and then I suspect that Trump was so not willing to play ball that everyone's like, okay, if you're not going to work with us, like, and if you're if all you do is agriculture all day, every day, and you're like, listen, I'm pretty sure that I know with confidence I'm a subject matter expert on this. Please do what I say. Please listen. And then Trump's like, I'm not. I'm doing something else. And they're probably like, don't. And I think that's what happens with Trump is that he wouldn't. So I'm not trying to say Trump was a great guy, but he was fine. He was fine.
But that's not deep state. That's how most countries work.
Yes, but I don't think people are aware of that the president doesn't have as much authority as people think they do. He does.
Yeah, but it's like most countries in Europe don't have, just one single person who's like responsible for.
What's your point? Because my point is that when Trump was talking about deep state, there is a deep state. That was what I'm trying to say. There is a deep state. But the media would say there is no deep state.
Conspiracy thing.
I don't know if he said it was like a conspiracy or if the media simply made him out to make it seem like he was talking about, like, oh, what's Trump talking about, that deep state again? I think it's more like that. I don't think, if you listen to his press briefings, he wasn't saying like.
Call it a deep state if that's just like.
Well, what would you call it? Okay? Listen. Okay, but let me say this.
Just a regular.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't.
Way you run a country.
Okay, fine. I'll give it to you. He chose the wrong word. If he would chose a different word, if you have a word that you would, okay, what word would you use? If you replaced everything he said, but replaced deep state with your word, would you be like, oh, okay, he's kind of right though?
But I don't see how is it a bad thing that you have one person responsible for agriculture, one
It's not. No. Hang on, stop, Victor. You're arguing a different thing now. I'm simply saying that when Trump said there is a deep state, he was correct. There is a deep state, and the media was saying there's no deep state. What are you talking about, Trump? There's no deep state. Get out of here. Do you agree that there's a deep state? I'm not trying to trip you up here, man. I'm not trying to trip you.
What does it even mean to have a deep state?
Right.
Because you're explaining it as just business as usual.
Yeah, it is business as usual. Yeah, it is. It is business as
usual.
Assign
different tasks.
Yes, exactly. But when you're the president, you think, well, why can't I do this thing? Why don't I have the authority? Why can't I do this? I can't do it because there's a deep state that doesn't let me do these things that I want to. Even though I legally have the authority as president, I can't do these things. These things take forever. There's all this bureaucratic nonsense in the way from his perspective. He's like, I'm the president. Why does this stuff take so long?
He's basically saying
no, hang on, no, that's what
Victor, so there's a deep state.
Victor, stop. What you're doing is you're taking my justification I just made up and attributing it directly to Trump, to dislike Trump, and he didn't say it. All I'm saying, could you keep asking what his motives are? I don't know what his motives are. All I'm saying is, this is all I said. When Trump said there was a deep state, he is not wrong. There is a deep state. That's it. I'm not saying that he should have said it. I'm not saying he should have said it. All I'm saying is there is a deep state. It does exist. And it's the same deep state that is running Biden right now.
The regular state. That's
okay, again. Okay.
A deep state implies that it's like a secret thing.
Again, what term would you like me to use? Because I think you're caught up on the specific term.
State.
Okay, the state.
That's like how most states work.
If you said the state.
That's how our state works. We have a finance minister. We have an agriculture
minister. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. I'm getting annoyed because it's like you won't accept that Trump was right, that there is a deep state. Again, you might not have liked the term, but there's a lot of people who think that the president has more power than they do. It's why we get excited when a certain person becomes what?
Hang on.
Yeah.
You're saying Trump doesn't understand what a state is, so he's calling it a deep state.
No.
Instead of just a state.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the term, what he means when he says deep state, if he were to define it, he's talking about all the people that actually have the power in Washington, and it's not the elected officials necessarily. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about elected officials.
Mostly it's appointed officials.
Agricultural. Yeah.
Well, they're not elected; they're appointed. So they're not elected. That's right. Well, it is in America for Americans, politicians, right? Yeah. Specifically, all he was saying. That's what he's saying. So you might have an issue with the term. Maybe you think the term was too loaded. That's kind of what Trump would do, is he would use these loaded terms that would hook people, because it's more exciting to say there's a deep state than there is to say there's well, for example, he would say the swamp, drain the swamp. Is it that much different to say drain the swamp versus the deep state? I mean, when he's saying drain the swamp, he's probably talking more about some of the politicians, to be honest with you. But again, my point is that he's not wrong. There is a deep state. It's the same deep state. Again, your issue is the specific words. Your issue is just the word choice that he used, because you think the word choice he used was too polarizing. And I agree with you. Maybe it was too polarizing. But all I'm saying is he's not wrong. As he defines it, there is a deep state. Why is it so hard for you to say, yeah, there's a deep state?
Yeah.
But why you have this emotional attachment to it? You're like, if I say yes, something bad will happen. I can't say yes. I can't let you win. But I'm not trying to win. I'm just...
You're using the word like deep state. Like, well, how could I... That's like saying... I don't know. That's a thing like, oh, when you go to the store, you're like time discriminated, and you're trying to describe like a queue, because you have the queue when you go to a store, and you say like, it's time discrimination, but it's just a queue.
Okay,
like,
well, let me ask you a better way. If you called it the weight box, like, oh yeah, there's the weight. I hate the weight box at the or the money box at the store, or something. Like if you used the wrong term and the term you used was slightly more loaded because you're annoyed at it. So if you said like, oh yeah, it's the let's say self-checkout. If you call the self-checkout machine the like the wage killer machine or something, let's say you call it that, right? Okay, is that fair? Is that a fair assessment? You call it the wage killer because like the job killer. So you call it job killer, the job killer machine. The self-checkout, you call it the job killer machine, right? Because it removes jobs from cashiers, right? So you call, oh, I hate using the job killer machine. There's a job killer at Meijer, and you shouldn't like it because they have job killer machines there, right? And you say, well, not job killers, just right, okay. But what he's talking about is true, okay? It is a machine. The machine he's talking about does exist. It is a real machine. You might say there's no job killing machines. There's these machines. Yeah.
But then you also have to add that there are people who believe there's a literal killer going around killing people who are working, like. So, because there's like this weird
but what I don't
actual thing.
Right. What I don't like about this is
I couldn't use the term.
Again, I feel like you're arguing a different thing. I feel like you're trying to really argue like what he shouldn't have said deep state. I'm simply saying the deep state exists.
Oh, but you shouldn't say deep state exists when you're saying you mean something else.
Okay, right. Again, your issue. I'm totally fine with that. You think you should have used a different word, right? But what he means by deep state is real. The deep state does exist.
Oh, but don't.
What is wrong? What's your issue with this?
Because you're saying like he shouldn't have said it's a conspiracy.
The Trump term.
A conspiracy.
Well, it's not a conspiracy. Well, I mean, I guess by definition it's a conspiracy because the group
don't use the term deep state.
Why?
You say Trump meant something else when he said deep state.
But he's right. There
doesn't exist.
Okay.
But what he's referring to exists. But it's not the deep state.
Okay, he made up the term deep state. So you're saying the word he made up doesn't exist. Like again, like you're getting so caught up on the specific word deep state here.
I guess that's a clearly defined thing by conspiracy theorists.
Okay, is it clear? Okay, fine. Give me another term. Well, what is deep state? If you would like, because you seem very. It seems like you know more about deep state than I do. What does the word deep state mean to you?
It's like
also, by the way, is it okay, so you don't know either. I feel like it sounds like it sounds like in your mind like it's a bad thing. It's just like I don't know what it is. It's a bad thing.
No, it's like a specific conspiracy that people are controlled, sort of shouldn't be in control, and that no one can do anything about it. It's like sort of ingrained, like it's a secret society that's pulling the strings.
Okay, but here's the definition from Google. If it's sometimes the definitions aren't good, but whatever. But just with a good grain of salt. A body of people, typically influential members of government agencies or the military, believed to be involved in the secret manipulation or control of government policy.
Yeah.
Okay, that on its own, that's true. There are a group of people that are involved in the manipulation or control of government policy. Now, the degree to secrecy is a matter of, I guess, that's maybe... So your issue is the word secret, I think, is really what it is how secret is it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the open, it's obviously not a deep state.
Well, let me ask you something, though. If most people don't know about it, Again, you're really caught up on the word secret, I feel like. Because what he's saying, everything else... Okay, if you just remember the word... If you said a body of people, typically influential members of government agencies or the military, believed to be involved in the manipulation or control of government policy. If you simply said that, you'd be like, well, yeah, of course. That's how normal governments behave. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
So it's just the word secret that you're like, well, hold on. Maybe secret's not the right word here. By the way, also, I don't think it's fair because I assume that this didn't even have a definition until Trump started using it, and they added the words. Like, it's possible they Trump started using the word deep state before you could Google the definition of deep state, and then they came in and tried to explain what Trump meant when he said that or something like that, and so they're potentially putting words in his mouth that he never said. So, like Kyle TV says, Trump never said deep state was secret, right? But that's what I'm trying to say too. I'm not trying to put any words in his mouth. All I'm simply trying to say is that when he says deep state, what he means is a real thing. That there is a group of people who control, let's say in secret, whatever, or without you knowing, or just who control things. That it's not the president who's controlling things. It's a group of bureaucrats, it's a group of established people. That's all he's talking about, and that is true. You're agreeing with that statement that what he is saying is true. Now, specifically, you're saying it might not be conspiratorial in the sense that, like, there's a shadow government. But what is a shadow government? It is kind of a shadow government. Also, the United States is the same country that doesn't support its allies and bombs hospitals.
Yeah. But it's like, the way you're presenting it, it's like, if I'm saying, like, Tyler, there is a force, and it's controlling all of us. It's controlling the length of day and night. And I'm like, well, it's like, that's like the sun. That's like the Earth revolving around the sun.
But you would say, yes, you are correct. There is a force controlling day and night in the sky. You're not wrong.
But if I label it something like ominous, like the huge, like the God force or something like, but something more ominous. I don't know, like the Devil's force or something.
Well,
like
I mean, you could. Okay, so let's say the sun. Okay, to keep using your things, you could describe the sun as like a cancer machine, a radioactive cancer death fireball, right? You could describe it like that, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is those things. Just because it might be like okay, just calm down. It's not that serious. So you're like, yeah, well, it isn't that serious because like, yeah, it's a death ball, it's a fireball, and it sounds scary, but it's not scary, right?
But also if you say like, oh, and the devil is in control of it. Or something.
Okay, again, here's Victor. This is what keeps happening. It's like you don't accept what I'm like. You just keep moving a little further. You're like, okay, well, but here's the thing. What if you say it's the devil now? I'm like, oh, you added a thing. You added you're making a straw man.
You're trying to make like a technically neutral term. Like
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I am not. No, I am not.
You're trying to make like very
no, I am not.
Thing.
No, I am not. I am simply saying that what Trump means by deep state does exist. That's all I'm saying. That the deep state, what Trump means by deep state, that is a real thing. There is a deep state. It does sound like a USA versus EU debate, doesn't it? Again, you're not arguing. Okay, I'm trying to argue facts. The reality is there is a deep state. Your issue is with his. Why can't I say that? I said the definition.
Because that word means something.
What does it mean? Like I read the definition of what it means.
That's what I was saying. There's a devil-controlled sun. There's not the sun. The devil doesn't control the sun.
No, it's not. The devil doesn't control the sun objectively, but there are members of. There are people. There are people. There are people controlling policies in the government that 99.99% of the populace doesn't know their names. They don't know the positions even exist. That sounds pretty secretive to me.
I mean, yeah, but you don't call that a deep state because deep state is a different thing.
We looked up the definition of deep state. And I read it to you.
Deep state is a conspiracy, yeah.
Victor, I read the definition of deep state to you.
Yeah.
Deep state is not a...
And if you remove like the secrecy thing, it's...
Okay, but there is... Okay. There is a group of people in the United States government who have influence on policy, and no one elects them. They perhaps get appointed.
They're appointed, but that's how democracy works. Most people are
correct
to positions.
Correct, and most people I think are not aware of that. Okay, and then when people get excited about who the president is going to be, they get excited because they believe that the individual candidate can make real changes and has real power. So for example, you might get excited over Tulsi Gabbard or Bernie Sanders or Trump or Biden or Obama because you believe that they can go in and they have a lot of power to do these things. And the reality is that they don't. And this is what Trump is talking about, how the American people think that when they're making the choice for president, that it matters, that we have a lot of authority, when we don't.
No.
That is what Trump is talking about, and it is real.
Yeah, but it's like...
Right, that's all I'm saying. And if you want to have a separate discussion about he shouldn't say deep state, that's fine. All I'm trying to get to is that...
But the entire issue is that you said deep state, like...
Well,
and also that it's such an obvious thing.
Again, all I said is that... Okay, all I said was a deep state exists. That's what Trump says a deep state is real. It's a real thing, what he says. And maybe he's 5% wrong. Okay, maybe he's just a little bit wrong. Maybe it's not a huge conspiracy secret, but everything else is right. Is that fair to say at least? Can you agree on that? That everything else about it is true. Maybe it's not a conspiracy, maybe it's not secret, but everything else about having people who have a lot of influence over policy, over politicians, whatever, who are never elected, most people don't even know what their jobs are, right? That part's true.
Yeah.
So your only issue...
But it's like such an obvious thing that... Why would you even need to call it something
well, I would say
just because something
is obvious to you does not mean it's obvious. Just because you know a thing doesn't make it obvious.
But then, like what Trump is doing the opposite. Instead of explaining it what it is, he's labeling it as something that it's not.
I don't agree with you on that, because when Trump talks about it, people become aware of it. I don't think that what he was saying was hurtful.
The opposite way of how it's actually.
In what way? Okay, so I think what's happening is maybe what you're doing is you're taking the way people interpreted his message and you're attributing that directly to Trump, which I don't think is fair. Like, you keep bringing up QAnon conspiracy theorists, for example. Okay, right. If Trump used the word watermelon rainbow and then people start using watermelon rainbow as their war chant, you would say, well, why would you say watermelon rainbow? It's his word. He would, because they used the word that he popularized the term. I don't know if he did, but he probably popularized the term using, because any term he uses is going to be used by people who support him. And then they do things in the name of that, not understanding it. But is that his fault? Because they didn't understand what he meant? Now, maybe at a certain point he has some responsibility to say, listen, guys.
Well, you're talking about people who don't understand how like a state works. And then you throw the name, like the term deep state onto them, and you're just going to make matters worse.
Okay, well, can I say something to you? If people were aware that the deep state, that's how government was run, then if Trump was talking about the deep state, then everyone would think, because you're saying it's obvious, everyone would think, oh, duh. But it's not obvious to people.
Well, the thing is, the people who
What are we arguing right now? What are you arguing about right now? No, what are you saying? Like, you're like making this like into a thing, like you're getting all hot about it. I'm not getting hot about it. You're like refusing to accept that the deep state is real.
Because I'm refusing to acknowledge the term deep state when it's just a regular state. Trump has an issue with how regular states work, and he's calling it a deep state, which is like
I have an issue
labeling it something more than it actually is.
But hang on,
and then people like latch onto that term.
Is there a problem?
Like, oh, a deep state.
It is not inherently wrong that Trump has a problem with how the United States government is run.
Who knows what a regular.
But listen, but Victor, I just want to break down some things you're saying.
They hear him say deep state, and they also think that it's something different.
But hang on, I don't think so. I think because, like, for example, most people. I don't think so. I think you're misattributing when people think of it as a deep state, to be honest with you. I think that you perhaps think that it's that people believe that it's like this sort of crazy shadow government. There are people who believe that. Sure, there's crazy people and they're fun to talk about, of course. Just like there's always going to be nutters who and it's more fun to talk about the nutters, but the average person is like, oh, okay, that's what you mean by the deep state.
Yeah. But it's like saying flat Earth, but you don't actually mean flat Earth. You mean like, oh, something like similar to flat Earth, but not actually flat Earth, because Earth isn't flat. But that's, equally confusing.
What? You're saying there's people who say flat Earth but don't believe the Earth is flat?
I mean, there might be someone who
says okay, but let me but let me ask you. Okay, let's just say that there is, right? So let's say, okay, so that'd be similar to saying deep state, but the deep state isn't technically correct. So you're saying, so if there's a person who said there's a flat Earth, but it's not technically correct, but what they're describing, if you were to ask them, like, okay, what do you mean by that? And then they were to describe what they meant by that, and you say, oh, I see. What you actually mean is, hollow Earth.
A regular. Oh no, I mean it's like regular Earth, but you're explaining it as if it was flat Earth.
Right. So, okay. But again, the issue is your specific term. Because I feel like you're arguing two different things. Because on one hand, you're saying, I don't like the term. And then on the other hand, you're saying, it's not just the term, it's what the term means. And that's different.
Yeah. And the reason I don't like the term is because what the term means. And when you say it about something.
Okay. I guess my question now is specifically, what part of the term don't you like? Because I read the definition, which was everything about the definition is completely true, correct, except maybe the word secret.
Yes.
That's the only part.
The implication that they're manipulating maybe on their own benefit or something.
Well, I guess I don't. It's hard to say.
Because politics is all about like manipulation, but it's usually like based on some kind of party line,
Or money.
Some kind of policy.
Perhaps that is what he's saying. Is he wrong about saying that, though? And also, I want to go back to, you said something like, Trump doesn't like the way democracies work or government. But I think that it's totally fine to have criticisms with how the government works. You should be allowed to have criticisms for how the government works. I have criticisms for how the government works. A lot of people have criticisms, especially the American government. And so inherently on surface, it shouldn't be because what you said was, oh, Trump just doesn't like the way things work. He just wants to be a dictator. But that's attributing motive to what but it is, though. What you're doing is you're attributing negative motivations to what he's saying. But what he's actually saying isn't wrong. And if it is wrong, it's like 5% wrong, but still mostly right.
Well, he might be pointing out like an actual issue.
Right.
In how politics works.
Yeah.
But it's just going to be so confusing and so like...
Is it confusing?
To use a loaded term like related to a conspiracy theory.
Again, well, it probably wasn't a conspiracy theory until it got picked up by conspiracy theorists.
I mean, I think the term has been...
I don't know the origin of the term.
Time, and it's sort
of deep state.
It's sort of like shadow government. Like
right. There is a shadow. Okay, yeah, shadow government's a good term too. There is sort of a shadow government. I mean, what would you call a shadow government? It's like a secret government. It's a government not that maybe the people aren't necessarily aware of it. They don't understand who has the real power in Washington. I think that's fair. I think people don't understand who has the real power in Washington. Here's an example in my state of Michigan. Our governor is elected for like 4 years or something like that. Maybe 8 years. I don't know what the terms are. I really don't care that much.
No.
But it's a known thing. Well, I say known, but not really known. It's like if you're in politics, you know that the state of Michigan is primarily run by like sort of like the secretaries, like the people who are there, who persist beyond the elected official.
Yeah.
And it's not a secret in the sense of like, of course, like if you knew, it's just the way it's the way it has to work, right? Because of you're elected for 4 years. But still, most people believe. They make the choice because they're busy about their life. Most people don't know a lot about politics, man. It's not obvious. You say it's obvious. It's not obvious. People hear on the TV like, oh, this person's running for governor. They hear all these talking points. They hear how if this guy was elected, it's going to be bad. If Biden was elected, it's going to be good. And they're going to assume, they're going to believe that if you elect Biden, he's going to be able to do a lot of things and make real change because that's what everyone tells them. And then Trump comes and says, well, it's not entirely the case. And that's just all he's referring to. Like Trump might say things in a way that you might not agree with how he says it, but just because you don't like him doesn't mean he's wrong. It's a fallacy to believe that a jackass can't be correct.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying it. To me, that's obvious, but he's putting like a bad word. It's labeling it as this ominous thing.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Like I said, that's totally fair at the start. I said you might have an issue with the word deep state. Like that's totally fine. But like what he means by deep state is and what I don't like about that is no one is even aware of these people. They don't know, like, who are these people? Who are these people who do this? Like, I don't know. It's almost like the Supreme Court justices. It's a little bit where you're like, who are these people? I've never even heard of these people. And isn't there a weirdness to that too? Like the Supreme Court gets appointed and we don't really elect the Supreme Court justices, just someone gets appointed. There's a weirdness to that. But the whole government is run on that. Now, I assume that like maybe there's some authority where like Trump, if he really wanted to, but I mean, I assume that there's some jobs you can appoint and some jobs you can't. Like the head of the FBI, Trump probably has. Also, remember people got mad because Trump wanted to get rid of the head of the FBI. It's like, well, that's his authority, dude. Like it's literally his purview. Like he's allowed to do that.
Yeah, but that was just like...
I don't want to get into a whole conversation about that. I'm saying specifically, he is legally allowed to do that. Is it within his authority to do that? Do you agree with that? Yeah. And when people elect him as president, they elect him to have all of the... Well, yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess it would depend. Maybe there's some issues on why he does it. And I'm sure there's some
I'm pretty sure the people who are mad about that weren't the same people that voted for him.
No, of course not. But my point is that just because you don't agree with his decisions doesn't mean that like they're wrong decisions. And again, I really don't like the way you say, Trump has a problem with democracy. He just wants to be a dictator. It's like, again, hold on. That's you just taking what he's saying and trying to be like, hey, I just want to be a dictator.
Yeah, but that's only really because you presented it as something that I find like normal, and Trump was like shocked about that. Like, why don't I have the power or something like that?
I mean, I don't know if he's shocked by it. To me, it was more of an annoyance. Like it always seemed more like he was annoyed. Like I want to be able to do more stuff, but I literally can't because the deep state won't let me. Again, I don't know if that's shock necessarily. I would say it's more of an annoyance.
Yeah, but like other politicians, they would say like, oh, there's too much bureaucracy. Like, it's so hard to get legislation through. Like,
well, Trump is great at communicating to the common man. He's great at coming up with words.
Well, in this case, he communicated like the entirely wrong thing.
Not entirely. Again, it was 5% wrong at worst. It was just the word secret.
Yeah, but the most important 5%.
I don't know. It's hard to say what's the most important 5%. I think the more important part is that there's a lot of people in the government who control things that aren't elected. I think that was really the important part, and people need to be aware of that. Like, oh, you need to know that like, the president doesn't have that much authority, and also you should also be like,
yeah. But the thing is, the people who vote for him, they're gonna believe him no matter what. But then the people who don't vote for him, it's almost more important for him to say things so that the people who don't vote for him understand. But now he's done like the opposite. He's used the wrong term. So the people who vote for him, they believe him anyways. But the people who don't vote for him, they think he's talking about something completely different, and it creates this entire, uproar. Which is like, yeah.
That may or may not be wrong.
He needs to convince like both sides about the thing.
Oh, sure. There's lots of criticism. Absolutely. Sure. But again, specifically, there is a deep state, Victor. Can you admit that? Can you get on stream say there is a deep state?
No. I'm just gonna say there's a state, and Trump calls it deep, but...
No, again, because you're being so dismissive. You're acting like it's business as usual when it shouldn't necessarily be business as usual. That's what I don't like about...
Well, I mean,
if I'm being honest with you...
Sort of...
But if I'm being totally honest with you, it's like what you're saying is like you're saying it's not a problem, but I feel like it is a problem in American politics because nothing ever gets changed in American politics, no matter how hard we try, and that's the problem is the deep state. So, for example, Obamacare is terrible, and probably part of why it's terrible is because just it's so hard to get stuff done in Washington, and that's not good. You shouldn't have to wait 20 years to get healthcare. A healthcare policy that works. You shouldn't have to. Don't break down the specifics of Obamacare. I don't know the history of it. Yeah. I don't know the history of it, but that is an issue. It's like, well, that's not good. It's not good that it's run this way. So, for example, Obama created the most executive actions in history. Maybe Trump did more, but at the time, right? And the reason he did that is because he's like, well, this is something I can do because he's probably frustrated at his inability to do what should be his authority.
Yeah.
So, again, is that...
In that case, you have like unelected, because you have the House, right? And you have the other thing, the Senate.
Yeah.
And he couldn't pass his things because of elected, officials.
Well, yeah, right? But I guess I don't know all the... To be fair, I don't know all the specifics. Because I assume, like, if you want something to become a bill or all the things that are involved... There's probably so much involved logistically,
Yeah. But you need to have, a majority in,
Yes.
Both
but
one of the houses.
Yes. But my point is that to even get to that point, I assume just to draft the bill, there's so much involved just to get to that point. So much communication, like let's say you want to have a bill about agriculture, right? So probably part of that process is you talk to all the various agricultural people, and they need to weigh in on things and perhaps help a little bit. I'm just guessing. They probably do, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do with the Trump administration? Like what happens if people start stonewalling the Trump administration? Where like where the agricultural person says, you know what, Trump's a jackass. He doesn't fucking listen. You know what? I have to do what he says, but I don't have to do it quick. I don't have to do it well.
Yeah.
That is kind of again, I don't know, but this is perhaps what he's kind of talking about. He's like, well, listen, I can't do it because no one will help me. And again, it might be his fault no one's helping because maybe he's too polarizing, what have you. But again, he's not wrong. That there is...
Well, I feel like the deep state, there would have to be like a connection, like an organized...
Well, I think again, you'd have to look at what Trump specifically says and what you're defining to be deep state. But what I'm defining to be deep state is not an X-Files type shadow government that is involved in aliens or something like that. That's not what I'm saying. Because it's easy to be like, oh, that's a deep state. There's some sort of shadow government, like they assassinate world leaders or something, or if you don't toe the line, they killed Kennedy, that sort of stuff, Yeah. I don't talk about that. I don't mean that. And I don't know if he means that. I don't know if he does mean that. All I'm simply saying is that there's definitely a lot of people who control things that aren't just the president. And it's probably frustrating as the president to be like, I can't do a goddamn thing once I get in.
Yeah.
Because every single politician who gets... Then again, there's other politicians like Biden where I'm like, I don't think Biden meant any of his campaign promises. I don't think he meant anything he said. I think he just said anything he had to say that his people told him to get elected.
Yeah.
And there's other people like, oh, like Tulsi Gabbard. Like, oh, I feel like you believe it. I feel like Obama believes it, you know? Like what he says, even though he might not do the best stuff. Yeah, no, and Obama also had 4 years of having control of both, and he'd barely pass any policies. But it's because in reality there isn't any single consensus, even among Democrats or among Republicans, for things to do, and that issues are in fact a little bit more complicated. I don't know if Obama made any promises. That's all, Victor. That's all. I'm not trying to say Trump's a good guy or a bad guy. I'm simply saying there is a thing, and it exists. And it is frustrating. Now, I do think that we shouldn't just have one person be president. That's sort of weird. Just a weird sort of position. Like, at worst, Trump should be, or Biden, whatever you want to say. At worst, Trump should just be some old, annoying guy on the council. And Biden should just be some old, tired curmudgeon on the council. Just like the Supreme Court, you know? There's some old people in the Supreme Court be like, he's all right. Yeah, he's a little crazy. He's all right, you know? He'll be, you know.
I mean, I think it would be better if there was more focus on, you know, if it was spread around on more people. Like in Europe, we have
but can I
like one front figure, but then we have a lot of other people who deal with.
Yeah, you know? and I think the first way to do that is to recognize that there is an issue. The first thing to do is to identify that there's a problem and then fix it. I mean, and I think many people in America are ignorant. Listen, again, when you say obvious, you've never been to America, really. You've never really seen Americans. They're not that educated, dude. They're pretty ignorant, okay? At least Midwest people. So they don't, because they're busy. They got shit to do. We got bills to pay. We work all the time. We don't like sit and care about politics. We don't really pay attention to it. We just go about our lives. We eat Big Macs or whatever. We drink our sodas. We go to 7-Eleven. Occasionally, there's a thing.
Yeah, but I feel like what Trump didn't intend was for him to have like less power when he's saying that, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I agree with him. He should have more ability, more authority. Because again, I'm not saying he should be a dictator. I'm saying all presidents should have they should be like the boss of their branch, you know?
Well,
and of their branch specifically. Now, this is getting into American politics. Of their branch, the executive branch. So all that the executive branch is supposed to do, the president, is to execute the laws. That's it. So a law gets passed. It is the president's job to ensure that the laws are upheld. And then he has a few other responsibilities, too. So that's why the president is in charge of like the FBI, the executive branch, right?
Yeah. But that's why, you know, I mean, even here people think, you know, the president has, you know, all the power.
Right.
And it's really an issue of, you know, conception. And
right.
People...
So again, it's not necessarily obvious. It's not hidden, but it's not obvious. It's not like a known. It's not like a thing. If you polled people, like, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if you polled them, they would probably think critically, you know.
But it's more like, let's say Trump says, you know, I want to make like this agricultural change.
Right.
And then people think, well, he's the president, so of course he has,
you know,
all the power to do that.
Well,
but instead people should be aware of that, you know, the person who's responsible for agriculture.
Yeah.
That, you know, is he gonna want this change? Like, people should listen to that guy instead of Trump.
And I think a very valid criticism too is that of the system is that Trump on his own should not be able to make any changes to agriculture. Instead, he should be able to somehow get a law to a place where it gets voted on or something, you know? And it shouldn't be unnecessarily painful to get a law to a place where so like, let's say some example of because there needs to be some expediency in the government for certain things, for many things actually, probably. Like, let's say that there's a bunch of migrants at the border from Latin America, right? This is something that has to be solved quickly. It can't be solved in like 2 years, you know?
Yeah.
And if the system is set up where it's like, listen, it's going to take me like forever to fix this. It's like, it's an issue. It is an issue. It's like, uh-oh.
But I'm saying, like, it should be just focused on one person.
I agree with you. Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I'm in complete agreement there. It should be a group of people that all have various perspectives, and they can weigh in on the matters together. And that's supposed to be the purpose of Congress, and that's supposed to be the purpose of the other branch of government. The branch that actually passes laws. The intention is that they all have to talk to each other, and that they all have to come up with things that they all agree with. The issue is there's too many people, to be honest with you. Also, the Senate causes real issues because the Senate is basically a no machine. The Senate is basically a veto machine. So the point is Trump 2024, and that's how we end the stream. In my opinion, I want Trump to be president. You know what I hate about that? I hate that that's like offensive somehow. I want Trump to be president in 2024. That should be my right to say that. Like I shouldn't get in trouble for saying I want Trump to be elected in 2024. It should, and I don't know if I do or not. If it was Biden versus Trump, I want Trump. I'm being honest with you right now. I want Trump more than Biden. Yeah. If Biden, I'm serious. If Biden runs again, I'd rather have Trump. I'd much rather have Trump than Biden. This is interesting. But that shouldn't be like a thing. That shouldn't be a thing like you can get banned. You know, like you can't get banned for saying. Okay, you cannot get banned for saying I want Trump. You wouldn't get banned for that. No one would. You're just being
canceled.
Right. You're like, oh, he's a Trump supporter. Like, just I can be a nice guy in every other way. Like we can be 95% agreeable, and because my politics are different than you, and I've not offended you in any way. I haven't proposed any laws or changes that would make your life harder. Nothing like that. Yeah. If I simply think that Trump is more in line with my values than Biden, people would be like, "Oh,
here in Europe, like a little."
I don't give a fuck about your life in Europe. I care about him making life is hard in America.
Yeah, but I give a fuck.
Right. Life is very hard in America. Would you rather live in Sweden or America? Of course, and most people would too, because we need to make changes. We need to make changes.
I read in the newspaper that Norway, they're they made like an announcement that you should be like cautious if you're like in a country that doesn't have like proper welfare and healthcare.
Right.
They had like US has like the top.
Yeah, of course, because if you get hurt, you should though. That's a real thing because you won't know that. Okay, right. Okay. Yeah. So in your head, you might think, well, so from my perspective, I'm like, well, it's obvious, duh, that. Okay, but then if you're from Europe, if it's new to you, you might say, oh my God, you go to the America, you get hurt, you get bankrupt, right? And that's a little hyperbolic. But it's not totally wrong either, right? And I think that's similar to what Trump is saying with the deep state. If you're in the know, you're like, okay, well, you're not probably going to become bankrupt. It's probably going to be like $2,000 or something, right? You know what I mean? It's like $2,000. It's not bankrupt. It's like $2,000, and it's or more depending on what it is. To be honest with you, and also against your will most of the time. So if you go to the doctor, your doctor says, oh, you're in some pain, you need some pain. Like if you're in the hospital specifically, or anywhere really, but you're in the hospital. And you had a surgery, and your doctor says, would you like pain medication for your surgery because we cut you open? You'd say, yes, please. They give it to you. Then much later, you get the bill, and it's a lot of money. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me.
Yeah.
Like the nurse might shave you if you like.
Wait, can you actually say like, oh no, I don't want any pain medication?
You can refuse medical treatment, yes.
Oh, but you still want the surgery, but without any painkiller.
That would probably be up to the doctor. If the doctor wants to do it. Because the doctor doesn't have to treat you.
Yeah.
It's their prerogative, and I think it should be. It gets weird.
He's going to mess with the surgery so bad.
Right. But there's a weird, but also let's say even after the surgery for recovery, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can say, no, thank you, but let's say if it's, you need a cast. You broke your arm, you need a cast. Sure, you can say no, thank you to the cast. But you need the cast or you're going to have a broken arm,
Yeah.
Like, you can't really say no to most. You can say no to some things, not most things. You can't be like, no, thank you. And like, ambulance rides, for example, are so fucking expensive. Like, literally, when my daughter had a seizure, part of me was thinking, God, should I just drive her to the hospital real quick?
Yeah.
Isn't that a terrible thing you have to think?
Yeah.
You're like, it's pretty close. I think she'll be fine. I'll park and carry her in.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. And what's the worst? Oh, you know what's even really more annoying is someone can call the ambulance for you. Let's say you're in a car accident, you're unconscious. You can't consent to it in any way, and you still get billed for it, even though you did not consent to it at all. And it's even more annoying. It's even more annoying if you have an issue that doesn't need hospitalization. So, for example, let's just say, Ubering it would be cheaper, but let's just say that you have, let's say you have seizures. You're like my daughter. She'd have. Let's say you have seizures, and you're like, no problem. I've had seizures my whole life. When I get them, I'll be fine in 30 seconds or whatever it is, and I take my medication, I'll be fine. Okay, fine, right? Now, if someone didn't know that, if you're at a restaurant, you have a seizure, they're going to call 911, an ambulance is going to come. You're going to be charged for it. You're going to wake up in a hospital with a fucking bill and debt. And they'll send your ass to collections. And you didn't consent to it, and it should be criminal. Yeah. Because you did not consent to it. You didn't consent to the service. This isn't capitalist when you force someone to buy your service. against their will. That's not capitalism. It's thievery. That's what it is. And I hate it. And that's our American. And
couldn't you sue afterwards? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if you want to pay money to the lawyer, sure. You ain't gonna win against a hospital, man. You're not gonna win. Yeah, if you want to, you're saying, "Oh, I can't afford a hospital ride, but I can afford a lawyer. I can afford that. I can afford all of that." It's gonna kill your credit in the meantime.
You win, they can, take on your case. And then...
It can kill your credit in the meantime. By the way, what if you don't win? You get you get a second mortgage on your house, so you can afford the lawyer bills because they're getting paid immediately. They're not getting paid after the crime, unless it's especially egregious, but it probably isn't. Who's taking your work pro bono because they have a thing? Oh my God, dude. I hate taxes too. I understand the purpose of taxes, but goddamn, I hate taxes. Again, I understand the purpose. I understand the purpose. I have no problem with the tax, but I understand it. And then people have issues with free healthcare in the United States, and I think most of the issues tend to be on worrying that it won't be as effective or as efficient. I think is most of the concerns. But on principle, I think
it's already not really. Yeah.
What do you say?
It's not very efficient.
I mean, I feel like the American healthcare is pretty good. Rather, like if you go to hospital, you're gonna get pretty good treatment. It's just the cost, But like, here's the thing: you can already get here's a very good argument. A very good argument. If you have free healthcare, but it makes your taxes go up, about let's say $1,000 a month. I'm saying random numbers, right? But you could get insurance for $900 a month. Wouldn't it be better just to get the insurance? But of course, here's the reality: is that if you can't afford it, the purpose of taxes is to pay for things that maybe other people can't afford, right? It's to take care of people who can't afford $1,000 a month. But still, if you're a person, it's hard for a person to be like, well, I already have healthcare, and they can't. But the thing is, I have health insurance. I never go to the doctor because I don't want to pay for it ever. Like never. I never go. Why would I ever go? I still have to pay. My copay is like $1,000 to pay like $1,000. I don't.
So what would you pay for like a regular checkup?
I don't know. I literally have no idea. Like $80 probably, something like that to go in. Depends what it is. You got to pay for the medication sometimes too, depending on what it is too, and that's what you have to pay a copay usually. And so, let's say $50 to go to the doctor, something like that probably.
Well, it's the same here, but there's like a max amount. And once you reach the max, it's completely free. We have that too, a little bit with insurance, and the max amount's like depending on your insurance, it's gonna be different. For us, it's like maybe mine's like $1,000. Ours is like we have is typally it's a max amount per year that you'll pay. Yeah.
So it'd be like $1,000 a year, something like that, depending on what you're. Same with car insurance. All the insurance has it, and they do it so you don't use the insurance. It's kind of a whole big scam, isn't it? Like my car insurance copay is $1,000. I got in a car accident, right? To replace the parts should be less than $1,000. I'm like, I don't even want to do it. I have to pay for all of it. It's not that. It was cosmetic issues, I'm like, fuck, screw that. Yeah. But then I'm like, why do I have insurance?
It's really for the bigger, stuff, right?
I hate to. Yeah, right. Sure, if your car gets totaled, but still, there's a weirdness in insurance. They're like, oh well, I don't want the insurance. Right. Of course. Yeah. Of course, free healthcare is not free. Right. Duh. It's not free. Someone's supposed to pay for it. My biggest concern would be worrying about inefficiencies. But again, I feel like it's not. Who cares? Because to me, it's a much bigger issue that there's so many people who, including myself, who literally, can't afford it for having to choose. I mean, that's a real thing. Like Sarah's grandpa just died from COVID, and I'm sure we're gonna be hit with a hospital bill soon. Yeah. You have to pay for that. It's like, what the hell, man? I just want to not die. But again, yeah, in the real world is somebody has to pay those doctors. Somebody has to pay for the hospital. Someone has to. That's going to come out of taxes. That's going to have to happen. But it's not about it being less expensive. It's about providing health care for everybody, regardless of if they can afford it or not. It's about, and for me too, if you're an 8-year-old child, you're not consenting to being poor. An 8-year-old doesn't get to make the choices. An 8-year-old shouldn't be punished because their parents made poor decisions, Yeah. Well, I can afford it.
Yeah, I can afford it for free as a kid. Like, you can go to the dentist like every year, every month.
And to be fair, to be very fair, we do already have Medicaid, which is specifically to assist people who are too poor to afford health. But I don't know how well it works. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know. And perhaps Medicaid for all is a better solution. That's what some Republicans are proposing, right? And perhaps that is a better solution because we already have the. I don't know. Like I'm saying, I don't know. All I would like to see a situation in which anyone can get non-elective, and maybe I'd even be okay with elective, but for sure non-elective stuff you shouldn't have to pay, or you should not get it because you can't afford it or something like that, Yeah. Something like that would be the end state I'm trying to go for, and I hope that all people are trying to go for that end state. That there's no one who ever has to decide between getting healthcare versus, I don't know. But then it's also weird too, because what if you can't afford it, you just don't want to, right? Like, do you really need like the newest iPhone? Do you really need all the streaming services? Do you really need all these things? Okay, so for example, you choose.
You really need 2 kidneys.
Do you though? But
no.
But like you choose, for example, to go on the bus instead of going on Uber, right? Because you save money. Because you save money, maybe so it's 20. You're saving $20. Let's just say, right? It's easy money. Let's just say, right? You're saving $20 every time. Okay. Well, if you do it 4 times a week or a month, rather, at the end of the month you have $100 extra. And now, what if someone else who has the same job as you takes Uber all the time? And they're like, I can't afford the dentist, right? And you're like, well, we make the same money. You're making decisions where you can't afford it, right? There's a weirdness to that too, isn't there?
Yeah, but.
And people and Americans hate that. They hate the idea that someone's lazy and you know.
Yeah. But also, you get cheaper healthcare if the government, can buy things in bulk and sort of.
I don't know because the problem is that America is so big. It's like it's so inefficient. It's just so I'm saying I don't know. I agree that paying in bulk is better. You can I'm agreeing there, and the government has more negotiating power, perhaps because they're a big. But I don't know with all the inefficiencies. I really couldn't tell you for sure. Because, for example, if you look at like a stapler, what the military pays for a stapler is like $10 per stapler or $20 per stapler. Like, it's insane. It's like these things cost $1, And my point is, what's that?
Why would Army pay?
Because it just goes to the lowest bidder, and I assume it's a huge contract in which they have lots of things that they're supplying. They're not because the government's not going to buy just a stapler, right? Like, they're not going to be like, oh, we need 1,000 staplers or 1,000,000 staplers. They're going to be like, oh, we need office supplies, right? Who's going to sell us office supplies? And they'll have a list of all the office supplies they need. And then companies will bid on it, and whoever gets the lowest, and then I'm sure they'll be like, yeah, they're trustworthy, whatever. But whoever bids the lowest gets the contract. That's a reasonable way to do it, isn't it? Because the government can't know what a stapler costs. It's like, how can they know, right? What it all costs? And so they're like, oh, well, these people do it for the cheapest, and we put the contract out. Anyone can do it, and these companies are the ones who bid it for cheapest. This must just be what it costs. And then you're like, what? But a consumer can buy it,
But wouldn't there be a contractor then who, puts a way cheaper stapler?
Again, I think that typically they're not just buying staplers, but also there's not a lot of transparency in the costs because the government, they have a blank check. Or not a blank check, but they're not really paying for it. That doesn't really matter. And again, how would you do it? Okay, let me ask you, in reality, let's say you're the military and you want to buy staplers and general office supply stuff. Well, what would you do? Well, what they do is they make a contract on some website somewhere, and they say, this is what we need. We need it like 6 months from now, or the contract closes in 6 months or something. You put in all your bids ahead of time. Then they go through all the bids and say, who can do it for the cheapest? And then they might be like, okay, can this company actually deliver? That sort of thing, right? And they say, okay, company, you got the contract. They give them $1 billion, and a couple months later they get all their stuff. That's how it works. Which is like, okay, that's reason. Like, that's a pretty good way to do it. But
would be one person like in the military, who overlooks this and says, this price for staplers is pretty extreme, and they go.
Well, you would think, wouldn't you? You would think, wouldn't you? But it's not that way.
Can you lower this like a bit, and then we're okay with the contract.
But again, I'm pretty sure in reality, it's not just a stapler. It's like a whole huge amount of things where you can't really easily decipher what it is. Because if you want to buy, say, 1,000,000 staplers and 1,000,000 office chairs and 1,000,000 paper clips, right? And they say, okay, that's going to be $2 million. Like, it's kind of hard to get a sense for. Okay, let me break it down. And also, how do you determine the cost of a stapler? Do you say, oh, I went to Walmart and they're $1, so how come yours isn't $1? I'm serious. Like, what do you really do in practice? Like, oh, I don't know. It's kind of hard, isn't it?
Well, pretty much just
that. And also, let me ask you another thing too. What if the military has slightly higher standards than a consumer grade stapler? And they might. And also, if it needs to be delivered in bulk, I mean, perhaps that's maybe a different thing too, because 1 million staplers might be harder to produce because you have to store them and do something. Maybe there's something that's like, oh, that's a logistical issue, you know. And again, maybe it is. And so like, okay, factor it into the cost. But it seems reasonable that the free market and principle, the free market, as long as it's transparent enough, someone will come and always make sure it's the cheapest price. But also I think that the contract, at least, okay, I'm basing this off the movie War Dogs, but the movie War Dogs, the contracts, when you bid on them, you don't get to see what anyone else bids. And the idea there is that you go as cheap as you can go while still being profitable. That's the idea. Because otherwise you'd have Price is Right style where everyone's just going to bid $1 cheaper than the other guy, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what it is to run a business, though, right? Is you're trying to
yeah.
You're trying to.
I mean, isn't that how it works everywhere else?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Yes, yes, of course. But the big issue is that with the government, it's like no one. It's not their own money. They don't really care as much.
No, I mean, like everyone's gonna sell something like $1 cheaper until they can go cheaper.
Oh yes, of course. Because in a normal environment, like the prices are public for everyone. You know, like there's a competition there where you can see if I'm buying it. Okay, well I could buy your stapler for $3 or that guy's stapler for $2. Convince me on yours. Yours is $1 more, 50% more money. Is it actually better? And typically it's, you know, and then you're like, okay, let me tell you why mine is more expensive than the competition's. But again,
I saw the War Dogs, but I don't remember like what actually happens in the movie.
Is that the right movie? Is that the movie where a bunch of 2 kids end up selling ammunition to the United States government and they get it from like the Ukraine or something?
And it's Jonah Hill, right?
Yep.
And yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. Scrubs did do a good job at showing how Kelso's not necessarily an evil person. It's just that he has to make real decisions. Yeah. And a lot of people in real life, they don't have to make those real decisions with the money, especially if they've never been a boss before and never been involved in the money. They're like, listen, this costs money, like what you're describing. Like you can have issues with the system that like yeah, sure. If someone doesn't have insurance, yeah, it's not fair that they can't get treatment. But if I'm the hospital administrator, what am I supposed to do? Someone has to pay my doctors. Someone has to pay the pharmaceutical companies for their drugs. We can't just we can't steal them. We have to pay everybody. We have to pay all the employees here. We have to pay to keep the lights on, you know? So they can't just give us stuff for free or else the hospital would close and nobody would get treatment.
Yeah.
And it's probably better that the people who can afford it get treatment than nobody gets treatment. It might not be fair because you're poor. That is true. But, you know, but if something bad happens to you, the solution, you shouldn't say, well, something bad should also happen to other people. You know? So, for example, there's a thing where, like, a lot of people are opposed to paying back student tuition, because they say, well, I had to pay off my loan, so therefore you should have to do it too. And just because you had to do a hard thing doesn't mean... By the way, I don't think the government should pay off student tuitions. You consented to it for 4 consecutive years, and you knew what you're getting into, by the way. But anyway, there's a mentality like, well, I had to do it. It's not fair if I have to. If someone gets something I don't, that's not fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do.
Also, prices in like the 60s weren't fair to like people who are buying houses now.
How what wasn't fair?
House prices.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's like that's just life. Sometimes it's like, yeah, it's unfortunate, but the solution isn't to bring everyone down, right, into the slums. It should be like, okay, how do I get up there with you guys? You know, how can we bring everyone up, you know? And again, I do not think that the government should pay back people's tuition because you can because I don't think that school is essential. I think that most school degrees are nonsense. I think that most 22-year-olds with bachelor's degrees are still just as childish as they've always been. Like what I'm saying is I don't think that like school is necessarily a net positive for society, or like rather on the individual basis. And my point, the reason I say that is because people say, well, you got to go to school. Like, no, you don't have to go to school. You don't have to go to school. You can get all the education for free online. You don't have to go to school. You think you do. You don't have to. You didn't have to, get $80,000 in debt. You didn't have to do that. You just chose to because your parents encouraged you to, and you thought you had to. You thought you had no other choice. You thought that was just what I do. And then you get the degree. You can't get a job, and now you're sad. And it's like, well, and even in my case, I hate it because Sarah's got so much student loans. you know? And it's like, yeah, it would be nice if I'm paid for it, and I would still be happy if they did, but...
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money. It's like, holy crap. She probably makes like $15 less an hour than she actually would be making just because of her loan payments. Which is kind of a lot, you know? Or whatever it ends up being, you know? But like, if you make... Okay, yeah?
When you have like a sort of capitalist society, if someone gets, you know, a huge benefit like that, it's gonna... And you don't get it, you know? It's sort of gonna affect you.
The thing is, I don't know if
it's gonna put you like in a worse position, sort of.
But I don't know if I 100% agree with you, because Sweden is a capitalist society as well.
Yeah, but we have like a lot of
right,
things to elevate.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I don't know if I necessarily agree with you, because you can be capitalist and still take care of people, you know? Like, you can still recognize that, like, oh, it's I'm not losing anything by helping out my neighbor necessarily. Or if I am, it's a good thing. It's okay. I should help out my neighbor. It's worth the money to help out my neighbor, you know? That's what I mean, is that...
Yeah, but we don't really push like that capitalism, sort of like we don't focus on like, oh, it's capitalism. Capitalism is fine, you know, engage in capitalism. You know?
Well... Yeah, I mean, I don't know the degree to which Americans collectively say, like, oh, capitalism is great, but I think that there's definitely a mentality, like, hard work is what you should focus on the most, and you shouldn't complain. And again, I don't know how much is Midwest.
Well, I guess
I don't
more
know
like
everyone's experience. I was born in the Midwest.
In the
I know
US,
the Midwest experience. But.
It's sort of like, oh, there are no free lunches. If someone's getting a free
lunch,
right,
that is the mentality.
It's bad.
The mentality is that you shouldn't ever want handouts, and handouts are something to be ashamed of. Is I think the mentality is that handouts are because you messed up, because you couldn't have enough money, and you should feel bad if you accept handouts. That's the mentality, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm with you, Kyle TV. I'm a full capitalist as well. Your actions have consequences as anybody. But to me, I don't think there's any way to argue that children should be punished for the mistakes their parents made. Yeah. I don't think there's any way to argue that morally, because it's not fair for the child. And I would be in full support of paying for literally any health care for any minor, and maybe any school for a minor, any food for a minor. Like, I would be okay with all of that, maybe till you're 25 even, and then be like, okay, now you're on your own. We've helped you in every way you can. The financial decisions your parents made had no effect on you becoming 25, right? I would be okay with that. And also, our system, insurance already works by paying for your neighbors. That's how insurance works. But God. Okay, but here's the way I view school. I view school as just a thing you can do and pay for, in which you have instructors and tutors that help you get better at some aspect of life. Okay. How is that different than if you go to a gym or if you join Scientology? Right? It's no different. You chose, you thought, you knew something was expensive, you knew the price. You're like, but it's worth it for me. It'll make my life better. I'll be a happier person if I pay for this expensive thing, right? And then you do it, you're like, oh, I wasted my money. I shouldn't have done that. And then like, someone pay for it. I shouldn't have done that. You're like, that's life, dude. That's life. If you pay for something, thinking it's going to make your life better, even if it does make your life better, it still isn't it isn't necessarily someone's responsibility to pay for it, especially if you knew ahead of time that no one was going to pay for it except you. Just like going to the gym. You should go to the gym, right?
Like a bit of a gamble, because imagine like a certain, job is like all the rage and they're getting paid like really well, and so a lot of people will go into that field. But then, something happens, like a bubble or something.
Yeah, but to be fair, Victor, that you're being very generous. Most people are not getting 4-year college degrees, and then the bubble bursts in that 4 years. It's not the case. Sometimes you might get it. So, for example, pharmacists. There's way too many pharmacists. It's harder to find a job, but not impossible. So but they knew ahead of time, even within the 4 years.
I guess it's more about people might be viewing it as, do what you want to do, and they're like, oh, I want to do this thing.
Right.
I have to get loans.
Yeah, and I would say this too, is that let's say that you're really passionate. What's a baloney degree? Like a history degree is a stupid degree to get if you want a job, right? It is, objectively. It's a bad degree. If you want a job, a history degree is not the degree you should get. And if you want to learn about...
but it's weird because someone should still get the history degree, right?
Well,
we still need like a history teacher.
Well, here'd be my argument. The kids seem to believe that the only way they can learn about history is by going to university and paying for it. But that's not true. They're all alternatives. You can learn all the stuff for free online.
Yeah, but it's also being hired by employer requires having gone to, you know, certain...
Well, can I tell you something? If you're in a job in which their only requirement is that you have any bachelor's degree, the reason they have that is because they have such a huge supply of candidates that they need some criteria for filtering them, because they don't actually care about the degree. It's just that they have so many candidates, they need some mechanism for filtering them, and they just choose arbitrary degree. That's why they do it. And if you're in that position, you need to find a job that you're more uniquely skilled for, where you're valued as a person and as an employee, where you're providing real value. You can't just expect your employer to treat you with respect. Instead, you got to fucking earn it for yourself and make them respect you, in my opinion. You can't just wait for them to respect you. But that's why those jobs do it. They only do it because they need to fill a position, and they just want some filtering mechanisms because they get too many candidates applying.
But that would be like any bachelor's degree, right?
Correct. Yeah. Because there'll be many jobs where, like, they just basically want any bachelor's degree, and it's like, what the heck? How can, like, we're coworkers. I have a degree in writing. You have a degree in history. The other person might have a degree in, like, philosophy. The other one might have a degree in poli-science. Yeah. How is our degree relevant? It's not. It's not relevant. It's just that it's just one filtering mechanism by thinking, like, okay, someone who gets a degree must be a bit better than someone who doesn't have a degree, and I think that's true as well. Just like I think someone who goes to the gym is a bit better than someone who doesn't go to the gym if you have no other filtering mechanisms. So it's a pretty good filtering mechanism to be like, okay, how can we make sure that we're getting, because we have so many candidates, how can we make sure we're getting the best of all the candidates? Oh, I know, we'll choose the degree. Now, I don't agree with them, but I'm saying I think that's what they think in their heads, you know? Is they think, oh, he's college educated, that means something, it has value, they think that, and so, but I don't think it does. But again, it's only because the degree doesn't matter, they're just trying to filter it out and see what's more value.
But I mean, there are like positions, like if you want to be a history teacher, then you really need a degree in history.
Yeah, if you do, let's assume you do, right? Let's say, yeah, you do, right? And then what you'd end up with, the only history teachers would be people who are rich, right? And then if you were poor, you'd have to do basically like the real jobs, let's say. And not that being a teacher isn't a real job, but you know what I'd be in 100% support of as well? Is I would be in complete support if the government every year or 4 years or something like that, they're like, listen, these are the following degrees that we will pay for. And we will pay, whatever, $10,000 per semester for this or something like that.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, that's fair. So that if you want to get a degree in whatever, we'll pay it. If you don't want it, we don't have to get it. And it's a little bit of a socialist idea where the government is sort of controlling the market a little bit because they're controlling who the workers are going to be. And I think that's fine because someone clearly needs to educate these kids that there's an oversaturation of history degrees. There's an oversaturation of philosophy degrees. There's too many of you, and you need to at least be aware of it ahead of time. I want you to at least not be ignorant to it, that if you get this philosophy degree, you probably won't get a job. I want you to know that ahead of time. That don't think you're going to get a job. And if you are okay with that, that's fine. Still get it. But just be aware, you're not really getting a job out of this. Or probably not.
Super passionate about history are probably going to be the ones who like make the most effort.
Right. And here's the thing, dude. Most people who get their degrees, okay, most freshmen, they go in with like with real degrees, engineering degrees, something like the computer science degrees, chemistry degrees, whatever, right? And that's kind of hard. And the classes suck. And they're not doing so hot. And they might fail a few classes. But here's the thing. You can switch to a poli-science. You can switch to a social sciences degree. And most of your credits are going to transfer. You're not losing any progress. And you know what? You're still getting a degree. That's most of it, to be honest with you. It's not people who are, my point is, it's not people who are passionate about history. You know, sure, there's always people passionate about history. I'm sure they're still getting the degrees. But most of them, it's just that it's a degree to get. And they think, well, it's better than nothing. And I kind of like history. It's sort of what it is, you know? Like,
you're saying like the people who fail at science, so they're like, oh, might as well.
Not all. No, not all. But there's a lot. What you'll find in college, the freshman year, most of the freshmen, they have, you know, degrees like good degrees where you get jobs with them, you know, computer science, what have you, right? And then every year, a few more people drop out of those engineering degrees, but they stay in the school. They switch degrees every year. Very few people switch from an easy degree to a harder degree. That's what happens because it's harder. You do an easier one, and that's what tends to happen. So And I think people who go to history degrees in general, it's just people who are like, oh, history is my favorite subject because you're fucking 17 or 18 when you choose it. You don't know anything.
No.
Well, basically, it's always just chatting, Ben. And to be fair, it's not like we don't have enough view count for it to really matter, to be honest. It's like, oh, we're just... I'd rather be the top of Starmancer than the bottom of just chatting, all right, Ben? I'm the top Starmancer streamer.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the bottom just chatting streamer. How do you
always goes like sort of downhill when we start discussing politics, and it's just
or anything. Is it downhill though? It's more entertaining. What is it? The purpose of the stream is just to talk and to be fun and to it's not to promote Starmancer. It's not. That's not how I view it. I don't view it as like, oh, like shilling for Starmancer all the time.
Why haven't those walls been constructed yet?
Everyone's dead probably, and one person's a maniac, the other person's sad, and that's what I assume it is.
It's probably like the person who's
like,
painted and probably doesn't have building assigned, I would assume.
Or he just has other stuff assigned and he just can't get to it.
I'm sure there's a
like
lot of
stocking
stuff
machines,
like
power generations. There's no power, so he has to keep going back there, and he can't because.
It just seems someone would get to the building as a stocking or researching object. Yeah.
You think what?
I think they'd get to it eventually.
Well, they wouldn't because the power generation will never get there. They might eventually, but maybe eventually just take a long time. Also, there's a chance that they just die because these cuddlers just keep walking and then interrupting him and getting him.
I saw like a while back someone killed like the robot mango.
Oh.
Probably the maniac. Like,
for the yeah, probably because they have really low or really high aggression or something like that. Like they'll fight people. I don't have any of the bots.
There are all of those boxes to unload as well. So.
Yeah, but I don't have any of the bots, and I don't know how. I assume it's easy to enable bots on Twitch. I don't know. But also, we're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, and so you have to change it like in all those places at the same time. We don't have to. To be honest, I don't really give a shit. I wouldn't, but
in OBS, this would be like a scene called like "Be Right Back."
There should be. Yeah.
You try switching to it really quick and see.
Oh, I don't have that. No, I don't have that because you never gave me the things. Because remember, okay, so you remember what happened is you gave me a thing to import, but it deleted all my current stuff. So what I did is I exported my settings, gave it to you, and then you were supposed to, maybe you did, but you were supposed to add your own scene and then export it and give it back to me. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, which I did.
I don't know where the file is then.
It should be in the same location as the first one. Maybe it's named the exact same.
Victor, did you do it? Never told me.
I marked the task as complete.
Is there a chance that you never told me? Because if it's you're saying it's just in Dropbox somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell that is, man. Where is it in Dropbox? Is it? I don't even know the name of the file. Yeah, this stops right now. It's your responsibility to find the file for me. I shouldn't have to go digging for it. I don't know where it is. You know where it is. You can copy you don't have to do it right now. But I mean, like, why should I have to go to Dropbox and be like, is it here? You're like, nope. Is it here? Nope. Like, you can like you have some better idea than I have where it is. I don't know where it is. I can't import it though because it's gonna screw everything up because I'm live right now.
Oh no.
The thing is, I also added a few more sources, so I'm gonna have to re-add those sources again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. We'll figure this out later.
I thought you added them because you had like you had one of the scenes, right?
The roadmap?
No.
All I have is the roadmap. I have an image. You might be just misremembering it though, or thinking of something else possibly. Oh my. Okay, guys. You know what Victor just did for me? You know what he just fucking did? He pasted in Discord, Google Drive, /Starmancer Drive, /Twitch, /OBS. He doesn't like give me the file or like a link. He's just like, oh, this is what he wrote in plain text. This is all he writes. This is all he writes to me. What's Google? I don't have a folder on my computer called Google Drive. I gotta like find it. Where is Google Drive? I don't know where. Can you give me a link, motherfucker? You son of a gun.
It's not just one file. You also have to.
Yeah, but like a link to the file or something, you know. Like to the folder. I don't know how Google Drive works. I'm a boomer, dude. I have to like go to google.com and like go to Google Drive. I don't use Google Drive.
I used to assume that you use Google Drive like every day as I do.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like you think something's obvious. It's not obvious. I don't do it. It's not my life. I never use Google Drive. I don't know what that is. I don't know how to access
daily,
it.
So I'm like, how can you not use Google Drive?
I don't even use Dropbox daily. I think that I use it like once. Like I have it, like, but I don't like use it.
I moved everything from Dropbox to Google Drive. Like
it says it's a potential dangerous download. Should I continue or should I close?
I mean, you should continue, but just be aware.
Are you sure it's safe? It says make sure to only run executables from developers that you trust, but you're an artist. You're not really a developer. Did you make this or did you get on the internet?
Well, I mean,
I'm stopping this because I just can't stop myself from taking it seriously. So I'm saving. Obviously, I'm safe. I'm just teasing. Okay, cool. I won't port them next time because I feel like there's gonna be some tweaking I have to do anyway. And then we can stop the stream because it's been going for 4 hours and 35 minutes. Now let's start talking.
Yeah.
Let's start talking. I'm just talking.
Oh yeah. Before you stop it, there's some weird lighting issues going on with the windows, like at the bottom.
That's too late. I already pressed. It was too late. It was too late. It was far too late. Is there any chance that it's because they're different window types? And like maybe some of the windows are just like have a different like maybe like one of like the sterile window is like whiter probably, so it's gonna like the lighting's gonna be more prominent. If you placed it.
Oh no.
Okay, I said no because I didn't look. I didn't look at the things.
Yeah.
I was simply asking.
I thought you meant like the object pool that they would get recycled.
No.
Which it could be.
Well, they would too. That could be a bug. Yeah, but no. I was trying to say, like, is it a bug or is it just that the art's bad? And by bad I mean bad. I mean like that there's something about the art that because the colors are different that they they look different but they're not different.
Yeah. No.
All right, people. We're leaving. We'll be out here soon. Let me see if there's anything relevant on my phone. I don't care, Jamie. A lady just told me about this app. It uses your GPS to find gluten-free restaurants, and you can search a particular area too. Thought this would be handy for you. Okay. Thanks, Jamie. Okay, in context, you don't understand what Jamie is, so it makes it sound like I'm being crazy right now, but it's not. It's you have to understand. You understand who she is, and it's like, okay. Because in her mind, she's like, I'm doing you a huge favor by showing this to you. I'm like, okay. It's just an app. It's like she's because she's an older person, so she's like thinks like, oh, there's an app for that. I'm like, okay, thanks. Like they're so excited. Like they're like, oh yeah. Did you know you didn't have to get letters in the mail anymore? You could use this thing called electronic mail. It's so exciting. Check it out. You go to google.com/Gmail. That's kind of like the set of like, yeah, no, okay. Okay.
Reminds me of the weird thing I saw yesterday on Facebook. Like someone posted like his keyboard and it's like, oh, it's kind of dirty. And someone like, oh, that's gross. Oh, that's too dirty. And it's like, oh, my monitors, like sometimes I spit like coffee in my monitor. And he's like, oh, that's nasty. And then he links like the kind of like tissues or something like, use these. Like what?
People love it. People like, I think humans are their best when we offload our decision making to the group. When we're totally comfortable with each other, when we talk about our problems, when we talk about things we can't understand. Like if you can't figure something out and there's other people around you, you start to get embarrassed, right? Because you're like, oh no, I can't figure out how to do this thing. I can't figure out how to like change this light bulb. And if you were just asked, if you just said, how do you change this light bulb? I don't understand it. People would be like, would be willing to be like, oh, let me tell you how to change it. And you just have to have the confidence and be vulnerable and just be like, I don't know how to change it, and that's okay. And you guys should accept me, even though I can't change it. And can you help me learn? And you offload it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the dude knows how to like wipe his monitor.
Well, no. What I'm saying is the sentiment from humans naturally want to give each other advice, but I think that's why it's like they want to be like, oh, let me be part of your neural network, sort of. Yeah. And then we all kind of like help each other and people, because that's what people love to do. They're like, here's these webs. Like, I know how to clean a monitor, dude. But he thinks maybe you don't. I want to help you. And also, maybe he doesn't, by the way. I've seen you should, okay, because you work from home, so maybe you don't, but people got some nasty computers, man.
Yeah. And
some gross ass, you should look at people's glasses, okay? So many people got nasty ass glasses. I can't stand that. Just so you viewers are aware of this. This is just how we are all the time. Like, Victor's like, yeah, the stream was on for so long or whatever. We should talk about stuff. Like, yeah, I guess. This is just us, though. We just talk about it. It's like, okay. Let's talk about this stuff. Okay. And I'm trying to go, but I just love talking so much. It's a real problem. It's why I can't go on the Discord. It's a real problem with me. I get hot about things. It doesn't matter. Like I could pull topics out of the bucket and just get so passionate about them and be like, "Fuck you!" Yeah. It would be a fun game, I think, to play in real life. Sometime is like you like pull something out, almost like a debate type game, and it'll be like pro-life, and you are against, and I'd be like, "Yeah, you're killing babies." Oh wait, no, the opposite.
Sure
whatever it is.
Like
whatever it is.
Pretty sure there's a game like that.
There probably is. Because it's fun. It's fun to just get hot about things. It's fun. I like to sort of sell things, you know what I mean? I like to sell points of view. I like to sell things. I like to sell ideas. I like to sell things and like just really hype them up. And so it's fun to be like, oh, I'm going to convince you. I'm going to convince you that abortion should be illegal or something. Or I'm going to convince you that it should be, even when they're 2 years old, I'll convince you that they should be aborted still. You know what I mean? Why not? I had to what's the opposite. I had to go extreme. Because you're so fucking pro-choice that you're like, oh, what's the extremity? Oh, all abortion, that's so extreme. Yeah, I want extreme the other way, dude. I don't know what I lie to you is, but yeah, I'm doing that. I'm doing what I lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you. That's basically my whole life, Ben, is I just play what I lie to you all the time. Like, I wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, I never heard of a game, but I can imagine.
It's why, if you'll notice, every time I'm explaining something and I'm dead serious, I'll say I'm totally serious right now, like 100 times. I'm like, dude, I'm serious though. Like I'm serious. I'll say it like 100 times, like, dude, but I'm serious about this. Because I'll say crazy things like we shouldn't go to Mars. I'm like, dude, we shouldn't go to Mars, but I'm serious. We shouldn't go to Mars. I don't mean that we should go to Mars, but that's what I'll be like. Yeah. Like I'll be like, dude, I feel like Trump should. I'll say, I would prefer Trump to Biden, but I'm serious right now. Like I would rather have Trump than like that's what I mean. Now I'm serious. I'd rather have Trump than Biden be president. I'm dead serious, you know, because it's a ridiculous statement, you know. Because then I also might say something like Trump should fight Putin in a fist fight, and I'm like, well, I'm just kidding. You shouldn't do that. Obviously, he shouldn't actually fight it, but it'd be fun. I would watch it. Like I would watch it. It'd be entertaining. Plus, he's not president. I would watch it, and he should do it. Honestly, I'm serious. He should do it. It'd be fun. He's not president anymore. I don't care. Plus, if Putin hits Trump even once, Secret Service will shoot him in the eye. That's what they do. They protect the president.
Would Trump's Secret Service?
No, because Putin would get the first strike in. There's no way Trump's going to get the first hit. There's no way, right? So Putin's going to get the first hit, and then Trump's going to be like, gotcha, bitch, you know? And then the Secret Service is going to shoot him in the head, shoot Putin in the head. That's what the Secret Service does. They protect the president from threats.
Yeah, but then everyone's going to get like shot by Russian special forces or something like that.
Yeah, I guess, but like whatever. It's just Trump. Like who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Whatever. I don't care. Just stream it. Live stream it. I don't care. Just make sure you're recording.
Judo master.
What'd you say?
He's like a judo master.
Oh, I thought you said what if Trump was a judo master? I was like, what? He is? Yeah, but the thing is, like, I don't know with a guy like Putin how much is real and how much is propaganda, you know?
Yeah. Well, he was officially recognized by the international like judo.
I still stand by what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how much is real.
They have like international standards.
Yeah. Again, like I said,
now he's actually not an official judo master anymore.
It's unofficial.
Well, he's not recognized by the
he moonlights
international community
as a judo champion. What if I just do like all webcam? How big would that be? Oh shit! Look at that. You can see like the corner of my desk. I didn't even know that was there. Hey, you can see the Starmancer thing from EGX, which is kind of cool. You see some tissues too. Did they really take Putin's judo belt after Ukraine? Are you making a joke there? Because either way, it's funny.
Yeah, they did.
Like, that's a punishment. Like, they're so childish, aren't they? Well, I'm going to take your... Like, he's killing children. They're like, I'm going to take your judo belt. And I'm like, first of all, that's not how judo belts work. I've earned it for life. You can't just take it away.
Well...
You can't. No, you can't. Like, you can't just take away a belt. He earned it.
Yeah, but it's like...
Imagine if you got a badge.
Like an honorary title, all right?
Well, like, is it? That's what I'm asking you. No, it's a recognition of your skill. So did he have the skill, or did he just get it for show?
Yeah, but it's also like an honorary thing. Like, you're being recognized by, this official entity. Like, he's still gonna be, like, have the knowledge of a judo master, but...
Hey, if it was on,
but have the international recognition.
If it was, but if it was honorary in the first place, it's bullshit to begin with. Here it is. We found her, Naked HG XYZ. Yes, you're back. You're back.
Yeah. That should be like the criteria. Like we can't end the stream before there's been at least one. You know.
It took 4 hours and 44 minutes. The thing is also why I stayed here is because I felt bad because I was gone for 20 minutes pooping. Like I felt so bad. I was like, I feel so bad. I'm just gonna stay for a little bit longer and be like, okay. But it wasn't my fault. It just happened. I just went to pee and I was like, oh, I gotta poop a little bit. And it wasn't like solid chunky poop. Cause I had a steak to eat today, not enough fiber, I think, you know.
Yeah. We're gonna have like be right back like animation and with like a toilet or something funny to look.
Yeah. I have celiac disease. It's why wheat in the game, the flavor text says some people can't eat this. It's a reference to me. And as the game, you know, one of the two people making the game, I feel like it's within my authority. You know, there's no fucking deep state in Well, there's a little bit of deep state actually, isn't there in Starmancer? But actually, there's kind of a deep state.
Isn't it only deep state?
Actually, Victor, isn't there kind of a deep state? If you think of like Chucklefish, they're kind of the deep state, aren't they? In some sense, because in some sense, you know, it's.
Are we allowed to say that on stream?
Well, again, in some sense, because like they have control, not direct control over what we do, but they have like influence, and like the player base didn't consent to who our publisher would be necessarily. I'm not saying Chucklefish is. I love Chucklefish, but I'm just saying like it's kind of like that, isn't it? It's like, you know, they do have some control over what we do, you know.
Yeah, we really need to find a proper term for.
Again, they don't. Again, Chucklefish doesn't control what we do in any sense. Yeah, but I want to be clear about this. Chucklefish doesn't actually control what we do in any way. They're actually very supportive of us. It's just that like, but there is some. They have an influence over what we do. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sort of like that. Like for example, if we said, hey Chucklefish, we're adding a virtual reality mode to Starmancer, they might say, or like an Oculus Rift mode, they're probably gonna say, I don't get it, and I feel like you shouldn't do it, but if you do it, we're gonna stand by you. We'll market the shit out of it if that's what you guys want to do. Like that's what they would do. I feel like, you know. Yeah. And that's what they should do, right? So I think, you know, so. But sometimes having to deal with not Chucklefish specifically, just other people is like, ugh. Like having like another
social media.
Yeah, I hate this. I hate dealing with social media. Well, actually, I love it, but like I hate having. It's like it's so much work, is all, you know. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah. That's
You know what's funny? I'm not looking at chat. I'm looking at myself. I was looking at like myself in the webcam view. Like, what is it? I'm not looking at chat. I'm looking off. What if I put my thing up here, and I can look right at me? What if I look at this?
You know what? You know what you should get for the stream? Like a whiteboard. Yeah. So when we're talking like concepts, you can just walk back and like draw on the whiteboard. Like.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
But also unnecessary. Dude, look how blue my eyes look. Holy crap. You just look on stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I think it's the webcam. I think it like enhances the colors. I
think
so.
You know, your hair is looking like scruffy. I can link you like this thing is like a comb. You can comb it. You can have like gel. I'm trying to like.
I know what you're doing.
A parody of the
yeah, I know what
from
doing.
Facebook. It's like,
I was waiting for you to finish. I was letting you do your bit.
Yeah.
Nice guy. Also, that Jamie girl tells me, "Tyler, your hair is so long. Oh, you should cut it." I'm like, I'm not taking fashion advice from you. You haven't had sex in 20 years.
Yeah. That's fine, I guess.
I have to have like one ear in so I can still hear you.
Yeah.
My hair's actually really curly when it gets long. I didn't grow it out until like 6 months ago, because I just had buzz cuts since like the 10th grade basically. And then I was in the army, and then you know, I had that short hair, and then and it's more convenient. And also when you're growing out your hair, there's that awful part where like it's just on this. It's just there's a period when you're growing hair out from buzz to long where it looks terrible, and I hate that part. And I always cut it when it gets to that part. But you got to get through it. Once you get through it, it's much better. Same with a beard too. I feel like, and a mustache, everything, all that stuff. It's like same with losing weight too. There's like just that thing. It's like you got to get through the ugly part. Because if you're losing weight, there's a period where you're just scrawny but still a little fat, like you got a belly, and you're like, oh no. But if you're like, and then it's just all you can see is belly, you're like, oh no. You want me to end the stream by? Can I show my belly on stream, or I get banned for that? Because I was like, I could end the stream by showing my belly. Like, see what?
In like an asexual way.
Right. Like I'm not trying to be disgusting. I'm a person. It's like if you were at the beach, you'd see my belly, or like if you were watching a giraffe documentary, like you could see the giraffe's belly. It's not like a sexual thing. It's just like everyone has a stomach unless something happened, But usually they do because it's in the middle of your body. You can't not have a stomach. You might not have legs, but if you don't have a stomach area, you're going to be gone. Everybody has a torso region. Everybody has to. Because it's what attaches your...
with fluids, you know, like the IV drugs.
So you're saying you could remove the head in some fashion, do it. Maybe you could.
No, not the head, like your intestines, maybe.
Right. Okay, here's the thing. I have seen girls on Twitch go in a hot tub in bikinis before, okay? I've seen it happen, okay? So if I can't show my belly right now, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to contact Chucklefish. I'm going to be like, yo, do you guys have lawyers on retainer? Because we're going after the big dogs. I'm talking YouTube. I'm talking Twitch. I'm talking Facebook.
Make some like splashing noises and pretend you're standing in a pool.
Like they don't know, right? Like if we have a background image of the beach, right? They don't know. The viewers are so dumb. They don't know where we are.
Yeah.
Can I just make the stream full Dr. Disrespect? You have ever seen his stream where like he has all his green screens? Because I would love that if I'm being serious with you. If I'm being dead serious, I would love doing that. I would love just having a variety of green screens, just doing stupid things, you know? I actually sort of think it's so funny that Ben said, no feet. Like, I think that's so funny. So belly area, you know? Because recently I went down to a lower belt notch, and I'm very excited about it. I went from the 4th belt notch to the 5th, and I was stuck at number 4 for so long. Because my thing is, my belt loop, you know, like you have a belt, the notches rather. So I went from notch number 4 to notch number 5. And now I'm like 4 or 5, you know, I'm in there. But like I was stuck at 4 for so long, and it's so nice to get past it, man. Oh. But then you got to buy new pants eventually. Because your pants are getting too baggy, you know?
Yeah.
It's a tragedy, man. Okay. I think it's just gone along. I think it's like, I can't stop. Like, I'm not having fun. I want to stop talking, so this is fine. Okay. Next week, I'm going to be like, why the hell is my webcam right here in the middle? It's such a better spot for it, though, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, if you're just talking. Like if you're just talking.
For sure.
Right. If you're like having content, you should not be in the middle of the screen. Over here, up here, over here, down here, left, right. I don't know. All right. What's one more thing? If someone wants one more thing while we're still here, I have to turn off chroma key. There's my green screen. There's the lights. You guys want to see the basement? Evrito is playing Persona 4 Golden right now.
Nice.
You guys want to see like the basement or something? You guys want to see something cool? Like it's a behind the scenes sort of behind the screen, behind the screen footage.
Looks so weird with the green screen. It's like it's so close. Or is it close? Maybe
what's that? What'd you say?
Is the green screen close or is it far away?
It's pretty close. I mean, like, it's about an arm's length away from me, something like that. But the problem is that because the webcam is wide. Okay, so you want enough room that you can move. You know what I mean? Like this way, right? And so the green screen has to be back far enough that you're getting that. And so my green screen it's actually, you can actually see the edges of it. Like you could see it even on my thing a little bit, like based off the camera rotation stuff. Like you can see like the corner of that where it said Starmancer. You could see that a little bit, right? So it's like could be closer or bigger or something. It's a weird thing to position it just right.
Didn't that Nerf gun, wasn't that there the last time you shot?
Oh, I guarantee it was still there. Sure, I don't clean that up. I guarantee it was still there. Of course, nothing's been touched. My kid just come down here and make a mess. I'm gonna pick it up. You're gonna pick it up. It's gonna go somewhere else again. Plus, usually, like I only go down here mostly. Well, down here if I'm playing game or something or stream or whatever. But I'm not fun cleaning this up, man.
You should put up like one of those tool things with a bunch of holes, and then you have like all the Nerf guns. Like
that could be cool. I know exactly what you're. I know exactly what you're talking about. That could be very cool. I don't have I only have 2 Nerf guns though, so you know. Yeah. But this is why I have the green screen. I have to pick up this way, you know. I'm looking around. Like, is there anything weird down in my basement? There's plenty of space for a hot tub.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Yep. Okay. We gotta go. We gotta leave. Also, Cow TV's been here the whole time, which is kind of impressive. Background noise. for literally 4 hours and 54 minutes of whatever things he's doing. He's not working today. I know that much. And if he is, he's distracted. Oh, I do have a hot tub. Yeah, Sarah's well, he's dead now. When Sarah's grandpa died, we got his 3-person hot tub, but it's not hooked up yet. It's like sitting outside of the pole barn on like the patio, sort of like the awning type area. But
bring your laptop. You can have like a hot tub
I
stream.
should do that. I should have a hot tub stream in the summer. I have Wi-Fi at my pole barn. It would be good enough. I think I could do it. But the thing is, my voice works best for like a microphone like this, like talking like this is like.
You just have to bring your microphone.
Right, because talking on like normally I have to shout like blah, 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 but I'm best talking like this, like in real life. Sometimes talk like this. You know what Victor said to me? One of the very first things Victor ever said to me in person. One of the very first things when he met me in real life was, we hugged, and then he said, "You sound different in real life."
Was that the first thing I said?
It was one of the first things. It was outside the airport.
You sound different, and I don't even remember that.
It was one of the very first things, because I remember, because I'm thinking like, oh, I guess I don't sound as cool in real life. Sorry, Victor. But I remember like one of the very first things you said to me. That was one of the very first things. I've met Victor once. In one instance, in real life, that is.
Oh, you think there's gonna be an EGX this year?
I don't know, man. That'd be cool. Be cool to do it. It's like fun to do it. Like EGX. Like here's the thing. We're just people. People like doing people stuff. People like going to London. Human beings like going to EGX. There doesn't have to be a good reason. I don't care if it's effective for Starmancer. It's just fun for us as human beings to go to EGX and to hang out, get drunk with Chuggafish people, have fun. It's fun as humans to do that, you know? So I hope there is, because I want to do it. And then I was thinking, but because the thing is, like, I do a lot of things like I'm arguing against myself, but I argue out loud. Yeah. I'm like, who cares if it's effective? Just because the first thing I thought was, doesn't even matter if we go to EGX for Starmancer. I'm like, who gives a shit if it matters? Let's just go and have fun. It's just a couple days. It's just 1 week, basically.
It's also nice to see people play like face to face or.
It's fun to talk because I'm good at. I can hype people up if I can talk to you in person, and that's really fun for me. Is to just talk and see what excites. That to me was the most fun, was seeing what excites people, and then catering my hype towards that. It'd be like, okay, you guys like that type of stuff. Okay, cool. I see. Okay, that's the type of stuff you're passionate about. I want to see what excites you. I want to know what direction you want to go into. What stuff bores you? I will stay away from the boring stuff. What stuff is hypey? What stuff is really filling the trope and the fantasy of being an AI, right? And one of those things. And then the reality is there's just two of us. It's kind of hard to implement all of it. But okay, I'm not going to stop. So I just have to stop. So Victor, leave us with some words of something.